I lay on the ground under a 1,000-year-old tree at the peak of Gutsuan Mountain, staring at the sky. My hands were tucked behind my head, and I had my legs crossed casually. I chewed on a piece of foxtail grass, my eyes closed in a peaceful daze. Next to me sat the remains of a campfire and a pile of scattered bones. They were the silent witnesses to the life and death struggle that had just taken place here. My name is Lin Feng. I am the senior brother of this generation of the Shenshao sword sect. I am also the master of the Haoran sword, one of the famous Shenshao 7 swords. More importantly, I am the only true disciple of Su Mubai. My master, Su Mubai, was no ordinary man. His talent was legendary. Even in the long history of our sect, he ranked among the absolute best. People called him a once-in-a-century genius. If it hadn't been for an injury to his foundation during a battle beyond our borders, he would likely be the sect leader today. But there are no ifs in this world. A crippled genius is no longer a genius. The Shenshao 7 swords aren't just weapons. They represent 7 legendary people whose names echo throughout the entire Lizhou province. There is the Haoran sword, the Tai, Laming, Chunyuan, Yanlong, Honglian, and the Bingpa sword. This generation's holders are Su Mubai, Luo Yintian, Zhao Ziwen, Jiang Zhe, Lu Yi, Lu Hongluan, and Lung Hanshuang. Lung Hanshuang is the youngest, not even 100 years old yet. The others? They are all pushing 300. This age gap exists because the 7 swords are incredibly picky. If a sword doesn't recognize you as its master, you can't unlock its true power. Sometimes, a sword goes centuries without a holder. When they work together, they are unstoppable. They can form the Great Dipper sword formation or even merge into a single, world-shaking blade. But my master, Su Mubai, fell behind. Because his strength stagnated, our sect's power took a hit. It was a tragedy for everyone. Lin Feng, where are you? A voice boomed from the sky. I opened my eyes and reached out a hand. With a sharp whistle, the 3-foot-long Qing Feng sword hanging on the tree unsheathed itself. It expanded instantly. I stepped onto the blade and shot into the sky like a rainbow. Sword kiting is the most basic skill for a cultivator, available to anyone who reaches the 2nd realm, the Ninghai realm. High above Gutsuan Peak, a woman stood suspended in midair. She was breathtaking. This was Lung Hanshuang, master of the Bingpa sword. She was my master's junior sister, which made her my martial aunt. I flew up to her, cupped my fists, and bowed deeply. Lin Feng greets Aunt Lung. Follow me, she said. She didn't even look at me twice before turning away. Yes, Aunt Lung, I replied, following close behind. She walked through the air as if on solid ground, while I had to rely on my sword. There is a massive difference between the two. Sword kiting is for beginners, but walking on air requires the 5th realm, the Yukong realm. The gap in our power was a literal canyon. As I followed her, I felt a knot of unease in my stomach. Aunt Lung never came to Gutsuan Peak. Honestly, nobody did. My master had been away on a mission for a long time, and my only junior sister had moved to study under Aunt Lu. I was the senior brother of the sect, but it was a title in name only. Gutsuan Peak was basically a ghost town. The only reason people still respected this place was because of my master. He was the senior brother to the current sect leader, Luo Yuntian. Even if his strength had faded, his status remained. Plus, he had sacrificed his future for the sect. But I knew that if anything ever happened to him, people would scramble to strip this peak bare. They'd fight over the Haoran sword even if they couldn't use it. By rights, I should be the one to inherit it. But everyone knew I was just average. The sect would never let a mediocre disciple hold one of their greatest treasures. We soon arrived at a side hall on the main peak. My other martial uncles and aunts were already there, standing in silence. In the center of the room sat an ice coffin. A young girl, barely 16, was kneeling before it, sobbing uncontrollably. My heart sank. That was my junior sister, Su Xiao. She was my master's only daughter. Since our mistress passed away years ago, there was only one person whose death could break her like this. Master was dead. I froze. My mind went blank. I actually forgot to breathe until my lungs burned, forcing me to gasp for air. My thoughts raced back 20 years, back to when I was just a baby abandoned in the wilderness. I remember being a baby because I wasn't originally from this world. I have the soul of a grown man. In my past life on Earth, I was a brilliant scientist, the youngest and smartest of my time. My IQ was higher than Einstein's. I was working on technology that was 30 years ahead of the rest of the world. But I was young and arrogant. I wanted fame. I went public with my research too early, and the world's superpowers came knocking. They offered me everything to sell out, but I refused. I wanted my technology to belong to my homeland. They didn't let me leave. Just as I was about to cross the border home, they dropped a nuclear bomb. Everything within dozens of kilometers was turned to ash. When I opened my eyes again, I was here in the Kyushu continent. I died knowing my research had made it back to my country through a secret channel, so I felt my death wasn't in vain. But that experience changed me. I realized how stupid and reckless I had been. Now, I had a second chance at life. I promised myself I would live quietly and never be that arrogant again. But there was a problem. I had been reborn as an infant, and I was currently lying in the middle of nowhere, completely helpless. I had no way to survive. Most people who cross over into another world become children of destiny, royalty, or at least heirs to wealthy families. But me? I was a discarded infant. In terms of raw intelligence, I knew I could thrive anywhere, Earth or otherwise. But I was a few months old. My IQ could have been off the charts, but all I could do was cry. I wailed for 2 hours until I was exhausted and starving. My vision blurred. I felt myself slipping away, right back toward death. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I died now, where would I go? I certainly couldn't go back to Earth. The nuke had vaporized my body into nothing. Just as I prepared for the end, my cries attracted a beast. Cold, emotionless eyes stared at my tiny body, ready to pounce. But then, a figure dropped from the sky. It was Sumubai. He was out searching for spirit herbs to heal his own damaged cultivation base. He looked at me, a dying baby on the ground, and hesitated for only a moment before his sword flashed, killing the beast. He picked me up and took me back to the Divine Sky Sword sect. He made me his true disciple. In our sect, there are outer disciples, inner disciples, and the elite true disciples. True disciples are rare, and usually, everyone looks up to them. But for me, it was different. When I was 5, Su Mubai returned covered in blood, carrying a little girl named Su Xiao. I never met her mother, and Su Mubai never talked about what happened. Since I was the first disciple he took, I naturally became the eldest senior brother. But I was a ghost. People in the sect whispered that Su Mubai was a washed-up failure and that his disciple was a useless waste. I rarely left our mountain, Gutsuan Peak, and I never participated in the annual sect competitions. The other disciples knew I existed, but they never saw me. Nobody respected an eldest brother who was invisible. I stayed hidden on purpose. On Earth, my arrogance cost me my life. In this life, I followed one rule: low profile is king. High profiles only bring jealousy and hatred. Even Su Mubai didn't know the extent of my genius. I was a man who had stood at the peak of Earth's technology, a scientist smarter than Einstein. I wasn't mediocre. I was just hiding. But looking at the ice coffin, my heart shattered. Su Mubai wasn't just my master. He was my father. He saved my life and raised me. The debt I owed him was greater than the heavens themselves. Now, the sky was falling. I dragged my heavy feet toward the coffin. When I saw his familiar face through the frost, I stumbled. He was really gone. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of regret. I shouldn't have hidden my strength from him. I should have made him proud. I should have let the whole sect know that Su Mubai hadn't raised a loser. Tears streamed down my face. A man doesn't cry easily, but this pain was too much to bear. Eldest brother. Su Xiao threw herself into my arms, sobbing. I had basically raised her since she was a toddler while our master was away. Even though she eventually joined Xiaoxia Peak because our master's Howren sword style didn't suit women, we were as close as real siblings. "Don't cry, junior sister," I said, my voice trembling as I held her. "Master is gone, but I'm still here. I won't let anyone bully you." As we held each other, a voice cut through the room. "All right, you two. Stop crying. Senior brother Mubai isn't dead yet." We both spun around. It was Luo Yuntian, the sect leader and wielder of the Tai sword. He was Su Mubai's junior brother. "Sect leader, is that true? Master is alive?" I asked, my heart leaping. "He's not dead. Luo Yuntian explained. But he's been hit by a vicious poison called soul-eating powder. His power and soul are in a deep sleep, being eaten away bit by bit. Given his strength, he has about 6 months. To cure him, we need a specific pill, and the main ingredient is the equinox flower. We have everything else, but that flower is incredibly rare. Even our sect doesn't have one. My excitement turned to lead. The Divine Sky Sword sect was one of the top powers in the Lizho region. If they didn't have it, finding it would be nearly impossible. Where can we find it? I demanded. I didn't care about the cost. I would do whatever it took. Luo Yuntian sighed. Don't worry about that yet. We will find a way. He is our brother. We won't let him fade away. He's right, Xiao, added a woman in a flowing red dress. It was Lu Hongluan, the master of the Red Lotus Sword and Xiao's teacher. We will save him. Thank you, master, Xiao whispered, but I could see the worry in her eyes. I looked back at the man in the coffin. 6 months. The clock was ticking. Thank you, uncles and aunts, Xiao said, bowing deeply. I followed suit, cupping my fists in respect. Thank you, uncles. I knew there was no point in asking Luo Yuntian for the equinox flower's location again. In the eyes of these high-ranking leaders of the Divine Sky Sword sect, I was just a disciple with mediocre talent. I wasn't worth their time or their secrets. If I wanted that flower, I would have to find it myself. Gutsuan Peak had countless ancient records. Surely one of them mentioned it. But there was something else burning inside me. I needed to know who did this. Sect leader, I said, my voice tight. I have one more question. Please, enlighten me. Speak, Luo Yuntian replied. Who hurt my master? I asked. I gritted my teeth, a cold light flickering in my eyes that I couldn't quite hide. Luo Yuntian looked at me. Lin Feng, I know this is a heavy blow for you. I understand how you feel as his disciple, but I didn't call you two here for revenge. You were brought here because you are his closest family, and you deserve to know his condition. As for the debt of blood, don't worry about it. His voice was calm, but I could hear the simmering rage underneath. The Divine Sky Sword sect won't take a loss like this lying down. If we don't act, every stray dog in the region will think they can ride over us. He wasn't exaggerating. Our sect was one of the most powerful forces in Lizho. We were sword cultivators, known for overwhelming offensive power. Very few dared to provoke us. This time, not only was my master, Su Mubai, poisoned and unconscious, but the Howran sword, one of the 7 legendary swords of our sect, was missing. For the Divine Sky Sword sect, this wasn't just a loss. It was a humiliation. The Howran sword was our symbol. Without it, the 7 swords of Divine Sky would become 6, and their combined power would plummet. No matter who the enemy was or what backing they had, they would pay. We had to get that sword back. I understand, sect leader, I said. Can I take my master back to Gutsuan Peak? Luo Yuntian shook his head. Better not. Gutsuan Peak is lacking resources right now. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to handle it immediately. Keep him here so we can monitor him around the clock. Then I trouble you, sect leader, I said, bowing again. He was right. If Master's condition worsened while he was with me, I wouldn't know what to do. Leaving him with the experts was the safest choice. My only job now was to find that flower. Don't be so formal, Luo Yuntian said. But remember, your master's condition is a sect secret. Do not spread a word of this. Your priority is to cultivate. When he wakes up, give him a surprise with your progress. Yes, sect leader, Xiao and I answered in unison. You may go. With us here, nothing will happen to him. We thanked them one last time and walked out of the side hall. Once we were outside, I looked at Xiao. Junior sister, come back and visit when you can. Gutsuan Peak is Master's life's work. It's your home. I will, big brother, she said, her expression dead serious. But I need to train hard now. Only with strength can I protect you and my father. I sighed. You shouldn't have to carry all this. Her eyes filled with tears. My mother is gone. Now my father is dying, and I'm not even qualified to know who the enemy is. Don't you see? I'm useless. That's not true, I said quickly, trying to comfort her. You've worked so hard. You're just young. Every powerhouse in Lizho took hundreds or thousands of years to get where they are. You can't rush it. But I can't wait that long, she snapped, her face stubborn. I have to work harder than everyone else. I opened my mouth to speak, but found no words. The little girl who used to follow me around, calling me big brother every 2 seconds, had grown up in a single day. "Don't worry about me, big brother," she said. "I'll take care of myself. My new teacher is good to me. I have to earn the recognition of the Red Lotus Sword." "Don't put too much pressure on yourself," I said softly. "Your big brother is here for you." It was the first time I had ever said something like that. My heart ached for her. She was barely a teenager, losing her mother, and now watching her father hover between life and death. Even with her talent, revenge was a distant dream unless she could master one of the 7 swords. "I know. Thanks, big brother. I'm going back to train now." She stepped onto her sword and flew off. I summoned my own blade. It unsheathed from my back, expanding in front of me, and I took to the skies toward Gutsuan Peak. I needed to dive into the archives. The sect leader said the sect would handle the search, but I never liked leaving my fate in other people's hands. Besides, there was one more thing. My master was dying. As his disciple, it was my duty to make sure the blood debt was paid. Back in the side hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Once we were gone, Luo Yintian turned to the others. "Proceed as planned." "Yes, senior brother," the 5 others replied. Luo Yintian looked at a woman named Lung Han Huang. "Junior sister, stay out of the operation against the Rakshasa sect. Go back and study everything we have on the 9 Serenities secret realm. You're within the age limit to enter. When it opens in a month, hide your identity and go in alone to find the equinox flower. I'll send others to draw attention elsewhere. We must get that flower. Mubai has sacrificed too much for this sect. We cannot let him down." "I won't fail," Lung Han Huang promised. The meeting dismissed. Luo Yintian stood alone in the hall, his mind racing. Something didn't sit right. The Rakshasa sect shouldn't have had the guts to provoke us, let alone wound Su Mubai and steal the Howran sword. They couldn't survive our wrath alone. Was someone pulling the strings? The Wuji demon sect? The 7 kills sect? And the timing was too perfect. The 9 Serenities secret realm was about to open, and suddenly Master is poisoned with something that can only be cured by a flower found inside that very realm. Was this a trap to lure the Divine Sky Sword sect into the realm? He didn't have the answers yet, but it didn't matter. The enemy had made their move. Now, they would have to face the fire. I arrived back at Gutsuan Peak and headed straight for the library. It was a massive building, filled with mountains of scrolls and ancient books. Gutsuan Peak had once been legendary, a place of prestige and power. Now, it was quiet and fading, but the knowledge was still there, buried under the dust. I started digging. I spent 3 days buried in the library. I didn't sleep. I didn't stop. Hard work pays off, and finally, I found it in an ancient text about rare herbs across the 9 provinces. The equinox flower. The book mentioned it only appeared in one place, the 9 Serenities secret realm. I immediately shifted my search to find everything I could on that realm. It didn't take long. The 9 Serenities secret realm was rumored to be a gateway to the underworld. It was a place of thick, bone-chilling mist where the sun never shone. The creatures and plants inside lived on a diet of pure Yin energy. Most of them had mutated into monstrous things. It was a death trap for the careless. The realm only opened once every 100 years. I did the math, and a surge of relief hit me. The next opening was just over a month away. It would stay open for 3 months. Master could hold on for 6. The timing was perfect. If I could get that flower and combine it with the sect's ingredients, I could refine the pill to save him. Then I froze. A cold realization washed over me. The realm opens once a century. Master gets poisoned with Soul Eater dust right now, just in time to force someone to go inside. Was this a coincidence? Not a chance. Someone was targeting the Divine Sky Sword sect. I realized then that I couldn't rely on the sect leaders to fix this. If I wanted that flower, I had to get it myself. With a plan for the cure in place, I turned my focus to something else. Revenge. As his disciple, it was my duty to find out who did this. But finding the culprit wouldn't be easy. The sect leader said it was a top secret matter. Only the highest-ranking elders knew the truth. This was a problem. Even though I was the senior brother of this generation and had been here for 20 years, I rarely left Gutsuan Peak. I was a ghost in my own sect. Aside from my master, Sumubai, I only really knew the other 6 masters of the Divine Sky 7 Swords. I had to pick one of them to talk. The sect leader was out. If he wanted me to know, he would have told me already. I went through the list and settled on Lung Hanshuang. She was cold, but I knew she had a soft heart. When I was a kid, Master was always away, so he'd leave me in her care. That was 20 years ago, of course. Once I could take care of myself, I stayed on Gutsuan Peak with my junior sister, Su Xiao, until she joined another branch. I made my way to Jade Maiden Peak, the territory Lung Hanshuang governed. I hadn't even crossed the threshold before 2 female disciples blocked my path. Jade Maiden Peak was strictly for women. Any man from the other peaks had to be announced first. "Please stop, senior brother," one of them said politely. "Where are you from, and what is your business here?" They could tell by my robes that I was a true disciple, but they didn't recognize my face. "My name is Lin Yuan," I replied. "I'm from Gutsuan Peak. I'm here to see Aunt Long. Please let her know." "Lin Yuan? Gutsuan Peak." Their eyes went wide at the same time. "Your senior brother, Lin Yuan?" Their shock caught me off guard. I'd spent 2 decades staying hidden on my mountain. My goal was to stay low-key and survive. In my past life on Earth, I was young and arrogant, and it cost me everything. I wasn't going to make that mistake again. Earth had nukes. This world had powerhouse sects that were just as dangerous. I thought I was being invisible, but apparently, my name carried weight. I didn't realize that being the senior brother of the entire sect made me a legend, whether I liked it or not. If I were ranked 10th or lower, no one would care. But being at the top meant people talked. The talk wasn't good, though. To the elders, I was one thing, a loser. To the disciples, they added another word, the mysterious loser. They all heard I was useless, but since no one ever saw me, I had become a bit of a myth. "I am Lin Yuan," I said again. "Please, inform Aunt Long." "Right? Yes. Of course," one of them stammered before sprinting up the mountain. The other stayed behind, staring at me. In this region, a sect's senior brother was usually a powerhouse, the face of the entire organization. I was the exception, the famous failure of the Divine Sky Sword sect. I could see the pity in her eyes. She was probably thinking it was a shame that someone so handsome was so weak. I didn't care what she thought. Soon, the other girl returned. "Senior brother Lin, please follow me." I followed her up. This was my first time here. There were 2 places every male disciple dreamed of visiting. First was Jade Maiden Peak, full of beautiful women. Second was Xiaoxiao Peak, run by Lu Hongwan. But while Xiaoxiao Peak took both men and women, this place was exclusive. Under the curious gazes of dozens of female disciples, I finally stood before Lung Hanshuang. I said, bowing respectfully, "Lin Yuan greets Aunt Long." "No need for formalities," she replied, her voice like ice. "Tell me why you're here." She lived up to her name. Hanshuang meant cold frost. She was an ice queen through and through. I said, knowing she hated wasting time. "I'll be direct then. I want to know who did this to my master. Please, Aunt, tell me the truth." She didn't even blink. "The sect will handle it. Your sect leader already told you. You should focus on your cultivation so you can inherit your master's legacy before someone else tries to take it. Don't worry about the rest." "You misunderstand," I pressed. "I only want the name of the enemy. I'm not planning anything. Besides, with my current strength, what could I even do? I'm just his only disciple. I deserve to know." I needed to know who the enemy was. I had to have a name to drive me forward, a target to focus my will on. I looked her in the eye and told her exactly that. I needed this to push myself. Lung Hanshuang stayed silent for a long time. She seemed to be weighing my words. Finally, she sighed. "I was Su Mubai's only disciple, raised by him since I was a child." In her eyes, we weren't just master and apprentice. We were father and son. She decided I had the right to know. "I'll tell you," she said, her voice dropping to a serious whisper. "But this stays between us. It's a sect secret. I'm only making an exception because of your master." I felt a surge of relief. "I promise, Aunt Long. My lips are sealed." "It was the Rakshasa sect," she revealed. "The Rakshasa sect?" I frowned. I never heard of them. Maybe I was just out of the loop. Ever since my master brought me to the Divine Sky Sword sect, I'd barely left the mountain. My knowledge of the outside world was limited to the major powers he'd mentioned. If I didn't recognize the name, It meant they weren't one of the top-tier sects in the Lizho region. How did a small-time group have the nerve to touch someone from our sect? They aren't particularly strong, Lung Hans Huang added, reading my confusion. Then how did they dare? I asked. I couldn't believe it. The Divine Sky Sword sect was one of the 4 pillars of Lizho. The Rakshasa sect should have been nothing to us. They wouldn't have dared in the past, she explained. But they found a new backer, the Wuji demon sect. Your uncles Zhao and Jiang tried to intercept them to recover the Howran sword, but they were ambushed by the demon sect's grand elder, Qiandaoxiong. They couldn't even reach the Rakshasa sect. They had to turn back to consult with the sect leader. It all clicked. I knew the Wuji demon sect. My master had warned me about them many times. They were our bitter rivals, equal in power and always looking for a way to tear us down. With them pulling the strings, it made sense why a minor sect like Rakshasa would act so boldly. Thank you for telling me, I said, bowing deeply. Lin Yuan, she said, her expression softening just a fraction. Your master expects a lot from you. You might not have the best talent, but talent isn't everything in this world. Hard work can bridge the gap. If you focus entirely on your cultivation, you might actually inherit the Howran sword and Gutsuan peak one day. She paused, her eyes turning sharp again. With your master's current state, people are already eyeing his position. The only reason no one has moved yet is because the sect leader is shielding him. But now that the sword is lost and your master is crippled, people will come for what's his. Be ready. I felt a cold prickle of panic. Gutsuan Peak and the Howran sword belonged to my master. They were his legacy. I wouldn't let anyone touch them. I understand, I said, my voice firm. She dismissed me, telling me to go back and practice. I gathered more details about the Rakshasa sect. They were mostly a collection of former wanted criminals, and then I left Jade Maiden Peak. Walking back to my mountain, I realized I'd been too low-key. I tried so hard to hide my true strength that people thought Gutsuan Peak was an easy target. If I had shown even a glimpse of my real potential, maybe they wouldn't be circling us like vultures. That night, a dark shadow slipped out of the Divine Sky Sword sect. I moved west, my speed so great that I was nothing more than a blur in the moonlight. Hundreds of thousands of miles to the west, the Rakshasa sect was celebrating. Inside their main hall, the leadership was holding a secret meeting. Sovereign, isn't this too risky? One of the elders asked. Getting caught between 2 superpowers like the demon sect and the sword sect, we could be crushed. The sect master laughed. In the past, I would agree. But things have changed. The Wuji Daoist, the supreme elder of the demon sect, has finally broken through to a new realm. The room went dead silent. If that was true, the balance of power had shifted. The demon sect was now strong enough to wipe us off the map. The demon sect is teaming up with the 7 Kills sect, the sovereign continued, his eyes gleaming. They're going to dismantle the Divine Sky Sword sect piece by piece. Once the Wuji Daoist stabilizes his power, they'll destroy our rivals for good. This is our chance to rise. We can't miss it. The elders nodded, their fears replaced by greed. They thought they had picked the winning side. The next day, at high noon, the sun was bright and the sky was clear. Suddenly, a massive, translucent sword, over 1,000 feet long, materialized in the clouds above the Rakshasa sect. It hung there for a heartbeat before screaming down toward the earth. Boom. The sect's protective arrays shattered like glass. Buildings groaned and collapsed under the sheer pressure. Who dares? The sovereign roared, leading his elders as they rushed out to face the intruder. But when they looked up and saw the gargantuan blade falling from the heavens, they froze. They couldn't even move, let alone stop it. The giant sword slammed into the center of the sect, obliterating the main hall and turning everything within a mile into a crater of rubble. The shockwave pinned the Rakshasa leadership to the ground, helpless and broken. The blade buried itself deep into the earth, standing like a tombstone over the ruins of their ambition. The survivors of the Rakshasa sect finally looked up. They saw me standing on the hilt of the massive sword, looking down at the ruin I'd created. Who are you? The sovereign demanded, his voice trembling with rage and fear. What did we ever do to you? You didn't even give us a chance to speak. He knew begging was useless. His sect was a collection of thugs and bandits who had committed countless crimes in the shadows. He couldn't figure out who I was or where I came from. I didn't say a word. I simply turned around, my face hidden behind a cold, ghost-faced mask. I stomped my foot. Boom. The giant sword drove another third of its length into the ground. The remains of the Rakshasa sect were ground into dust. The disciples were crushed. Only a few high-ranking elders were left gasping for air in the rubble. One strike was all it took to wipe them off the map. "You bastard," the sovereign cursed. "Aren't you afraid of retribution?" This sect was his life's work. He had planned to use the Wuji demon sect to rise to power, and now it was all gone. He looked around wildly, wondering where his allies were. They had promised to keep him safe. Why hadn't they appeared? I stared at him through the mask, my eyes cold. I was Lin Yuan, the useless senior brother of the Divine Sky Sword sect, and I was here for my master. If the elders back home saw me now, they wouldn't believe their eyes. A medium-sized sect, destroyed by a single swing of my blade. "You're from the Divine Sky Sword sect," the sovereign shouted. Then he shook his head. "No, impossible. The Wuji demon sect is watching all your experts. You can't be one of them. Who are you?" I was ready to finish them off when I felt something familiar. I reached out my hand, and a long sword flew out from the ruins, landing perfectly in my grip. The Howren sword. My heart stirred as I looked at my master's blade. But before I could move, a furious roar echoed from the distance. "Bold thief, how dare you cause such slaughter? Today, I send you to your grave." The sovereign's face lit up with hope. "Grand Elder, save me." It was Qiandao Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect. He was livid. To him, the Rakshasa sect was just a pawn, but a pawn he still needed. This attack was a direct slap to the face of the Wuji demon sect. If they couldn't protect their subordinates, their reputation would be ruined. I stood on the hilt of the giant sword and watched dozens of black figures streaking across the sky toward me. I wasn't afraid. I kicked off, launching myself into the air like a bolt of lightning. Holding my master's Howren sword, I swung. It looked like a simple, soft strike, but the moment I moved, the clouds shifted. The world changed color. A sword light dozens of feet long tore through the air, carrying an overwhelming, righteous pressure. Qiandao Xiong's eyes widened. Sword intent. He felt a crushing weight. The righteous energy of the Howren sword was the perfect counter to his dark cultivation. "Scatter," he screamed. The black figures behind him dodged in every direction, terrified by the light. I didn't slow down. I streaked past them, my laughter echoing across the battlefield. A bit of noble spirit, and the wind carries me 1,000 miles. I shouted. "It seems the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect is nothing but a disappointment. I'll let you trash live today. Next time we meet, I'll take your lives." By the time the dust settled, I was gone. The black figures gathered around Qiandao Xiong, their faces pale. "Grand Elder, that man's sword intent counters us perfectly," one whispered. "If we don't kill him, he'll be a disaster for our sect." Qiandao Xiong stared at the horizon, his fists shaking with rage. He had been too stunned to counter my move. Now that he thought about it, he had the numbers. Sword cultivators were strong, but they weren't invincible. Since when did a monster like this appear in Lizhou? He didn't think I was from the Divine Sky Sword sect either. He was monitoring all their masters, and none of them fit my description. News of the Rakshasa sect's destruction spread like wildfire. Everyone was obsessed with the ghost mask cultivator who wiped out a sect and escaped the Wuji demon sect's top experts with ease. The Wuji demon sect started a massive investigation. They were confused. They had planned to slowly eat away at our sect until their ancestor stabilized his power, but this mystery man had ruined their timeline. They never would have guessed that the source of all their trouble was the man everyone called a waste back at Gutsuan Peak. I didn't stick around to fight Qiandao Xiong. I had used my sword intent to stun them so I could make a clean break. I wasn't scared of their numbers, but I didn't want to blow my cover. I knew Qiandao Xiong was powerful. If we had a real, prolonged fight, my identity as a Divine Sky disciple would eventually come out. Everything I knew, other than my raw sword intent, had been taught to me by Su Mubai. The demon sect knew my master's style too well. Without a guarantee that I could kill them all to silence them, retreating was the only smart move. Would you like the summary of the next chapter? I had plenty of time to deal with the Wuji demon sect. I wasn't in a rush. They were the ones who sent the Rakshasa sect to cripple Su Mubai, and for that, they were already on my kill list. As for the survivors of the Rakshasa sect, I had completely destroyed their cultivation. Leaving them alive was a fate worse than death. A ruthless power like the Wuji demon sect had no use for useless trash. While the top powers in Lizho were scrambling to identify the mysterious swordsman in the ghost mask, I had already slipped back onto Gutsuan Peak. But things were different now. I couldn't just lie around and do nothing anymore. In 1 month, the 9 Serenity Secret Realm would open. I had to go there to find the Equinox flower for my master. Time was of the essence. I needed to get stronger. Before all this, I thought being part of a top-tier sect like the Divine Sky Sword sect meant I was safe. I figured as long as I didn't provoke anyone and stayed hidden on my mountain, I could live a long, peaceful life. My master's tragedy changed everything. It taught me that even a great sect isn't invincible. Nowhere is truly safe. If I wanted to live a long life, I had to stand at the very top of the food chain. I sat cross-legged under the ancient tree on Gutsuan Peak, eyes closed, perfectly still. If any other sword cultivator had seen me, they would have been paralyzed with envy. I had entered a profound state called sword meditation. This is why sword cultivators are so feared. It's the reason we can take down enemies levels above our own. Sword meditation is more important than raw cultivation levels. Every layer you unlock causes your combat power to skyrocket. There are 4 major realms: Sword Soldier, Sword Intent, Sword Domain, and finally, the Great Tao of the Sword. Each realm is divided into 4 stages: Entry, Minor, Major, and Peak. Only those with monstrous talent can even begin to grasp these. Right now, I was in the 2nd realm, Sword Intent. Specifically, I had reached the 3rd stage, Major Sword Intent. Once I mastered the Peak stage, I'd have a chance to unlock the Sword Domain. In Lizho, most ordinary cultivators spend their entire lives just trying to reach the minor or major stages of the 1st realm. Reaching the 2nd realm, Sword Intent, makes you a legend. As for the 3rd realm, the Sword Domain, I haven't heard of anyone in the entire region achieving it. And the Great Tao? That's the stuff of myths. At 20 years old, I had already mastered Major Sword Intent. If I chose to reveal this, the sect would treat me like a god. I'd be famous across the land. In the past, I just wanted to relax under the shade of a big tree. But my master was still unconscious. I had gotten revenge, but I still needed that flower. The 9 Serenity Secret Realm only opens once every 100 years, and it's always a bloodbath. Every major sect sends their best to fight for resources. I couldn't rely on the Divine Sky Sword sect to protect me. I suspected the Wuji demon sect was already setting a trap for us inside the realm. Our sects have been enemies for years. They know our moves. But they don't know me. I am the variable they can't account for. To make sure I survived, I needed more power. For a swordsman, the fastest way to grow isn't through cultivation. That takes years of slow accumulation. But sword meditation? That can happen in a flash of insight. If I could reach the 3rd realm, the Sword Domain, I wouldn't just survive the secret realm. I could walk through all of Lizho unchallenged. Half a month passed. I sat under that 1,000-year-old tree until I finally opened my eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. A flash of disappointment crossed my face. Half a month of meditation had pushed my sword intent from the major stage to the peak stage, but I hadn't broken through to the Sword Domain. I was annoyed. The one time I actually tried to be serious, I didn't hit my goal. If other cultivators knew what I was thinking, they'd probably cough up blood from pure rage. Moving from major to peak sword intent in 2 weeks was unheard of in Lizho. Most people would kill for that kind of progress, yet here I was, unsatisfied. I felt like I was close to the Sword Domain, but I was missing a catalyst, a spark. I sighed to myself. It was hard to find that spark here. If I could just get into the Sword Tomb, it would be a different story. The Sword Tomb was the resting place for the Divine Sky Sword Sect's ancestors. Thousands of legendary blades were buried there, creating a perfect environment for meditation. As the senior disciple, I should have had the right to go in. But because I had hidden my strength for so long, I was a senior disciple in name only. I had never even entered a sect competition, and those competitions were the only way to earn a spot in the tomb. I could go to the sect master right now and show my talent. They'd let me live in the sword tomb if I asked. But my past life taught me one thing. Staying low profile is the only way to survive long-term. Since I couldn't get into the tomb, I started studying the 9 Serenity secret realm instead. It was full of treasures, but it had one strict rule. You had to be under 100 years old. Anyone older would be crushed by the world's power the moment they stepped inside. This meant every person only got one shot in their lifetime. It also meant the major sects couldn't just send their old monsters to clear the place out. They had to risk their young geniuses. Every time it opened, some lucky kid would find a treasure, skyrocket in power, and shock the world. I didn't care about the other treasures. I only wanted the equinox flower. I knew that if I just focused on my training, I could surpass any genius in Lizho without any help. Days bled into weeks. Gutsuan Peak remained a forgotten corner of the sect. Even when the sect held grand ceremonies, they ignored us. I didn't mind the peace. If it wasn't for my master's injury, I would have happily stayed here forever, eating, drinking, and maybe hosting a few barbecues. I never wanted to go out and fight. I was perfectly happy just lying low. My past life on Earth taught me one hard truth. The tallest tree is always the first to be cut down. I didn't want to be that tree. I had no desire to be high profile, and honestly, I still didn't feel like I belonged in this world. Sometimes it felt like a dream I might wake up from at any moment. There were only 2 people I truly cared about. My master, Su Mubai, and my junior sister, Su Xiao. They were my bottom line. If anyone touched them, they were dead. 2 days later, I finally finished studying everything there was to know about the 9 Serenity secret realm. I read about how many times it had opened, the rules for entry, and the legends of those who found fortune there. Many great figures had changed their fates inside those walls. But for every success story, there were 1,000 corpses left behind to become animal feed or fertilizer for the plants. When I saw the rule confirming that only humans under 100 years old could enter, I let out a long breath of relief. I didn't get out much, but I knew enough from my master to understand the basics of Lizho. The true monsters of this world were hundreds or even thousands of years old. If the limit was a century, even the geniuses would have their limits. This drastically increased my chances of finding the equinox flower. The flower itself was highly toxic and couldn't be eaten immediately. It needed specific supplemental herbs to neutralize the poison and turn it into medicine. Even if someone else found it first, I could just take it back. I didn't care who they were. They could hand it over quietly, or I'd show them how ruthless I could be. To save my master, I wasn't going to play nice. With my research done, my mood lightened. I headed into the woods of Gutsuan Peak and caught a rabbit-like creature, then pulled a few fish from the pond. I set up a fire at my usual spot. Soon, the meat was sizzling and dripping with fat. I sprinkled on my secret blend of spices and started feasting. The best thing about this strange world was the food. It was miles better than anything on Earth. The meat was fresh, tender, and literally melted in my mouth. Even without spices, it would have been incredible. I remembered the first time I tasted it. I almost swallowed the bones. Since then, I'd made it a daily ritual to roast meat under the big tree at the summit. If I missed a meal, I felt restless. Since I was the only one on Gutsuan Peak, nobody bothered me. I'd eat my fill, take a nap, or climb a tree to look at the view. It was a beautiful, carefree life. Over the years, I'd eaten everything that flew, ran, or swam nearby. My grilling skills were top tier. Back on Earth, I could have opened a barbecue shop and had lines around the block. As I was lost in my thoughts of food, a figure appeared in the sky on a flying sword. She looked down at me as I was stuffing my face. Her cold, beautiful face was expressionless, her eyes showing no emotion at all. It was Yi Qingxian, the top disciple of Lung Hanshuang. Yi Qingxian was ranked 6th among all the true disciples of the Divine Sky Sword sect, making her my 6th junior sister. We were both famous in the sect, but for opposite reasons. She was the genius. I was the trash eldest brother. Of the 7 legendary swords of our generation, only 4 had found successors so far: the Howren sword, the Tai sword, the Laming sword, and the Bingpa sword. The other 3 were still waiting for someone worthy. Lin Yuan, Yi Qingxian said coldly. She didn't call me senior brother. She just used my name. To her, the only reason I held my position was that I joined the sect early. She didn't think I deserved the title, and neither did anyone else. She didn't hate me, but she didn't respect me either. We lived in two different worlds. To her, I was a fading spark, while she was a rising star destined for the sect's inner circle. My master wants to see you. Come with me. Oh, Antling wants me. I looked up and smiled, still holding a piece of meat. Sure, I'll head over after I finish eating. Why don't you come down and try some? Not everyone gets to taste my cooking. It's your lucky day. I'd known she was there the whole time. I just hadn't bothered to look up. I was used to her coldness. It made sense. Why would a goddess like her look up to a lazy guy like me? No need, she replied flatly. Come now. My master is waiting. Fine, fine. I tossed the bone aside and wiped my greasy hands directly on my clothes. I'd done it 1,000 times before. Up in the air, Yi Qingxian winced and frowned. She probably couldn't believe the senior disciple of the sect was such a slob. I wiped my hands clean enough, hopped onto my sword, and flew up beside her. Let's go then. She led me to Jade Maiden Peak. We landed at the base and walked up the rest of the way. There were 16 peaks in the sect, and while Gutsuan Peak was so forgotten that I could fly straight to the top, the other peaks required walking out of respect. It was the rule. As we walked, the female disciples of Jade Maiden Peak stared at me with curiosity. We eventually found Lung Hanshuang waiting for us. Master, I've brought Lin Yuan, Yi Qingxian said with a respectful bow. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, Qingxian. Stay for a moment. Yes, master. I stepped forward and gave a proper salute. Lin Yuan greets, Aunt Long. No need for formalities, she said. I called you here because I want your opinion on something. Please, go ahead. The 9 Serenity Secret Realm opens in less than half a month, she explained. It contains the equinox flower your master needs, along with many other treasures that can change a person's fate. The sect is sending a group inside. I want to know if you are willing to go with them. It's dangerous. You might not come back. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. She watched me, waiting for an answer. She had thought this through. Even if Su Mubai survived, he was crippled. Soon, people would start moving against Gutsuan Peak. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to protect it forever. With my talent, the only way to change my destiny was to gamble everything in that realm. It was my last chance. I didn't know how to answer at first. I was definitely going to the secret realm, but I didn't want to go with the sect's group. It would be too inconvenient. Since the power limit was 100 years, I would be like a shark in a goldfish pond. Moving alone would be much easier. Aunt Long, I think I'll pass, I said after a moment. I preferred moving solo. Why look for trouble? To me, the other disciples under 100 years old were just baggage. If they got into trouble, would I save them? If I did, I'd risk exposing my true strength. If I didn't, well, that would be a different kind of problem. I couldn't just watch them die. That was out of the question. Even if I wanted to stay low, I was still a member of the Divine Sky Sword sect. My solution was simple, out of sight, out of mind. If I wasn't there, I wouldn't have to choose between exposing my power or watching my sect brothers perish. Standing nearby, Yi Qingshuan's eyes flared with undisguised contempt. To her, I wasn't just a messy, unkempt senior brother. I was a coward. In her mind, I was a disgrace to the entire sect. Aunt Lung hadn't expected me to refuse either. She figured a talentless disciple like me would jump at a chance to change my fate. I saw the disappointment flicker across her face. She clearly thought she'd overestimated me. It was one thing to lack talent, but to lack character and courage was worse. She probably wondered why my master, Su Mubai, had ever taken me in. Lin Yuan, you don't need to worry so much, Aunt Lung said, her voice patient and coaxing. Qingxian is going too. You can just follow him. With him protecting you, there won't be much danger. You have to understand, this is your only chance to turn things around. If you miss this, you might never rise again. She reminded me of our previous talk. I knew what she was getting at. Plenty of people in the sect were already eyeing Gutsuan Peak and the Haran Sword. With my master clinging to life, the sect master's protection wouldn't last forever. If I wanted to keep my home, I'd eventually have to show my hand. I reconsidered. Maybe going with the group wasn't a total loss. I could enter the realm with them, find a chance to slip away, and do my own thing. Later, if I accidentally showed a bit of strength, I could just blame it on some lucky encounter inside the secret realm. Besides, Antling meant well. Refusing again would just make me look ungrateful. All right, I said, cupping my fists. Thank you, Antling. I'll go. Don't thank me, she replied. You're Mubai's disciple, and I've watched you grow up. I just want you to keep Gutsuan Peak from being taken away. I won't let you down, I promised. She nodded, then turned to her disciple. Qing Xian, when you enter the 9 Serenity secret realm in 2 weeks, take Lin Yuan with you. Yes, master, Yi Qingxian answered respectfully. I knew he hated the idea of dragging a dead weight like me along, but he didn't dare argue with her. On the Jade Maiden Peak, her word was law. I'll be in your care then, junior brother Yi, I said politely. You're too kind, senior brother, he replied stiffly. In front of his master, he didn't dare call me by name. Despite his talent, I was still technically his senior. 7 days later, the main peak of the Divine Sky Sword sect was packed. Thousands of people gathered under the morning sun. Men, women, old and young. All of them carried a 3-foot sword on their backs. The crowd was split by the color of their robes. The younger ones wore green, while the older members wore blue. I stood next to Yi Qingxian, both of us in green. In our sect, clothing wasn't a choice, it was a rank. Every disciple wore green, but the belts told the real story. Outer disciples wore green belts. Inner disciples wore yellow. True disciples, like us, wore white. The blue-robed people were the deacons. These were the ones who didn't make the cut. If an outer disciple didn't reach the inner sect by age 40, they became a level 3 deacon, basically the sect's manual labor force. Inner disciples who didn't become true disciples by 50 became level 2 deacons. Level 1 deacons were the elite, and if they managed to break through to the void realm, they could finally become elders. Looking around the thousands gathered for the secret realm, I saw the hierarchy clearly. There were only 4 true disciples, all of them geniuses in their 20s, the future of the sect. Then there were 128 inner disciples under 50, all fighting for a chance to be noticed. Behind them were over 800 outer disciples, most of whom were just waiting to age into deacons. Finally, there were over 1,000 deacons, middle-aged men desperate for one last shot at glory. Everyone wanted to climb. Everyone wanted resources. In this world, if you didn't move up, you were stepped on. The sect master, Luo Yuntian, stood before us, giving a speech that was pure adrenaline. He talked about legends who had entered the realm as nobodies and walked out as masters of the province. It was simple, but it worked. In a world where the strong eat the weak, everyone wanted to be the predator. Except for me. I just wanted to be left alone. Luo Yuntian saw the fire in their eyes and raised his hand. This time, the Divine Sky Sword sect will lead the way. Elder 12, these disciples are in your hands. I want you to bring back every single person you take today. By your command, Sect Master. Elder Gu Mingzhou stepped forward. He was a powerhouse of the Elder Council. Depart. Gu Mingzhou soared into the sky. The rest of us followed, swords unsheathing as we took to the air. To ensure our safety, 24 elders of the Void Realm accompanied us. It was a massive, sweeping procession, a sea of green and blue robes heading toward the horizon. The storm was finally here. We set off toward the opening of the 9 Serenities secret realm. A massive formation of 2,000 disciples cut through the sky, our swords gleaming in the sun. It was a spectacular sight, but I made sure to stay buried in the middle of the crowd. I wanted to be invisible. My plan was simple. Once we entered the realm, I'd slip away and handle things on my own. To stay under the radar, I kept my distance from Yi Qingxian. She wasn't like me. She was the golden girl of the Divine Sky Sword sect, blessed with peerless beauty and talent. Every man in the sect had his eyes on her, and a small army of admirers swarmed around her like flies. I didn't want that kind of attention. Looking at the sea of unfamiliar faces around me, I realized something. I had lived in this sect for 20 years, yet I barely knew anyone. The Divine Sky Sword sect was a top-tier power in the Lizhou province, recruiting new blood every year, but I had spent 2 decades as a shut-in. I was the eldest senior brother, yet I could count the people I recognized on both hands. I felt like a failure of a leader, but honestly, I didn't care. Across the province, other sects were also mobilizing. The opening of the Nine Serenities secret realm was a massive event. It wouldn't rewrite the entire balance of power in Lizho, but it was close. Every sect hoped their disciples would find a legendary opportunity and skyrocket in strength. After 2 days of continuous flight, the landscape changed. We reached the edge of the 100,000 mountains and came to a halt. This place was one of the 3 great forbidden zones of Lizho. Its depths were a death trap, even for the strongest masters. Luckily, the secret realm was on the outskirts. If it were any deeper, our entire group probably would have been wiped out before we even arrived. I looked out at the endless, rolling green canopy. From up here, it looked peaceful. It didn't look like a graveyard. "Listen up," Elder Gu Mingzhou shouted from the front. "We are entering the 100,000 mountains. Stay tight. If you fall behind, I won't wait for you." The sect master told me to bring everyone back, but he didn't specify if you had to be alive or dead. Understand? Understood, 2,000 voices roared back. Everyone knew the sect master's words were just a formality. In a place like this, casualties weren't just possible, they were guaranteed. "Move out," Gu Mingzhou commanded. We flew into the forbidden zone. For the first hour, nothing happened. I peered down at the dense forest below, curious about the supposed danger. It was quiet. Too quiet. Then, a massive black cloud appeared on the horizon. It was moving fast. As it drew closer, a deafening sound filled the air. "Ga, ga, ga." The screeching was horrific. I felt fine, but the disciples around me started wobbling on their swords like they were drunk. Their eyes went vacant. "Wake up!" Gu Mingzhou's voice boomed like a thunderclap, snapping everyone out of the trance. "Watch out. Those are blackwater ducks. Their physical attacks are weak, but their cries create powerful illusions. Guard your Dao heart. If you fall into a trance and drop into the forest, you're dead." "Yes, Elder. Keep moving," Gu Mingzhou yelled. "We are sword cultivators. Nothing stands in our way." He drew his blade and swung. A massive arc of golden light sliced through the air, shredding hundreds of the black birds instantly. The other elders followed suit, unleashing dozens of sword beams that rained blood and feathers from the sky. The slaughter only made the ducks more frantic. Their screams intensified. "Ga, ga, ga, asterisk." A few weaker disciples couldn't hold on. Their eyes rolled back, and they plummeted from their swords. As soon as they hit the canopy of the forest below, blood-curdling screams echoed through the trees. "Ah, asterisk." Then, silence. The fear in the group was palpable. People gripped their hilts until their knuckles turned white. I noticed the elders didn't even try to save them. They had to focus on the majority, and besides, this was a test. If you couldn't handle a low-level mental attack from a bird, you were a waste of resources. The world of cultivation is cold. My master, Sumubai, was proof of that. Once he was crippled, the sect threw him away. If it weren't for the sect master's old friendship, Gutsuan Peak would have been stripped from us long ago. The swarm hit us. Thousands of birds dived into our formation. Disciples pulled their swords from their storage bags, hacking and slashing while trying to maintain flight. The ducks relied on their voices to paralyze prey before eating them alive. Once you broke the illusion, they weren't much of a threat. I pulled out a common, unremarkable sword. I swatted away any bird that got close, but I made sure to look like I was struggling. I didn't want to stand out. Suddenly, a group of ducks surrounded me, letting out a synchronized shriek. I was about to wipe them out when I saw a figure rushing toward me. I quickly glazed over my eyes, pretending to be lost in an illusion. A flash of cold light cut the birds to pieces. I recovered slowly and looked up. It was Yi Qingxian. "Thank you, junior sister Yi," I said, cupping my hands in gratitude. I had intentionally held back so she would save me. I felt two sharp, hateful glares hit my back. I didn't need to look to know who they were. Among the 4 true disciples, Zhu Jie and Yang Fan both worshipped the ground. Yi Qingxian walked on. Seeing her rush to help me, the useless, eldest brother, made their blood boil. "Don't thank me," Yi Qingxian said, her voice cold as ice. "I promised my master I would protect you. From now on, stay close to me. I can't explain your death to my master or Uncle Su if something happens. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior sister Yi." I replied, my face showing a grateful, slightly helpless smile. In truth, I liked being alone. I didn't want to be stuck by her side, but she was doing this to protect me. I decided to play along for now. Once we entered the Nine Serenities' secret realm, I'd find a way to slip away and move on my own. For the rest of the journey, I stayed close to Yi Qingxian. I watched her move with fluid grace, her sword flashing as she cut down every blackwater duck that dared to break through our perimeter. She was impressive. As Cold Frost's top disciple, her strength was peak tier for our generation. Her Dao heart was unshakable. The paralyzing shrieks of the ducks didn't seem to affect her at all. Eventually, the swarm was wiped out, but the cost was high. About 30 disciples from our sect were left behind, their bodies lost forever in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Elder Gu Mingzhou didn't stop to mourn. He led us onward immediately. In his eyes, there was no room for pity. The Blackwater ducks were the lowest level of danger in this wilderness, and the elders had already blocked the strongest ones. If a disciple couldn't survive this, it only meant they were too weak for the path of cultivation. We hadn't even reached our destination, and we were already down dozens of people. This was the brutal reality of the world. 2 hours later, we arrived at a valley. This was the Nine Serenities Valley, a place with 10,000 years of history, named after the secret realm itself. When we landed, several smaller sects and rogue cultivators were already there. They looked up at us with pure envy. Other groups used massive flying carriages or artifacts to transport their people, but we arrived on our swords. Being a sword cultivator was the ultimate dream for most. Not only were we famous for fighting above our level, but flying on a sword was undeniably cool. Most cultivators couldn't fly until they reached the high-level Sky Sovereign realm unless they owned an expensive flying artifact. But a sword cultivator? We could take to the skies as soon as we hit the sea-condensing realm. Look, the Divine Sky Sword sect is here, a woman in the crowd gasped. They're so handsome. If only I could find a partner from their sect, I could fly with them. Keep dreaming, a man nearby scoffed. Every one of them is a genius. Why would they look at you? Be realistic, Auntie. It's daylight. Stop daydreaming. Who are you calling an auntie? I ignored the bickering below. Our group of 2,000 flew past the crowds and landed on a small mountain near the valley entrance. This was our designated camp. There were 4 such mountains surrounding the valley, one for each of the top powers. Our sect, the Qingyun sect, the Wuji Demon sect, and the Seven Sands sect. We weren't the first to arrive. The Qingyun and Seven Sands sects were already settled. As we were setting up our tents, a voice boomed across the camp. Brother Gu. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be the one leading the team this time. It was Wang Chuan, the law enforcement elder of the Qingyun sect. He walked toward us followed by 3 young disciples, 2 men and 1 woman. I didn't expect the Qingyun sect to send you either, Brother Wang, Gu Mingzhou said, stepping forward with a smile. They were clearly old friends. Wang Chuan turned to his disciples. Lu Oyi, go introduce yourselves to the elite disciples of the Sword sect. You'll need to cooperate once you're inside the realm. Brother Gu and I have business to discuss. Inside a temporary tent, the 2 elders sat down for tea. Brother Gu, Wang Chuan said, his voice dropping. I heard your sect has been running into some trouble lately. Just a few small issues, Gu Mingzhou replied dismissively. We've been fighting the Wuji Demon sect for years. They haven't been able to break us yet. True, but stay sharp. Those demons want to rule the entire Lizhou province. If you need help, the Qingyun sect won't stand idly by. I appreciate that, Gu Mingzhou said. By the way, Wang Chuan continued, leaning in. I heard a mysterious sword cultivator wiped out the Rakshasa sect and scared off that old monster Qiandao Xiong with a single strike. Which master from your sect was it? Gu Mingzhou went quiet for a second. I'm afraid I have to keep you guessing on that one. The truth was, he didn't know. The sect leadership had debated it for days and came up empty. Only a handful of people in the province could scare Qiandao Xiong like that, and all of them were supposed to be accounted for. While the elders talked, the true disciples gathered outside. Li Loi, Su Wei, and Yang Guangji from the Qingyun sect met with Yi Qingxian, Yang Fan, Zhu Jie, and me. Li Loi and Yi Qingxian hit it off quickly, both being the golden girls of their respective sects. The others started chatting and laughing, trying to build rapport. I stayed in the corner, silent. I wasn't interested in making small talk. These people were smiling now, but the moment a rare treasure appeared inside that realm, they'd be at each other's throats. And who is this junior brother? Li Luai asked, her eyes landing on me. Zhu Jia let out a smirk. Senior sister Li, he's not a junior. This is actually our eldest brother, Lin Yuan. Oh, the eldest brother, Li Luai said, her tone polite, but her eyes full of curiosity. The other two Qingyun disciples looked over, too. My reputation preceded me. Everyone knew the eldest brother of the sword sect was a trash recluse who didn't even dare to enter the sect competitions. Seeing me here in the flesh was like seeing a rare, pathetic specimen. I didn't mind their stares. The more they looked down on me, the easier my life would be. Soon, the time came. The entrance to the Nine Serenities' secret realm began to shimmer. Each of the four great sects sent in a similar number of disciples, a few thousand each. We couldn't send more, the risks were too high. Thousands of years ago, there was a time when every single person who entered failed to come back out. The storm was waiting for us inside. It was time to go. The sects were caught in a difficult balancing act. If they sent too few disciples, other powers would snatch all the treasures. If they sent too many, they risked losing an entire generation of talent if things went south. Over centuries, they had reached a silent agreement. Each sect would only send about 10 to 20% of their elite disciples. It was enough to handle trouble without risking total annihilation. As the Qingyun sect disciples departed to prepare, I tried to slip away from Yi Qingxian. I wanted to be alone the moment we stepped inside. But she caught me before I could vanish. Lin Yuan, she called out, her voice firm. The entrance will scramble us. Everyone lands in a different spot. I'll leave secret markers behind. Find them and meet up with me as soon as you can. I can't protect you if you're wandering off alone. This place is a death trap. I understand. Thank you, junior sister, I replied, keeping my face perfectly calm. Inside, I was thrilled. She thought she was warning me, but she was giving me exactly what I wanted. Once I was inside and separated, there was no way I was going to go looking for her. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over us. A giant flying ship descended from the clouds, the words Wuji emblazoned on its side in bold, aggressive strokes. The Wuji demon sect had arrived. A tall man stood at the bow, his white beard fluttering in the wind. This was Qiandao Xiong, the Grand Elder. He radiated a thick, bloody aura that made the air feel heavy. People around me instinctively shrank back, their faces pale with fear. This man was a butcher. Decades ago, he had slaughtered over 1 million people in a single city just to fuel his demonic cultivation. The backlash had been so great that the Wuji demon sect had to officially punish him and hide him away for years to appease the public. Now he was back. Not long ago, he had led an ambush against our sect's elders, Zhao Ziwen and Zhang Jia, nearly killing them. Seeing him here meant this expedition was going to be much bloodier than expected. The valley was now packed to the brim. Small sects and rogue cultivators crowded every inch of ground. Everyone knew the risks. They knew they might never come back, but the lure of power was too strong. In this world, if you didn't climb, you were stepped on. 2 days later, the valley shook with a thunderous boom. A massive vortex of air began to swirl in the sky, crackling with energy. The Nine Serenities' secret realm was opening. A bolt of lightning tore through the center of the vortex, ripping open a jagged spatial tunnel. Qiandao Xiong didn't wait. He rose into the air, his voice booming across the valley. "Listen up, disciples of Wuji," he shouted, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. "Once you are inside, remember one rule. Those who obey us prosper, those who oppose us die. Anyone who stands against the Wuji demon sect is to be slaughtered without mercy." It was a bold declaration. Even in a lawless zone like the secret realm, saying it out loud in front of every major sect took balls. The disciples of the Seven Kills sect frowned, but the Wuji disciples responded with a bloodthirsty roar. They weren't there for treasures, they were there for blood. "Go," Qiandao Xiong barked. "Don't embarrass me." The demonic cultivators surged forward like a dark tide, disappearing into the tunnel. The other 3 major sects followed suit. I blended into the crowd, making sure to stay far away from Yi Qingxian. My goal wasn't the sect's mission or the common treasures. I was there for one thing only, the equinox flower. I stepped through the portal, and the world dissolved. Outside, the entrance slammed shut. It wouldn't open again for 3 months. Elder Gu Mingzhou watched the tunnel vanish, his expression grim. He had thousands of disciples in there, and he knew many would only come out as corpses. "Well, they're in," said Liao Jun, an elder from the Seven Kills sect. He was another butcher, though his sect preferred shadows to the Wuji's brute force. "How about a bet to pass the time?" Standard rules. It was a tradition. The elders would each put up a treasure, betting on which sect would have the most survivors. It was a way to keep face and pass the long wait. But before anyone could agree, a massive demonic claw materialized in the sky, slamming down toward the Divine Sky Sword sect's camp. Gu Mingzhou reacted instantly, drawing his blade and meeting the claw with a brilliant flash of sword light. The collision shook the mountains. "Qiandaoxiong," Gu Mingzhou roared, his eyes blazing with fury. "What the hell are you doing?" "Just stretching my legs," Qiandaoxiong laughed, hovering in the air. "I've been in seclusion too long." "Stretching? You attacked my sect. So what if I did?" Qiandaoxiong sneered. Gu Mingzhou gripped his sword tighter. "You used the Rakshasa sect to ambush our elders. We haven't settled that debt yet. Are you trying to start a war?" "War?" Qiandaoxiong leaned forward, his eyes cold. "You think the Wuji demon sect is afraid of you?" "Fine," Gu Mingzhou hissed. "If you want a war, I'll inform the sect leader immediately." "Do whatever you want," Qiandaoxiong said, dismissively waving a hand. "But before that, let me see if your Divine Sky Sword sect has actually made any progress over the years." He raised his hand again, and the air began to scream. The sky changed in an instant. The bright blue faded, swallowed by a creeping, suffocating darkness. A chorus of terrifying screams began to echo through the air, chilling me to the bone. Gu Mingzhou's face went pale. He recognized it immediately. This was Qiandaoxiong's signature move, the heaven-swallowing demon palace. Years ago, the old monster had used this very technique to slaughter an entire city, wiping out millions of lives in a single day. "Qiandaoxiong," Gu Mingzhou roared, his voice trembling with rage. "Are you planning to murder everyone here just to fuel your demonic cultivation?" Fear spread through the crowd like a virus. Qiandaoxiong's reputation was even more terrifying than the leader of the Wuji demon sect itself. Wang Chuan from the Qingyun sect stepped up beside Gu Mingzhou, his expression grim, ready to fight. Only the people from the Seven Kills sect stood back, watching the chaos with twisted grins. "I wouldn't dream of it," Qiandaoxiong said, his voice smooth and untroubled. "But if your Divine Sky Sword sect can't even break my palace, then you don't deserve to be here. Break it, and I'll let this go." He was bold, but not stupid. Even as a Grand Elder, he couldn't kill everyone from the 4 major sects without making himself a public enemy again. He had just come out of seclusion. He wasn't ready to be hunted by the entire world just yet. "Fine," Gu Mingzhou hissed. "I'll show you what we can do. Form the array." The elders of my sect moved as one. 24 swords flew into the air, humming with power. Gu Mingzhou added his own blade to the center, and the energy fused together, transforming into a massive, shimmering sword hundreds of feet long. It pierced toward the dark sky. With a deafening explosion, the giant blade shattered the darkness. Sunlight poured through the cracks as the demon palace crumbled like broken glass. The sky turned blue once more. Qiandaoxiong slowly clapped his hands, a mocking smirk on his face. "Not bad. To think a sword array could break half of my power. Sword cultivators really are destructive. I'm a man of my word. We're done for today." My fellow sect members didn't look relieved. Their faces were grim. It took more than 20 elders working together just to stop half of the old man's power. If he had used his full strength, we would have been decimated. Decades of seclusion had made this monster stronger than ever. The hunt was about to begin. I stepped through the portal into the 9 Nether realm. The sky here was a dull, oppressive gray. The silence of the ancient forest was suddenly shattered by the cries of thousands of beasts and the frantic movements of the cultivators entering the realm. There were tens of thousands of us, but the portal scattered everyone to different corners of the map. In one part of the forest, A middle-aged man licked his lips with a bloodthirsty smile. He pulled on a heavy black robe, hiding his face and body completely. "Let the hunt begin," he whispered. He wasn't alone. Hundreds of others across the realm were doing the exact same thing, donning black robes and repeating those same words. They weren't here for treasure. They were here for blood. Elsewhere, Lunghan's Huang shed her disguise. She was the youngest of the 7 great swords, and her strength was nearly unmatched for her age. She should have felt invincible here, but something felt wrong. While she was undercover with the rogue cultivators, she had noticed too many experts. They weren't famous, but they smelled of thick, fresh blood. Rogue cultivators were usually the weakest link, yet these people felt dangerous. She knew this trip wouldn't be simple, but she didn't flinch. She was a sword of the divine sky. She feared no one. As for me, I landed in a secluded spot, just as Yi Qingxian had predicted. I was completely alone, and I couldn't have been happier. I pulled a set of white robes from my storage bag, ditching my green sect uniform. I strapped on a mask, transforming my appearance entirely. Not even my master, Su Mubai, would recognize me now. Finally free, I breathed. In this place, I didn't have to hide. I wasn't the trash, eldest disciple anymore. And since this realm was restricted to those under 100 years old, I wasn't afraid of anyone. My plan was simple: find the equinox flower first, then worry about the rest. I moved through the forest like a ghost. Without the need to suppress my power, my speed was a blur. The equinox flower loved the cold, so I needed to find a pool of water or a hidden spring. A sudden, piercing scream cut through the trees. I stopped. Whoever made that sound was likely dead or dying. I wasn't sure if it was a beast or a person, but it was close. I decided to check it out. I reached the source of the scream and found a body slumped in the dirt. He was wearing the green robes of my sect. I knelt down to examine him. His tendons had been sliced, both hands and feet. He had been tortured before the final, fatal blow to his neck. This wasn't a beast, it was a cold-blooded murder. I didn't know his name, but seeing a fellow disciple treated like this made my blood boil. We were all here for the same mission. We had barely even started, so there was no treasure to steal yet. This was senseless. "Thank you," I whispered to the body. If he hadn't died here, I might not have sensed the killer. Then I spoke louder. "Why did you kill him?" The forest was silent. "I'm asking you," I said, my voice turning to ice. "We just got here. He had nothing worth taking. Why torture him?" I stood up and locked my eyes on a dark patch of trees. A figure slowly emerged, draped in a black robe that covered everything. He looked at me with genuine surprise. "How did you find me?" the man asked, his voice a raspy chuckle. "I asked you why you killed him," I repeated. "What a stupid question," the man sneered. He was an ant. I felt like killing him. Do I need a reason to crush a bug? Is that so? I stepped forward. "In my eyes, you're an ant too. Does that mean I can erase you whenever I want?" "Only if you're fast enough," he barked. He lunged. He was fast, his dagger blurring toward my throat in a lethal arc. But to me, he was moving in slow motion. The masked man in front of me was dangerous. I could feel it. I decided to strike first rather than wait to be tortured. He lunged, his dagger closing in on my throat, a cruel smile likely hidden behind that mask. He thought he had me. But suddenly, his body went cold. All the strength drained out of him. His arm went limp. Before he could even register what happened, I had moved. My index finger was already pressed against his forehead. I was too fast for his brain to process. "Who are you?" he gasped. He couldn't understand it. In his mind, no one in the Nine Abyss secret realm should be this powerful, except perhaps his leader. "I was sent from above," I said, my voice turning to ice. "I'm here to punish demons like you. Go to hell and repent. This world isn't for you." His eyes bulged. He tried to speak, but the life left him before he could utter another word. He died without ever knowing what kind of monster he had tried to provoke. I had destroyed the Rakshasa sect and intimidated the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon sect. A small fry like him never stood a chance. Honestly, I didn't even know where my own limit was. I had spent so much time hiding my strength that I hadn't truly tested myself. Part of me wanted a real fight, but as long as I kept my identity a secret, finding a worthy opponent was impossible. I left the body behind and vanished into the thick forest. My mission was still the same: find the equinox flower. The Nine Abyss secret realm was a chaotic slaughterhouse. Fights were breaking out everywhere. Man against man, man against beast. Rare treasures were always guarded by powerful spirit beasts, and the price for greed was blood. By the end of the first day, the death toll had already topped 1,000. At this rate, the tens of thousands who entered wouldn't last long. But this happened every time the realm opened. People were reckless at first. Since you can only enter this place once in a lifetime, everyone was desperate. Eventually, the survivors would learn to be cautious. They would use secret signals to gather their allies. There was safety in numbers, and the dying would slow down. The realm was massive. Throwing 10,000 people into it was like tossing pebbles into a giant lake. The ripples vanished instantly. I traveled for a full day and only ran into a few people. I avoided them. I encountered plenty of beasts, but I wasn't here for them. Finally, I found a small stream. Water was the key. Streams lead to lakes, and the equinox flower loved the water. I followed the flow downstream until I reached a pool, but my heart sank when I saw it. The mud around the water was covered in tracks from birds and beasts. The equinox flower is a high-level treasure. Anything that valuable is guarded by a powerful spirit beast. If a spirit beast lived here, regular animals wouldn't dare come here to drink. This pool was empty. I sighed and kept moving. I didn't expect to find it on day one. I had 3 months before the realm closed. I had time, but I couldn't afford to be lazy. 3 days passed. I followed the water as it grew from a stream into a wide river. Several tributaries joined in, meaning a massive lake had to be further downstream. A lake that size was the perfect place for the flower to grow. Suddenly, the sound of clashing steel reached my ears. I usually ignored these fights, but I hesitated. What if it was someone from the Divine Sky Sword sect? I couldn't just let my fellow disciples die. I moved silently through the brush to get a closer look. It wasn't my sect. It was a group from the Qingyun sect being slaughtered by men in black robes. I frowned. These weren't the usual uniforms of our rivals, the Wuji demon sect or the Seven Kill sect. These men were efficient, ruthless, and highly skilled. The battle was almost over. The Qingyun sect had more people, but they were being systematically butchered. Out of 20 disciples, only 6 or 7 were still standing. "Who are you?" a young man shouted. His name was Li Luoi, a talented disciple of the Qingyun sect. He was covered in blood, struggling to hold his ground. "Why are you doing this? Do you have any idea what the Qingyun sect will do to you?" He could have run away. He was fast enough, but he stayed to protect his juniors. I respected that. The Qingyun sect and the Divine Sky Sword sect are both on our kill list, one of the black-robed men sneered. "Blame yourselves for joining the wrong sect. Are you from the Wuji demon sect?" Li Luai demanded. "Don't bother asking," the man laughed. "I'm not telling you anything. Unless what? Unless you're all dead." The black-robed men lunged for the final kill. Li Luai let out a roar, bracing himself for a desperate final stand. He knew he was going to die, but he refused to beg. He wouldn't shame his sect. Just as the blades were about to clash, for sharp whistles cut through the air. Asterisk thwack. Thwack, thwack, thwack. For screams followed instantly. Li Luai froze. He looked up and saw a sight that shook him to his core. 4 of the black-robed killers were pinned to trees, tree branches driven straight through their chests. They were gasping for air, dying where they hung. The 5th man didn't even have time to react. I was already there, my hand clamped around his throat like a vice. I lifted him off the ground. "Who sent you?" I asked. I made my voice deep and raspy so they wouldn't recognize me. "What is your goal in this realm? Tell me, and I might let you live." I hadn't wanted to get involved. I didn't care much for the Qingyun sect, but when they mentioned my sect was on a hit list, I couldn't stay in the shadows. If I didn't stop them here, more of my brothers and sisters would die. It was better to just end it now. I needed to crush this threat before it could grow. The 5 black-robed men weren't dead yet. They stared at my masked face with eyes full of terror and disbelief. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. 5 of them, wiped out in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. In the outside world, that might happen. There are plenty of monsters out there. But this was the 9 Serene Realm. The laws of this place were absolute. No one over 100 years old could enter without being shredded by the power of heaven and earth. That meant I was under 100. To them, that was insane. Who are you? The man in my grip choked out. It took him forever just to squeeze those words past my fingers. You don't have the right to ask, I said, my voice cold. Tell me your purpose. Tell me who sent you. Otherwise you die. Keep dreaming, he spat. I knew the answer before he even said it. I'd already noticed these men were professionally trained. They weren't the type to talk. If he wasn't going to speak, there was no point in keeping him around. Then let your miserable life end here, I muttered. Go apologize to the people you murdered. I tightened my grip. A sickening crack echoed through the clearing as I snapped his neck. I dropped his limp body like trash. The other four didn't last much longer. The branches hadn't just pierced their hearts. The sheer force of the impact had shattered their internal organs. They coughed up a final spray of blood and went still. The Qingyun sect disciples were frozen. Even Li Luoyi, their top genius, looked like she'd seen a ghost. She knew better than anyone how strong those killers were, yet they'd been deleted by someone under 100 years old. Her pride as a talent was clearly taking a massive hit. To her, I wasn't just a genius anymore. I was a monster. I turned to leave, but Li Luoyi's voice stopped me. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us, she called out. I turned back slowly, my face hidden behind the mask. I looked at the battered group. Don't thank me. Even if you weren't here, I wouldn't have let these men live. Regardless, you saved our lives, Li Luoyi said, cupping her fists in respect. Please, leave your name. Once we are out, the Qingyun sect will surely pay a visit to express our gratitude. No need, I replied. It was a small matter. Don't worry about it. Goodbye. It was small to you, but it meant everything to us, she started to say, but I didn't wait for her to finish. I vanished into the trees. I didn't want to waste time chatting with the Qingyun sect. I had things to do. Li Luoyi stared at the spot where I'd been for a long time. She was trying to figure out which sect could produce such a disciple. I didn't carry a sword, so I wasn't from the Divine Sky Sword sect. The Wuji Demon sect and the Seven Kills sect wouldn't save her. It was a mystery. I went back to searching for the Equinox flower. That was my priority. Saving Li Luoyi was just a side quest I'd already forgotten. I stayed alert, but I wasn't worried. Outside, things might be different, but in here, I didn't care how many black-robed killers they sent. I could kill them all. Meanwhile, in another corner of the realm, a battle had just ended. 3 black-robed corpses lay on the ground. Standing over them was a woman of peerless grace, Long Hans Huang, master of the Ice Soul Sword and one of the Divine Sky Seven. She had sensed powerful auras even before entering the realm. Now she knew who they belonged to. These men had changed their outfits to blend in, and whatever they were planning, it wasn't good. She searched the bodies, but found nothing. They were cold, professional, and completely unafraid of death. If she hadn't been significantly stronger than them, the fight would have been a toss-up. She wasn't satisfied. She stripped the robes off one of the corpses, ignoring the torso but focusing on the back. When she flipped the body over, her eyes widened. A massive, crimson character was carved into the man's back. It wasn't ink. It was a permanent scar that pulsed with a terrifying killing intent. The word was slaughter. Lung Hans Huang stood frozen. The sheer malice coming from that single word was overwhelming. Then, a realization hit her like a physical blow. Could it be them? She whispered. Fear crept into her expression. If she was right, things were about to get very ugly. Finding the flower had to wait. She needed to hunt these killers down and find the sect's disciples, especially her star pupil, Yi Qingxian. If she didn't warn them, the Divine Sky Sword sect was going to be wiped out in this place. 10 days passed. The 9 Serene Realm became a slaughterhouse. People died every hour, some to beasts, some to traps, but most to the black-robed men. Eventually, the survivors from the Divine Sky Sword sect and the Qingyun sect got the hint. They stopped looking for treasure and started grouping up using secret signals. Yi Qingxian was currently leading the largest group. Beside him was Yang Fan, another true disciple. As Lung Hanchuang's top student, Yi Qingxian was the natural leader. Even Yang Fan deferred to him. They were currently resting after a brutal skirmish. They had run into a team of 6 black-robed men. Even though they had 50 people, the fight had been a nightmare. They won, but they lost 8 disciples, and a dozen more were wounded. Yi Qingxian couldn't wrap his head around it. 10-1 odds, and they still took heavy casualties. Those men didn't fight like humans. They fought like emotionless puppets who didn't feel pain. It was a kill one to take 2 down with you style of combat that made his skin crawl. All right, everyone, Yi Qingxian said, looking at his exhausted team. What do we actually know about these killers? My fellow disciples from the Divine Sky Sword sect stood in silence. The battle we had just fought left everyone shaken. As sword cultivators, our attack power is unmatched, but our defense is our greatest weakness. Facing those black-robed men felt like fighting ghosts. They weren't just brave, they were suicidal. A normal swordsman is still human, but these men didn't seem to feel pain. They fought like walking corpses who had forgotten the concept of death. Senior Sister Yi, Yang Fan said, his voice trembling slightly. These black-robed men aren't normal. They don't just fight to win, they fight to trade lives. Even when they're dying, they try to drag someone down with them. No ordinary sect could train killers like this. I have a feeling their goal in the 9 Serene Realm is much darker than we thought. Yang Fan looked haunted. He was significantly stronger than the man he had fought, yet he struggled to finish the job because his opponent completely ignored self-preservation. In a normal fight, the weaker side looks for a way to escape. They live to fight another day. But these men only cared about how much damage they could do before they drew their last breath. For us sword cultivators, who lack heavy armor or high physical defense, this was a nightmare scenario. We had the numbers today, a massive advantage, and yet we still lost over a dozen people just to wipe them out. Brother Yang is right, one of the inner disciples added. They aren't here for treasures or opportunities. Before we met up with you, we saw bodies everywhere. Our disciples, people from other sects, even rogue cultivators. We thought it was just greed at first, but now I'm sure it was these black-robed men. Others chimed in, confirming the same grim story. These killers weren't looting. They weren't searching for herbs. They were just hunting people. If they don't want the treasures, what is their purpose? Yi Qingxian asked, looking around the group. No one had an answer. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. We had come here seeking fortune, but now, the mood had shifted to pure survival. Whatever they want, we have to change our plan, Yi Qingxian declared, his voice firm. No more solo scouting. We stay together. If we had only a third of our numbers today, I don't know who would have walked away alive. He made the call. The hunt for individual glory and the search for the equinox flower would have to wait. Safety was the only priority now. Even the most ambitious disciples didn't complain. They knew that a lucky break wasn't worth a cold grave in this wasteland. After a brief rest, the group moved out as one massive unit, leaving secret signals behind to call in any other wandering disciples. While the black-robed killers continued their slaughter across the realm, they were starting to take losses. They were strong, but there were only about 1,000 of them compared to the tens of thousands of cultivators who had entered the 9 Serene Realm. As the survivors began to cluster together for safety, the killers found it harder to pick people off. Their response was simple. They started forming larger hunting parties of their own. The scale of the violence was about to explode. None of that mattered to me, though. I was Lin Yuan, and I had my own path. I moved through the realm like a shadow, ignoring the petty squabbles for loot. If I saw the equinox flower, I took it. If I saw a black-robed man, I killed him. By the time 2 days had passed, the number of killers who had died by my hand was already in the double digits. Eventually, I reached a massive cliff. A waterfall roared beside me, dropping dozens of meters into a deep, dark basin. At the edge of the water, I spotted 2 groups facing off. One side were the familiar black robes. The other side wore robes embroidered with the character for medicine. They were from Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley is a unique force in Lizho. They aren't one of the 4 top sects, but they are just a step below, and their influence is arguably greater. They stay neutral, maintaining good relations with everyone from the Wuji Demon sect to our Divine Sky Sword sect. Everyone gets hurt eventually, and when you need healing, you go to them. They don't just give out medicine, though, they invest it. They look at your talent and background before deciding if you're worth the cure. I remembered my master, Su Mubai, had gone there once. But his foundation was completely shattered, and the cost to fix it was too high for a man they deemed spent. They told him they would only help if the Divine Sky Sword sect officially requested it on his behalf. But the sect leaders, thinking of the cost to the entire organization, wouldn't pay the price for a crippled genius. That was the cold reality of our world. Master didn't hate the sect for it. He just started searching for his own cures, which was how he eventually found me. But my eyes quickly moved past the humans to the center of the deep pool. A massive serpent rose from the water, its head towering 6 meters high. Its eyes glowed with a freezing, murderous light. I estimated the rest of its body, hidden beneath the surface, was at least 30 meters long. A beast that size doesn't guard an empty pond. There was a treasure down there. I just hoped it was the flower I needed. Neither group was backing down. The black-robed men wanted the beast's core and whatever it was guarding. The Medicine King Valley disciples stayed because they were used to being respected. They assumed no one would dare touch them. Go, the lead black-robed man hissed. 9 shadows blurred forward. The serpent sensed the threat immediately. It unhinged its jaw and exhaled a cloud of white mist. The air froze instantly, turning into jagged ice crystals. As the killers hit the mist, their movements slowed to a crawl. With a deafening hiss, the serpent lunged, its massive body erupting from the water. The massive serpent fully revealed itself, its body stretching nearly 40 meters long. With a sudden, violent motion, it swung its white tail toward the black-robed men. The killers were still sluggish from the freezing mist, their usual agility gone. Most managed to scramble away, but 2 weren't fast enough. The tail slammed into them like a falling mountain, sending them flying across the clearing. They hit the ground near the pool, leaving 2 deep craters in the earth. The impact shattered their internal organs instantly. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they collapsed, completely neutralized in a single strike. Save them! Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of Medicine King Valley, shouted to his disciples. It didn't matter to them if the victims were good or evil. In the eyes of Medicine King Valley, if a life had value, it was worth saving. These black-robed killers were powerful enough to terrorize the entire 9 Seclusions realm, which made them very valuable subjects. The healers rushed to the craters and began their work. The remaining black-robed men were furious. They had lost 2 fighters in the first exchange. Vile beast. You're asking for death, their leader hissed. Set the formation. End this quickly. The 6 remaining killers retreated from the freezing mist, circling the deep pool. They bit their thumbs and began drawing blood-red runes in the air. As the 7 sigils took shape, a crimson barrier slammed down, trapping the serpent inside. Sensing the trap, the beast went berserk. It slammed its massive head against the red walls over and over. Thud, thud, thud. The barrier trembled, cracks spider-webbing across the surface. The serpent's raw strength was terrifying. The leader struggled to maintain the formation while preparing a killing blow. Seeing the barrier about to shatter, the other men bit their tongues and spat essence blood onto the runes. The fading red light flared back to life, locking the beast down once more. The serpent roared, exhaling a constant stream of frost. The temperature plummeted so fast that even the magical barrier began to freeze. With a deafening explosion, the frozen cage shattered under the serpent's weight. But in that exact moment, a flash of red light streaked through the air. There was a sickening squelch, followed by a long, pained wail. When the mist cleared, the serpent's body was floating lifelessly on the water. A massive hole had been punched through its head, staining the pool deep crimson. The black-robed men slumped over, exhausted. The ice python is dead, one muttered, finally relaxing. Without that formation to restrict it, they all would have died. But just as they reached out to claim their prize, I decided it was time to move. Asterisk clap. 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 Asterisk. Impressive, I said, my voice echoing across the water. A truly wonderful fight. Everyone froze. They hadn't noticed me. I was standing right in the middle of the pool, balanced perfectly on top of the floating serpent's carcass, wearing my mask. Who are you? The leader demanded. His voice was calm, but I could see the panic in his eyes. He hadn't sensed my arrival at all. In a place like the 9 Seclusions realm, someone who could sneak up on him was a nightmare. I was going to ask you the same thing. I replied, my voice raspy and cold. Who are you to slaughter people in this realm without cause? Tell me your purpose, and I might leave your corpses intact." The killers didn't hesitate. Despite their exhaustion, they immediately tried to force another formation. I just stood there and watched. I didn't bother interrupting them. When the barrier finally shimmered into existence around me, I finally spoke. "Nice formation. Too bad it's useless against me." I stepped off the serpent and walked toward the leader. Thump, thump, thump. Every step I took seemed to sync with his heartbeat. As I got closer, his heart raced faster and faster until he was clutching his chest, gasping for air in pure agony. Only a thin layer of the red barrier separated us. Up close, the man looked small. He was paralyzed by a deep, primal fear. I reached out my right hand. In front of everyone, my fingers passed through his unbreakable barrier as if it were wet tissue paper. The leader broke. Death was one thing, but the suffocating pressure I was putting on his soul was unbearable. He bit his tongue to snap out of the trance, regained control of his legs, and bolted. He didn't look back. He just wanted to be anywhere else. He didn't even make it 2 steps. My hand landed on his shoulder like a falling star. I surged my sword chi into his body, shredding his muscles and organs from the inside out. He screamed, a high, thin sound that cut through the silence. The other killers turned to run, but they never had a chance. Within moments, they were all corpses. I turned back to the pool, ready to harvest the serpent. An elemental beast like this was a gold mine. The core was the prize, but the skin, blood, and bones were worth a fortune. "Senior, wait," a voice called out. I glanced over. It was Zhuge Qingyun from Medicine King Valley. He looked pale. "Something on your mind?" I asked. "Senior, this ice python is of great use to my Medicine King Valley," he said, bowing low. He had dropped all his arrogance. He had seen what I just did to those killers. "I asked that you consider parting with it." "You want the snake?" I asked. "Yes," he nodded. "And what are you prepared to trade for it?" Zhuge Qingyun paused. "That depends on what you need, senior." I looked at him, slightly surprised. I knew about Medicine King Valley. In the Lizho cultivation world, there was a saying, "If Medicine King Valley can't cure you, no one can." "Anything I want," I challenged. "Are you sure you're willing to pay any price?" "I am," he answered firmly. The python was valuable, but he wasn't just buying a snake. He was trying to buy my friendship. In the outside world, a young master like him wouldn't care about a rogue cultivator. But here, he knew I was the most dangerous thing in the woods. This was the Juyo secret realm. Only those under 100 years old could enter. When I put the pieces together, it meant my talent was terrifyingly high enough to rank among the top geniuses in all of Lizho. Medicine King Valley loved investing in monsters like that. It was how they survived. "I want the Equinox flower," I said after a moment of hesitation. "Does your Medicine King Valley have it?" I didn't have high hopes. But the Equinox flower was the only thing I needed right now. Everything else was just noise. Zhuge Qingyun looked troubled. That flower was far more precious than an ice python. Even if the valley had one in their private collection, a young master like him didn't have the authority to just give it away. He would need the approval of the high elders. "Senior, the Equinox flower is an extremely rare treasure," he said carefully. "Even my Medicine King Valley doesn't have one in stock. However, this secret realm is the perfect environment for them to grow. They've been found here before. If I find one, I promise to trade it to you." "Then find it first," I replied. "Talk to me when you actually have it." I didn't waste any more time on him. I tossed the massive corpse of the ice python into my spatial bag and walked toward the waterfall. There had to be something the beast was guarding. Behind the curtain of falling water, I found a massive cavern. It was huge, 10 meters high and nearly 50 meters deep. At the very back, I found a few unhatched serpent eggs. I felt the life force inside them. They were strong and would hatch soon. But that wasn't all. Hanging upside down from the roof of the cave was a small, ink-green plant. Its roots were wedged deep into the cracks of the rock. I didn't recognize it, but if a beast like that was guarding it, it wasn't trash. I pulled out my sword and carefully carved out a large chunk of the rock around the roots to keep the plant intact. I shoved the whole thing into my spatial bag. Thankfully, the bag Sumubai gave me was massive, or I never would have fit all this loot. I did a final sweep of the cave to make sure I hadn't missed anything, then walked back out. The Medicine King Valley group was still waiting by the pool. "Senior," Zhuge Qingyan called out. "Did you find any treasures inside?" "I did," I said. "But if Medicine King Valley wants them, you'll need that equinox flower to trade." Without another word, I leaped into the dense forest and vanished. I didn't like these people. They couldn't tell friend from foe, and I had no interest in chatting unless they had what I needed. Back at the pool, Zhuge Qingyan turned to a middle-aged man beside him. "Can you tell who he is?" The man shook his head. "When he killed those black-robed men, he used pure, crushing power. He didn't use any specific sect techniques. It's hard to say. Could he be a secret genius from the Divine Sky Sword sect?" Zhuge Qingyan mused. "Su Mubai is poisoned by soul-eating powder. He needs the equinox flower as a catalyst for the cure. This man specifically asked for that flower. It's too much of a coincidence." "It's possible," the man agreed. "But we can't rule out other factions yet." Elsewhere in the Juyo secret realm, the air was turning frigid. Cold frost spread from Elder Lung Hanshuang's feet, freezing the grass and trees around her. Her face was dark with rage. At her feet lay the bodies of over a dozen Divine Sky Sword sect disciples. 3 of them were from the inner sect. For 3 days, she had been tracking these killers after finding the bodies of some Qingyun sect disciples. She wanted to nip this thread in the bud. But seeing her own disciples slaughtered like this made her blood boil. These rats were killing her people right under her nose. Finding the equinox flower was her main mission, but as a peak master and one of the Divine Sky 7, she couldn't just stand by. The lives of the thousands of disciples in this realm were more important. Besides, her own true disciple, Yi Qingxian, was somewhere in these woods. Finding a worthy successor for the 7 swords was incredibly difficult. So far, only 4 of the 7 seats had found their heirs. If she didn't wipe out these black-robed killers now, she wouldn't be able to focus on the search for the flower. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She prepared to follow the trail again, but a flash of white in the brush caught her eye. It was a blood-stained white belt. Her heart skipped a beat. Only true disciples wore white belts. "Is someone being hunted?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please, don't let it be Qingxian." Yi Qingxian wasn't just her student. She was the heir to the Ice Spirit Sword. If she died, it would take years to find another match. Even if it wasn't her, losing any true disciple was a massive blow to the sect's future. Lung Hanshuang sprinted into the woods, following a trail of fresh blood. 2 hours later, she reached a valley. She didn't hesitate. She didn't care about traps. In her mind, her strength was enough to crush any scheme. Deep in the valley, she saw a figure lying face down on the ground. They weren't moving. They wore the green robes of our sect. She rushed over and flipped the body. It wasn't Yi Qingxian. It was Zhu Jie, a true disciple from Pingyang Peak. He was barely breathing, his pulse a faint flutter. Just as she reached down to check his wounds, the forest went silent. The birds stopped chirping. The wind died down. Suddenly, several black-robed figures lunged from the shadows. They were fast, coming at her from every angle. They thought they had her. They thought she was distracted. They were wrong. A wave of bone-chilling frost erupted from Lung Hanshuang's body. The moment the killers touched the mist, they froze solid. Their momentum carried them forward, but they were no longer men. They were statues. In a single heartbeat, the attackers had been turned into ice sculptures. "You're just ants," Lung Hanshuang sneered, her eyes glowing with a deadly light. "How dare you touch the people of my Divine Sky Sword sect? You're looking for death." Lung Hanshuang's frost had turned the first wave of attackers into statues, but the real threat was just stepping out of the trees. A group of men in black robes emerged, led by a man who walked a full pace ahead of the others. He looked at the frozen corpses and laughed. He admitted she was impressive, but he told her she wouldn't be leaving the valley alive. He said the 7 swords of Divine Sky had already lost one, my master, and today they would lose another. Lung Hanshuang wasn't intimidated. She was confident. She didn't believe anyone in the 9 Serenity secret realm had the power to keep her trapped. But the leader just smiled. He told her they had spent a long time preparing for this moment. They were ready for her. She looked at them coldly. She told them that if they failed to kill her, the entire province would find out the 7 Sands sect was practicing the forbidden killing god art again. 1,000 years ago, that art had turned their sect into public enemies. It allowed them to create an army of mindless killing machines that slaughtered everything in their path. Back then, every major power had united to crush them. The Seven Sands sect only survived by giving up their entire treasury and swearing never to touch that dark magic again. They had lied. The leader didn't care. He claimed they had refined the art to remove the side effects. He wasn't worried about being controlled by the urge to kill anymore. He was worried about world domination. He told her that once she was dead, their secret would stay safe until they were strong enough to rule everyone. Lung Hanshuang stopped talking. She drew the ice spirit sword. The blade was silver white, forged from a heart of eternal ice. The temperature in the valley plummeted instantly. Normal people would have been frozen solid just by touching the hilt. She swung, and the battle exploded. White frost clashed against a tide of blood-red energy. The red mist was the killing intent of the Seven Sands sect. The leader mocked her, claiming her legendary sword was nothing special. Then, he gave the order to activate the arrays. Red light shot up from the valley floor. They had set up 3 layers of formations specifically to trap a sword cultivator of her level. Under the pressure of the arrays, the red mist began to swallow her frost. Lung Hanshuang realized she was in trouble. She wasn't a fool. She knew she couldn't win a battle of attrition inside their trap. She gathered her strength and unleashed a massive strike. A white beam of sword chi tore through the red sky, slicing a hole in their formation. She didn't stay to finish the fight. She turned into a streak of light and bolted toward the exit, freezing the ground as she ran. The black-robed killers didn't hesitate. They vanished into the shadows, chasing after her. While she was fighting for her life, I was still wandering the deeper parts of the realm. Another half-month had passed. I had found plenty of rare herbs and treasures, but there was still no sign of the equinox flower. I was starting to get restless. Time was ticking away, and my master couldn't wait forever. By evening, I was tired and hungry. I found a clearing by a river and started a fire. I pulled out a large chunk of meat from the Bingran beast I had killed earlier. It was the best-tasting thing I'd found in this place. The fat sizzled over the flames, and the smell was incredible. I added some of my own spices, but I couldn't really enjoy it. My mind was elsewhere. I kept thinking that if I had more time, I'd hunt every beast in this forest just to see how they tasted. I leaned against a tree to rest. The forest was loud with the sound of insects and the distant roars of monsters. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my head. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling in the brush. The insects went quiet. A spider the size of a wash basin crawled out of the dark. It had a disgusting pattern on its back that looked like a human face. It was a human-faced demon spider. They were highly toxic hunters that usually traveled in swarms. It stared at me, waiting for a moment to strike. It thought I was asleep. The spider lunged. I didn't even open my eyes. I flicked my finger, and a tiny blade of sword chi sliced the creature perfectly in half. Green blood sprayed everywhere. That was a mistake. The smell of the blood triggered the rest of the swarm. Hundreds of them burst from the trees, clicking their legs and leaping toward me. I didn't move from my spot. I just kept releasing waves of sword chi. In seconds, the ground was covered in a mountain of spider corpses. Their toxic blood flowed into the river, instantly killing the fish and shrimp downstream. Once the forest went silent again, I stood up. I brushed a speck of dust off my sleeve and jumped onto a high branch. I looked toward a thick patch of trees in the distance. I could feel something else watching me. I pointed my finger and sent a heavy strike flying into the dark. A sharp screech echoed through the woods. A scream echoed through the dense forest. A massive human-faced demon spider crawled out of the shadows, revealing itself. This thing was at least 10 times larger than the ones I had just killed. It was the size of a small car. One of its legs had been severed by my previous strike, and thick green blood dripped from the wound, melting the vegetation on the ground instantly. Its 2 crimson eyes, each as large as a bowl, stared me down with pure hatred. Its fangs were over 10 centimeters long, dripping with venom. I stood my ground, facing the giant insect. I had never seen a spider this large before, and honestly, it piqued my interest. We stared at each other for about 30 seconds before it finally snapped. It lunged, spitting several thick webs toward me, but then it did something unexpected. It turned around and bolted. I easily dodged the webbing and began to follow at a leisurely pace. This spider was different from the others. It actually possessed a shred of intelligence. I wanted to see where it was going. I wanted to find its nest. After 10 minutes of tracking, the spider reached a massive underground cavern and leaped inside without hesitation. I walked to the edge and looked down. The opening was huge, hundreds of meters in diameter. This was definitely the hive. I took a step forward into the empty air. I didn't fall. I walked calmly toward the center of the pit, step by step, and began to descend slowly through the air. I wasn't using any tools or charms. I was doing this through pure cultivation. Being able to walk on air meant I had reached at least the 5th stage of cultivation, the Void Realm. Even in Lizho, a Void Realm cultivator was considered a powerhouse. In the Divine Sky Sword sect, this was the level of an ordinary elder. My current power was already equal to theirs. I descended over 100 meters before my boots hit the cavern floor. It was pitch black down there, the kind of darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But for a high-level cultivator like me, night vision was a basic skill. I could see everything. The ground was covered in layers of white bones. Most belonged to animals, but I spotted quite a few human skulls mixed in the pile. I scanned the room. The rock walls were honeycombed with smaller tunnels. Some were only a few inches wide, while one massive tunnel stretched nearly 40 meters across. Suddenly, a high-pitched, grating sound filled the air. Hundreds of crimson eyes began to pop open in the darkness of the tunnels. A normal person would have fainted from terror, but I felt nothing. I wasn't acting tough. I genuinely didn't care. To me, these creatures were nothing. I could wipe them out in a single breath if I felt like it. A screech louder than the rest erupted from the largest tunnel. An ultra-large human-faced demon spider crawled out. It was the size of a 3-story building. It shrieked a command, and the swarm responded. Hundreds of spiders leaped from their holes, raining down on me from all sides. I stood in the center of the chaos and let my intent flow. Thousands of blades of sword chi manifested out of thin air. In seconds, the swarm was shredded. Carcasses piled up on the floor, burying the old bones under fresh meat. That's the terrifying thing about high-level sword cultivators. Our destructive power is unmatched. Our only real weakness is defense. If someone can survive the initial strike, they might have a chance to kill us. The giant spider seemed to realize this. Seeing its children slaughtered so easily, it turned and retreated deep into its tunnel. I followed. After walking a few hundred meters, I saw strange cocoons hanging from the ceiling. They were food, wrapped in thick silk. I pushed deeper into the cave for another 100 meters until I reached a wide, open chamber at the very end. I looked around, but the spider was gone. I had watched it come in here, yet it had vanished into thin air. There were no side paths or forks in the road. I felt a surge of frustration. I must have missed something. I considered giving up. Searching for one bug was a waste of time. Its inner core and venom sac were valuable to most people, but they weren't worth my day. Just as I turned to leave, a massive, semicircular rock caught my eye. It looked like it had been moved recently. I walked over and realized the spider had dragged this boulder to block a hidden passage. I flicked my finger, sending a bolt of sword chi that shattered the rock into pebbles. Behind it was another tunnel, and from within, I heard the sound of rushing water. An underground river. I didn't hesitate. I jumped in. I had been in the 9 Serenity secret realm for a month now, following a small stream on the surface. I had traveled a massive distance, but I hadn't seen a single trace of the equinox flower. I was starting to doubt my plan. The equinox flower thrives in the cold. Underground water is always colder than the surface. If I followed this dark river, I might actually find what I was looking for. The further I dropped, the louder the water became. After 10 meters, I landed in a fast-moving river. The water was ice-cold, far colder than anything above ground. This was the perfect environment, dark, damp, and freezing. I felt like I had wasted the last month. I should have looked for an underground river from the start. I began walking downstream, my feet skimming the surface of the water. I had gone a few hundred meters when a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. A bright red snake, no thicker than a thumb, shot out from a crack in the wall. It moved so fast it was almost a blur, vibrating the very air around it. I reached out and caught it midair. It hissed and writhed, trying to sink its fangs into the back of my hand. I didn't give it the chance. A small burst of sword chi took its head off. I tossed the body aside and kept moving. I traveled for dozens of kilometers. The underground was far more dangerous than the surface. Small, venomous creatures attacked me constantly, hidden in every shadow. After a while, I saw a familiar sight. The giant demon spider was hanging upside down from the ceiling over the river. Its red eyes watched me warily, and it let out a low, clicking hiss. It was a warning. It knew I was coming for it. I looked at the giant demon spider blocking my path. Since it had guided me to this underground river, I decided to show it some mercy. I told it to leave while it still could. The spider didn't move. It just stared at me with those cold, red eyes. It had some intelligence, but not enough to understand human speech. We were different species, and there was no way to bridge that gap. I took a step forward. The spider's warning grew louder, a series of aggressive clicks and hisses. I sighed. I had given it a chance, but it was refusing to take it. I wondered why it was even standing its ground. It had fled from me before, so why stop here? It was too big to ambush me in this narrow space. When I got within 30 meters, the creature snapped. It launched a barrage of thick webs and corrosive venom, flooding the tunnel. For any normal prey, this would have been a death sentence. But I wasn't normal. I flicked my wrist, and a single streak of sword chi sliced through the air. The massive spider was cleaved perfectly in two. Green blood sprayed across the cavern walls. A dark green orb floated out from the carcass. I caught it, the beast's inner core. It was the most valuable part of any spirit beast, worth a fortune on the surface. I tucked it into my storage bag. I could have taken the venom sac too, but I wasn't interested. I walked past the remains and finally understood why the spider had stopped. It wasn't trying to fight, it was trapped. The underground river disappeared into a narrow, submerged tunnel. There was no more dry land. The spider couldn't swim through that, but I could. I summoned my sword chi, forming a glowing shield around my body to keep the water off. Then I dove in. The current was violent, dragging me deep into the earth. I stopped fighting it and just let the water carry me. Meanwhile, back on the surface of the Nine Serenity realm, a massive hunt was underway. A team of nearly 200 disciples was swarming a giant earthhorn bull. This beast was a mountain of muscle and bone with incredible defense, but very little offensive power. Hundreds of flying swords and beams of chi rained down on it. Each hit only left a scratch, but the sheer volume of attacks was overwhelming. Eventually, even a giant can be brought down by enough ants. The bull's eyes were blinded, its neck was slashed open, and the ground was soaked in its blood. With a final, earth-shaking thud, it collapsed. Yi Qingxian stood at the head of the group. Under her leadership, the Divine Sky Sword Sect team had grown massive. Even the mysterious men in black robes avoided them now. Numbers meant safety, but they also meant scarcity. There weren't enough treasures to go around. The inner disciples got the scraps, and the outer disciples got nothing at all. Frustration started to set in. A dozen older outer disciples, desperate to find their own great fortune, decided to slip away from the main group in the middle of the night. It was a fatal mistake. They hadn't been gone long before they ran into a six-man squad of black-robed killers. They were slaughtered instantly. Worse, their deaths revealed the location of the main sect body. The black-robed men weren't stupid. They knew they couldn't take on 200 people alone. They sent their best scouts to shadow Yi Qingxuan's group, leaving a trail of hidden marks for reinforcements. Their goal for this realm was simple: wipe out the Divine Sky Sword sect. Yi Qingxian had no idea the hunters had become the prey. Deep within the heart of the realm, the underground river finally spat me out. I emerged in a massive sinkhole, a hidden world tucked away from the surface. It was beautiful. Rare herbs and glowing plants grew everywhere around a central spring that fed a deep, still pool. In the center of the water stood a lone stone pillar. It was too quiet. A place this perfect should have been teeming with life, but there wasn't a single animal in sight. That usually meant one thing. This was the territory of a king. The water rippled. A silver-white head rose slowly from the pool. It looked like the ice serpent I'd seen before, but this one had two small silver horns budding from its skull. It hauled its long, shimmering body out of the water and coiled itself around the stone pillar, reaching toward the faint light filtering down from above. It was a jade dragon, a serpent that had successfully evolved. Its scales reflected the light like polished diamonds. I watched it mesmerized. It was far more beautiful than the beasts I'd encountered so far, and likely far more deadly. It seemed to be absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. I stayed still, realizing I had stumbled right into the lair of a legend. The jade dragon was a creature blessed by the heavens. It stayed coiled on the stone pillar, eyes closed, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. I didn't move. Transforming from a serpent into a dragon wasn't just a simple evolution. It was a trial by fire. A creature had to survive the baptism of heavenly tribulation to make the leap. Less than 1 in 10 succeeded. Most were turned to ash by lightning. Finding a living jade dragon was like finding a needle in a haystack. Because I had arrived so silently, the beast hadn't noticed me yet. It continued its cultivation, basking in the light filtering from above. It had lived here for countless ages, and no creature had ever dared to disturb its peace. It was relaxed, confident in its own absolute power. In the entire 9 Serenity realm, there were very few beasts that could match a dragon. It was a true overlord. After about 3 minutes, I started to get bored. I walked toward the edge of the pool and stepped onto the solid ground. I let the protective sword chi around my body dissipate. When I looked up again, the dragon was looking down. Our eyes met. Unlike the giant spiders or the ice serpents I'd fought before, this creature had survived a tribulation. Its intelligence was high. It wasn't quite human, but it was close. I could see the confusion in its golden eyes. It couldn't understand how a human had suddenly appeared in its home. Over its long life, it had encountered humans before. Every 100 years, thousands of them flooded into the realm. A few always found this sinkhole. Without exception, the dragon had eaten them. To a beast like this, humans were the spirits of all things, which apparently meant we tasted pretty good. Hey there, little guy, I said, giving a small wave. Sorry about this. I stumbled in by accident. I didn't realize this was your place. If I'm not welcome, I'll just leave. I hoped a high-level beast like this could understand me. I wasn't afraid of it, but I knew how hard it was for a snake to become a dragon. It was a creature favored by the world. Since we didn't have a grudge, I didn't want to kill it for no reason. I turned to take a few steps away, but then I froze. I looked at the lush environment, the pure spring water, and the powerful guardian. This was exactly the kind of blessed land I'd been searching for. If the equinox flower existed anywhere in this realm, it was here. I couldn't just walk away. I looked back up at the dragon. Its gaze hadn't left me for a second. It seemed to have recovered from its shock, and now, its eyes were burning with rage. To the dragon, my presence was a severe provocation. A tiny human had broken into its home. Was I here to steal its treasures? To hunt it? It didn't matter. In its mind, I was already dead. The dragon threw its head back and let out a roar. It wasn't quite the true cry of a divine dragon, but it was far more powerful than any hiss. Its aura exploded outward. The pressure hit me like a physical wall. Several massive waterspouts rose from the pool, swirling into the air like liquid dragons. Seeing how arrogant it was being, I felt a spark of anger. I had already apologized. This overgrown worm was really going to disrespect me like that? It thought I was a pushover. Besides, I needed an excuse to search this place for the flower anyway. If it wanted to start something, I wouldn't stop it. The dragon's howling continued, its power climbing higher and higher as it signaled its dominance to the entire realm. I reached into my storage bag and pulled out the Howren's sword. The moment my hand gripped the hilt, everything changed. I stopped hiding. My suppressed cultivation exploded outward, and I unleashed the full force of my ultimate sword intent. Back at the sect, I always played the role of the mediocre disciple. Gutsuin Peak was quiet, but it was still under the eyes of the sect elders and the old monsters hiding in the forbidden zones. But here, in the 9 Serenity realm, no one knew who I was. Even if someone saw me, they would never link a god-tier swordsman to the trash, eldest disciple of the Divine Sky Sword sect. I could finally see where my limits were. As my power hit its peak, the sky above the sinkhole turned black. Thick clouds swirled, and thunder rumbled so loudly the earth shook. It was as if the world itself was shocked by my presence. Deep in the heart of the Nine Serenity realm, inside a magnificent golden palace labeled Nine Serenity Hall, a faint phantom appeared. He looked up at the trembling sky and whispered, "How many years has it been?" Finally, someone who can stir the heavens. Good. It seems I haven't waited in vain. Back at the pool, I was immersed in the feeling of my own strength. It felt incredible to finally let loose, like a pressure valve being released after years of tension. I was ready for a real fight. But when I looked at the dragon, it had stopped roaring. It looked paralyzed. The phenomenon in the sky was even more terrifying than the tribulation it had faced to evolve. It realized instantly that I wasn't prey. I was a monster. If we fought, it wouldn't just lose, it would be erased. Thousands of years of cultivation would vanish in a second. The arrogance in its eyes vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. I didn't notice the shift at first. I slowly raised the Howran sword, pointing the tip directly at the dragon's throat. "Come on then," I said. "You wanted to fight. Let's fight." The moment my sword locked onto it, the dragon stiffened. It was pinned by my killing intent. It felt like if it even breathed, it would die. That one simple movement, raising my sword, nearly scared the life out of it. I frowned, sensing something was wrong. The dragon's domineering aura was gone. It wasn't looking at me like a king anymore. It looked pathetic. Its eyes filled with tears, and 2 large drops actually rolled down its scales. I was stunned. What's going on? Are we fighting or not? It had completely lost its will to fight. I couldn't exactly cut down a crying target. I lowered my sword slightly. The dragon immediately seized the chance to move. It slowly lowered its head into the water, keeping only its eyes and horns visible. It paddled toward me, stopping at the edge of the pool. It looked up at me with the most pitiful, pleading expression I had ever seen on a beast. If anyone else had seen this, their jaw would have hit the floor. A silver jade dragon, a high-level overlord, was lowering its head to flatter and beg a human. I was confused, but after a moment of silence, I walked right up to the water's edge. I reached out and touched the silver horn on the dragon's head. It felt smooth and cool. I started scratching it, just like I used to pet a cat back on Earth. The dragon's eyes drifted shut, a look of pure bliss washing over its face. That confirmed it. My full power display had terrified the creature so much that it had completely surrendered. It was an ancient beast with high intelligence. Once it realized it couldn't win, it chose to submit rather than die. Honestly, its survival instincts were impressive. If it hadn't backed down, I probably would have ended its life right then and there. "Since you've submitted to me, I'm your master now," I said, patting its head. The dragon nodded repeatedly as if it understood every word. "Good. You need a name," I mused, looking at its shimmering white scales. "Since you're all silver and white, I'll call you Xiaobai." The dragon nodded again, faster this time. I couldn't help but smile. Having a silver-horned jade dragon as a pet was a massive upgrade from the cats and dogs people kept back home. It wasn't a true dragon yet, but it was close enough to make me feel like a total boss. Maybe one day I'd find a real dragon to pet. Now that would be the ultimate flex. I spent a little more time playing with Xiaobai, but I quickly realized that despite its intelligence, it didn't fully understand human speech. I had to use hand gestures and exaggerated movements to explain things. It made sense. This place, the Nine Serenities' secret realm, only opened once every 100 years. Most humans who entered never made it this far, so Xiaobai had probably never spoken to a soul. Eventually, I got down to business. I needed the treasure it was guarding. I desperately hoped it was the equinox flower. As one of the strongest overlords in this realm, Xiaobai had a massive collection. Any beast that lived nearby had either been eaten or chased away long ago. Xiaobai had spent years transplanting rare herbs and spirit plants into this small paradise. Looking around, almost every plant I saw was a rare treasure that would cause a war in the outside world. The spirit grass I'd found in the ice python's nest earlier was trash compared to what was growing here. I gestured to Xiaobai, trying to explain what I was looking for. The dragon didn't quite get it, so it led me around the area to show off its garden. We searched for a long time, but I didn't see a single equinox flower. I started to panic. If the flower wasn't here, all these other treasures were useless to me. I tried explaining again, using my hands to mimic the shape of the petals, but Xiaobai just stared at me with those big, pitiful eyes, looking completely lost. It was frustrating. I wished I had a photo to show it. I grabbed a stick and tried drawing the flower in the dirt. It was a disaster. My drawing was so bad I couldn't even tell it was a flower, let alone a specific one. I sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. If I searched this entire place and came up empty, I didn't know what I'd do. Then, a thought struck me. The equinox flower was far more precious than these other plants. Usually, the more powerful a treasure is, the more nutrients it drains from the soil. Rare plants like that often grow alone because nothing else can survive near them. I changed my strategy. Instead of looking through the lush greenery, I started searching the barren corners where nothing else grew. I checked one rocky outcrop. Nothing. I checked another. Still nothing. While I was focused on the search, Xiaobai slowly sank back into the pool. I noticed it leaving out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't stop it. I had come here for the flower to save my master, Sumubai. Even though the dragon was a walking goldmine of rare materials, I had already decided not to kill it. I couldn't exactly take it out of the realm with me, either. It was too big to hide, and the powerful experts waiting outside would kill it for its parts the moment we stepped through the portal. Letting it stay here was the kindest thing I could do. I kept searching, losing track of time. Suddenly, ripples broke the surface of the water. Xiaobai emerged from the pool and glided toward me, gently nudging my shoulder with its snout. "Not now, I'm busy," I muttered, brushing it off. The dragon nudged me again, more insistently this time. "What is it?" I asked, finally turning around. Xiaobai opened its massive jaws. Tucked safely inside was a plant I had seen in my dreams every night since my master was poisoned. I froze. My eyes went wide, and a wave of pure relief crashed over me. It was the equinox flower. "I found it," I whispered. "Master is saved." In that moment, the crushing guilt I had been carrying finally began to lift. Ever since Sumubai was crippled, I had blamed myself. I felt like my decision to hide my strength had led to this. If I had just shown my talent earlier, the Divine Sky Sword sect would have treated us like royalty. My master wouldn't have had to go out alone, and he never would have been ambushed. I wasn't like Su Xiao. She worked hard because she lacked the power to change things. I had the power, but I chose to stay in the shadows. If he had died, I would have been haunted for the rest of my life. But it wasn't too late. I took a deep breath, calming my racing heart. I reached out and gently took the flower from Xiaobai's mouth. Then, I patted the dragon's head. "Xiaobai, thank you. Truly." The dragon could feel my joy and rubbed its head against me affectionately. In an instant, Xiaobai went from a random beast to someone I would protect with my life. If anyone tried to hurt this dragon now, they'd have to go through me. With the equinox flower in hand, my mission was complete. Now, I just had to wait for the realm to open so I could leave. I had no intention of meeting up with the rest of the Divine Sky Sword sect disciples. I worked better alone. Besides, I had a dragon to hang out with. I was ready to leave this place. I looked at the entrance of the sinkhole and then glanced back at the dragon. "I'm heading out now," I said, gesturing toward the sky. "Do you want to stay here, or come with me?" I assumed Xiaobai would choose to stay. He was the king of this hidden paradise, after all. He only surrendered to me because I was stronger, and I figured he was probably counting the seconds until I disappeared, so he could have his home back. But Xiaobai didn't pull away. Instead, he nudged my arm gently and let out a low, soft whimper. "Wait, you actually want to come with me?" I asked, surprised. The dragon nodded his massive head instantly. I started using my hands to explain the problem. He was too big. If he followed me out there, he'd be a walking target. A rare dragon that had survived a heavenly tribulation was a living treasure. Every top sect in the world would lose their minds trying to skin him or capture him. My storage bags couldn't hold living creatures, and the Wuji demon sect's grand elder, Qiandao Xiong, was still waiting outside. If things got ugly, I wasn't sure even the Divine Sky Sword sect could protect him. Xiaobai seemed to understand. He flew into the air, circling a few times, and then something incredible happened. His massive body began to shrink. Right before my eyes, The 100-foot dragon transformed into a tiny white snake, no thicker than my pinky finger. He flew back down and circled me happily. I held out my hand, and he landed right in my palm. It was hard to believe this little guy was the same beast that had shaken the earth moments ago. Amazing, I laughed. All right then. From now on, you're with me. One day, I'll help you become a true dragon and soar through the highest heavens. Xiaobai rolled around in my hand, clearly excited. Since he was coming with me, I decided to pack up the house. This hidden valley was filled with rare spiritual herbs and medicines. If Xiaobai had stayed, I would have left them for him, but leaving them here now was just a waste. It took me 5 full days of hard work. I dug up every valuable plant, making sure to take the surrounding soil so they wouldn't die in my storage bag. I planned to replant them at Gutsuan Peak once I got home. It was tedious work, but finding the equinox flower had put me in a great mood. I didn't mind the manual labor. Let's go, Xiaobai, I said, beckoning him. I'll show you the world. No more hiding in this hole. With a flick of my wrist, the little white snake shot into my sleeve and coiled around my arm. To anyone else, I just looked like a lone traveler. I leaped into the air, flew out of the sinkhole, and picked a direction at random. Coincidentally, I was heading toward Yi Qingxian and the others, though we were still miles apart. While I was traveling, trouble was brewing elsewhere. 2 men in black robes were stalking the main group of the Divine Sky Sword sect, leaving a trail of markers behind them. For others had branched off to find allies. One of these scouts found a group led by Miao Kuan, a top disciple of the Qixia sect. The black-robed men were secret weapons of the Qixia sect, known only to the elite. When Miao Kuan heard they had located the Divine Sky Sword sect's main force, he nearly jumped for joy. He immediately rallied his men for an ambush. The Qixia sect and the Wuji demon sect had already made a secret pact. Their goal was simple: wipe out the Divine Sky Sword sect and the Qingyun sect piece by piece. They had already crippled my master, Su Mubai. They had lured Elder Lung Han Huang into this realm to capture her. Now, they planned to slaughter every disciple inside. 7 days later, the trap sprung. The Divine Sky Sword sect was hit hard. The Qixia sect had set up a massive formation, catching our disciples completely off guard. It was a bloodbath. If it wasn't for Yi Qingshuan's leadership, they would have been wiped out entirely. They managed to break through the formation and retreat to an open field to rest. But the mood was grim. They realized the threat wasn't just the mysterious black-robed men anymore. It was a full-scale betrayal by the Qixia and Wuji demon sects. Yi Qingxian sat alone on a high tree branch, his face dark. This wasn't how the Nine Abyss realm was supposed to work. Usually, sects hunted for treasure and avoided direct conflict unless one side was vastly stronger. Nobody wanted a Pyrrhic victory. But this time, the rules had changed. Between the black-robed killers and the Qixia sect's blatant aggression, it felt like the start of a war. He thought about my master, Su Mubai. He thought about the Rakshasa sect being wiped out by a mysterious masked swordsman. There were too many variables. He was terrified, but he couldn't show it. If he lost his cool, the rest of the disciples wouldn't stand a chance. He took a deep breath, trying to plan their next move. Staying in a large group made them a massive target, but splitting up made them easy prey. We need to find the Qingyun sect, he muttered to himself. If we don't join forces, none of us are making it out of here alive. If we could find the Qingyun sect, we'd have a real chance. Together, we could stand against the Qixia sect, the Wuji demon sect, or those mysterious black-robed killers. But the Nine Abyss realm was massive. Finding them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. As Yi Qingxian sat there lost in thought, Yang Fan approached her. He was another core disciple, and I knew exactly what was on his mind. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He'd been obsessed with her for a long time. Yang Fan hadn't even planned on coming to the Nine Abyss realm. He had plenty of resources and talent back at the sect. But the moment he heard Yi Qingxian was going, he changed his mind. He figured 3 months stuck together in a dangerous place would finally spark some romance. Even if it didn't, he wanted to leave a lasting impression. Another core disciple, Zhu Jia, had the same idea. They both came along just to chase her. But they didn't realize how deadly this trip would be. Zhu Jia was already dead, and Yang Fan had barely escaped with his life several times. Still, Yang Fan saw a silver lining. He believed that shared danger would bring them closer. He stared at Yi Qingshuan's back, trying to hide his excitement. "Senior sister," he said softly. "We should move. The Qixia sect will be on us soon." "Then let's go," she replied. She jumped down from the branch without even looking at him. Yi Qingxian was cold. Her cultivation of extreme frost qi made her that way, much like elder Lung Hanshuang. But that icy personality only made men like Yang Fan want to conquer her even more. He didn't mind the cold shoulder. He just followed her down. Not long after we left, the Qixia sect arrived at our campsite. They found the dying embers of our fire and the leftover animal bones. "Damn it, they're fast," Miao Kuan cursed. He was frustrated. He knew he had to catch us quickly. He had gained a massive advantage with that first ambush in his formations. But if the Divine Sky Sword sect regained their footing, things would get ugly. Sword cultivators were the most lethal fighters in the world. He had to kill us while we were still weak. After them, Miao Kuan roared, leading his men into the woods. 2 hours later, evening fell. The Qixia sect followed our tracks to a dense, overgrown mountainsides. Suddenly, Miao Kuan stopped dead in his tracks. "What is it, senior brother?" one of his disciples asked. "Something's wrong," Miao Kuan muttered. "There's a problem," and before he could explain, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Array, activate. Avenge our fallen brothers." Hundreds of sword lights erupted from the dark forest. It was an ambush. "It's a trap. Get ready to fight," Miao Kuan screamed. He couldn't believe it. We had been crushed that morning. We should have been running scared, but here we were, fighting back. We were lunatics. The sword lights tore through the Qixia sect. They weren't prepared at all. In that first wave, dozens of their men fell. "Bastards," Miao Kuan hissed. "Everyone charge. Don't just stand there like targets." As he finished speaking, a long sword lunged straight for his face. He deflected it with a heavy strike, but the blade flew back into Yi Qingshuan's hand. She didn't hesitate. She swung again, locking him in a desperate duel. The rest of the disciples charged into the woods, and the real battle began. In a single day, our two sects fought twice. They ambushed us in the morning, and we paid them back by sunset. Yi Qingxian had played them perfectly. The fight didn't last long. In war, the side that strikes first usually wins. We had the upper hand, and we pressed it hard, venting all our rage from the morning's defeat. Eventually, seeing his men being slaughtered, Miao Kuan retreated into the darkness. We won. Yi Qingxian didn't order a pursuit. The ambush had been a snap decision, and it worked better than she expected. As sword cultivators, we needed courage. She had noticed some disciples losing heart after the morning massacre, and she knew that would kill us faster than any enemy. This victory brought our morale back from the dead. "Senior sister, we did it," Yang Fan said, walking over with a grin. He had fought well, killing 3 men and wounding 6 others. "Don't relax yet," she said, her voice like ice. "We have to stay alert, or the morning will repeat itself. We are alone in this realm. No one is coming to save us. If we want to live, we have to rely on ourselves. Don't worry," Yang Fan shouted to the group. "We won't give them another chance. Right, everyone?" "Right," an inner disciple yelled back. "We're the Divine Sky Sword sect. We don't fear anyone. Let them come. Let them come. Let them come." The disciples and deacons roared, their voices echoing through the mountains. They needed this release. Seeing their spirits high, Yi Qingxian actually let out a small, relieved smile. The male disciples froze. It was the first time they had ever seen the ice goddess smile. Yang Fan was completely mesmerized. He felt like his decision to come here was finally paying off. She had smiled, and in his mind, she had smiled at him. But the smile vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Clean up," she ordered, her face turning back to stone. "We move out. Leave plenty of false tracks to confuse them." "What's next, senior sister?" Yang Fan asked. Yi Qingxian thought for a moment. "Leave our secret signals for the Qingyan sect. Keep an eye out for theirs, too. If we can link up with them, our chances of survival go up. We need to find them." While Yi Qingxian and the others were desperately trying to link up with the Qingyan sect, their enemies were doing the exact same thing. The Seven Sands sect wanted blood. The battle earlier that evening had been a disaster for them. They had fallen right into our sect's ambush, losing over half their men. Miao Kuan was livid. He was a proud, true disciple, and losing like that felt like a slap in the face. He wanted the Divine Sky Sword sect wiped off the map to satisfy his grudge. Miao Kuan turned to a man clad in black robes. "Where is your great leader?" he demanded. "Can you contact him? Tell him to send men over here immediately. I want the Divine Sky Sword sect destroyed." The black-robed man didn't even flinch. "The great leader has more important things to do in the Nine Nether Realm," he replied coldly. "He doesn't have time for these trifles." These black-robed men were part of a secret unit raised by the Seven Sands sect. They only took orders from the sect master himself. Even though Miao Kuan held a high status as a true disciple, it meant nothing to them. Still, they didn't want to make an enemy of him. Who knew? He might be the sect master one day. "You call this a trifle?" Miao Kuan's temper flared. He had just been humiliated by Yi Qingxian, and now he was being brushed off. "Losing this many men is a small matter to you. Compared to what the great leader is doing, yes," the man replied. He wasn't lying. The great leader was hunting bigger prey, Long Han's Huang, one of the 7 swords of divine sky. Her life was worth more than every other disciple in this realm combined. If they could kill her here, it would be a devastating blow to our sect's foundation. Miao Kuan forced himself to calm down. He knew these sand gods were the sect master's personal blade. He also knew that if he wanted to lead the sect in the future, he couldn't afford to alienate them. He asked if it was true, and once the black-robed man confirmed the importance of the mission, Miao Kuan let his anger go. He had his own ambitions, and he needed to play the long game. Both sides were gathering allies. With over a month left before the realm closed, a massive clash was inevitable. But on paper, the Divine Sky Sword sect was losing. As the days passed, the Seven Sands sect's numbers swelled. They hadn't found the main force of the Wuji Demon sect yet, but they had picked up several smaller teams. Their force grew to nearly 400 people. Meanwhile, our side was struggling. Every time Yi Qingxian sent someone out to find help, they were intercepted and killed by those black-robed scouts. They were like ghosts. They wouldn't fight us head-on, but they stayed close enough to track our movement and pick off our messengers. We couldn't shake them, and we couldn't catch them. I watched as Yi Qingxuan's hope began to fade. She knew that if this continued, we'd be cornered and slaughtered. Then, we found it. A secret signal left by the Qingyan sect. Yi Qingxuan's eyes lit up. This was our lifeline. These signals were complex, designed so that only allies could decode them. Before entering the realm, our 2 sects had agreed to help each other if things got bad. The signal we found wasn't just a Qingyan mark, it was the shared code for emergency assistance. They were looking for us, too. Yi Qingxian decoded the direction and we moved out immediately, ignoring the black-robed shadows lingering in the distance. Finding the Qingyan sect was the only thing that mattered now. 2 weeks later, the storm finally broke. We were trapped in a valley between 2 massive mountains. The scale of the battle was terrifying. Over 1,000 cultivators were locked in combat. These weren't ordinary people. Every single person there was at least in the 3rd realm, with several powerful 4th realm masters leading the charge. A battle of this scale hadn't been seen in our region for years. The Divine Sky Sword sect and the Qingyan sect were pinned down. In front of us stood the Seven Sands sect. Behind us, the Wuji Demon sect blocked the path. To make matters worse, dozens of black-robed assassins were picking us off from the shadows, and an anti-air formation had been set up to keep our sword seekers from flying away. Usually, our 2 sects could hold our own against the villains, but the presence of those black-robed men changed everything. They were ruthless and experienced. Every time they struck, a life was taken. We were forced into a tight defensive circle. Luckily, the Qingyan sect had managed to set up a defensive array, but it was a temporary fix. Once that barrier shattered, there would be nowhere left to run. Inside the barrier, the 4 true disciples, Yi Qingxian, Yang Fan, and the Qingyan sects Li Luoi and Su Wei, huddled together. They were all wounded. Yang Fan looked the worst. He had barely survived a dual ambush by the Black Robes. Out of the 7 true disciples who entered the realm, only these 4 remained together. The others were missing or dead. "Senior Sister Yi, the array won't hold much longer," Li Luoi said, her face pale with worry. "What do we do?" Yang Fan and Su Wei looked on in silence, their hearts heavy with regret. Yang Fan had come here chasing after Yi Qingxian, thinking it would be a romantic adventure. Now, facing certain death, he realized how foolish he had been. Yi Qingxian looked at the flickering barrier. There was only one choice left, a desperate breakout the moment the formation failed. The situation was dire. We were surrounded, and the only way out was to punch a hole through their lines. As for how many of us would actually make it out alive, that was up to fate. Yi Qingxian let out a heavy sigh. She was backed into a corner with no good options. If we were only facing the Seven Sands sect and the Wuji demon sect, we might have stood a chance. But with those black-robed assassins in the mix, our odds were zero. Our only hope was to concentrate all our strength on a single point and pray. Some of us surviving was better than all of us dying here. Senior sister, is there really no other way? Yang Fan asked, his voice trembling. He knew that if we charged out as a group, the true disciples would be the primary targets. Wounded as he was, he didn't think he'd make it. He was young, talented, and had a bright future ahead of him. He wasn't ready to die. No, Yi Qingxian said, shaking her head. She couldn't see another path. A heavy silence fell over the four of them. After a long moment, Yi Qingxian spoke again. Gather everyone. We need to decide where to break through. The array is cracking. It won't last more than 10 minutes. 3 minutes later, Yi Qingxian stood before the remaining hundreds of disciples. She knew the reality. Maybe not even a tenth of them would survive the next hour. She had already prepared herself for death. As the successor of the Ice Soul Sword and one of the 7 swords of Divine Sky, she knew the enemy would never let her walk away. She planned to draw as much fire as possible to give the others a gap. Brothers and sisters, she began, her voice steady despite the chaos outside. You know the situation. We are in the 9 Nether Realm. No one is coming to save us. If we want to live, we have to strike as one. Once we break their line, scatter and run. They will be hunting us true disciples first. That is your chance. Find a place to hide, wait for the realm to open, and go home. Don't look for treasures. Don't look for opportunities. Life is the only thing that matters now. If you make it out, tell the sect what happened here. The crowd was silent. Even for cultivators who lived by the blade, facing the end was hard to swallow. No one wanted to die. Senior sister, an inner disciple shouted suddenly. We'll fight to the death to open a path for you. You're the heir to the Ice Soul Sword. We can die, but the sect needs you. The sentiment caught fire. Open a path for senior sister, they roared. Kill the Wuji and 7 Sands scum. Yi Qingxian raised her hand, silencing them. I appreciate the sentiment, but doing that will only get you killed without saving me. Their goal is the true disciples. They'd rather let 100 of you go than let one of us escape. Listen to me. Save yourselves. She was right. In the eyes of our enemies, killing one true disciple was worth more than 100 inner disciples. Crack. A sharp sound snapped everyone's attention back to the barrier. A massive fissure snaked across the shimmering wall. It was time. The 4 true disciples took the lead, aiming for the 7 Sands sect's position. They were the weakest link compared to the Wuji demon sect. Yi Qingxian watched the cracks widen. Her heart raced. Despite her resolve, the fear of death was real. She had always dreamed of surpassing her master, Lunghan's Huang, and becoming a legendary female, sword immortal. Now, that dream felt like it was slipping away. Beside her, Yang Fan was shaking uncontrollably. Li Luoyi and Su Wei were calmer, though the despair in their eyes was unmistakable. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier shattered like glass. Move, Yi Qingxian cried, lunging forward with her life-bound flying sword. Li Luoyi and Su Wei were right behind her. But Yang Fan hesitated. He was terrified. As the crowd surged forward, he quietly backed away, melting into the rank-and-file disciples. He reached down and tore off his white belt, the symbol of a true disciple. He thought he could hide in the crowd and slip away unnoticed. The battle exploded instantly. The combined force of the Divine Sky and Qingyun sects hit the 7 Sands line like a tidal wave. For a moment, the villains buckled. But then the black-robed assassins joined the fray, stabilizing the line while the Wuji demon sect closed in from the rear. We were being pinched. Seeing the path closing, Yi Qingxian bit her lip until it bled. She threw her life-bound sword forward, her eyes burning with a final, desperate light. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the Seven Sands defense, blowing a hole in their formation. Yi Qingxian stumbled, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. The backlash from self-detonating her own sword nearly knocked her unconscious. Senior sister. Are you okay? Li Luai caught her. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Yi Qingxian whispered. Go. Lead them out. Self-detonating a life-bound sword was a cultivator's last resort. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a distress signal. Seeing their leader sacrifice her path to cultivation, the other deacons and senior disciples followed suit. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Explosions lit up the battlefield like morbid fireworks. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, was completely unaware of the massacre. After leaving the small paradise where Little White lived, I had been taking my time, enjoying the scenery. The Nine Nether Realm was beautiful when people weren't trying to kill each other. I stood on a high ridge, looking out over the lush green wilderness. Then I heard it. Faint, distant thuds. I listened closer. My heart sank. Those weren't just explosions. Those were the emergency signals of the Divine Sky Sword sect. And they weren't just any signals. They were the sounds of life-bound swords being destroyed. That meant my kin were fighting a battle they didn't expect to win. Little White. I called out. A small white snake slid out of my sleeve and hit the ground, its body swelling instantly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive, silver-scaled flood dragon. It lowered its head toward me. I stepped onto its brow, my face hardening. Go! The dragon vanished into a blur, leaving nothing but a sonic boom behind as we roared toward the battlefield. Back at the breach, the air was thick with smoke and blood. Yang Fan, still hiding in the crowd, saw the opening Yi Qingxian had created. His eyes lit up. He sprinted for the gap, thinking he was seconds away from freedom. But as he reached the edge of the clearing, two black-robed figures stepped out of the shadows, their blades gleaming with cold, murderous intent. He wasn't out yet. Not by a long shot. Yang Fan stood no chance. He was wounded, exhausted, and facing black-robed killers who lived for the hunt. Within a few moves, they broke him. He collapsed, his strength gone. Nearby, Su Wei, another top disciple from the Qingyan sect, was struck down just as easily. Then came Li Luai. A heavy palm slammed into her back. She coughed up a spray of crimson, her body skidding across the dirt until she landed right next to Yi Qingxian. It was over. All four elite disciples from the Divine Sky Sword sect and the Seven Sands sect were defeated. They lay in the mud, waiting for the killing blow. The battle around us was a massacre. My fellow disciples from the Divine Sky Sword sect were being slaughtered. Many had already detonated their life-bound swords, a final, desperate act that left them with barely any power to stand. They were just waiting for death. A few managed to break through the encirclement, but in the chaos, I didn't know if any would actually survive. Yang Fan looked like a ghost. His eyes were hollow, his soul seemingly crushed. Li Luai and Su Wei were drowning in despair. They were the geniuses of the Qingyun sect, the pride of their people, yet they had to accept that their journey ended here in the dirt. Even Yi Qingxian, usually so calm, felt the cold hand of fate. She didn't want to die like this. None of them did, but as the black-robed killers moved in for the finish, a sound tore through the air. It was a low, vibrating hum that shifted into a thunderous roar. A dragon's cry, and a massive pressure descended on the battlefield, so heavy it felt like the sky itself was falling. Everyone froze. The fighting stopped instantly. Swords stayed mid-swing. Necks craned upward as we all looked at the sky. There, hovering above the supposedly flight-restricted zone, was a massive flood dragon. Its silver scales shimmered with a cold light. A flood dragon. Miao Kuan stammered, his voice trembling. In our world, snakes rarely survive the tribulations required to become a dragon. If they do, they usually reach the fifth realm, the void realm. But the pressure coming off this beast was far beyond that. It felt like the sixth realm, the God River realm. Miao Kuan looked like he wanted to cry. He thought he had stumbled into the beast's nest. To him, we weren't warriors anymore. We were just snacks. If the dragon attacked, no one would survive. The dragon roared again. The pressure doubled. The weak and the wounded were slammed onto their knees, their faces pressed into the dirt. Miaokuan didn't dare move. He knew that in front of a predator like this, the first one to run is the first one to die. For my sect brothers, the situation was bittersweet. They were out of the wolf's den, but they had fallen into the tiger's mouth. Death was still coming. It just had a different face now. You pieces of trash. One Xingyun disciple suddenly laughed hysterically. He had lost his mind from the terror. Come on, kill me. Why aren't you moving? You were so brave a second ago. Now you're just standing there like idiots. His laughter echoed over the silent battlefield. No one joined him. Everyone else was holding their breath, praying the dragon wouldn't notice them. The black-robed killers were just as terrified. Nobody wanted to be the dragon's first meal. Then, the dragon began to descend. It lowered its massive head toward the ground, and as it got closer, the collective brain of the crowd seemed to short-circuit. Standing right there, balanced perfectly on the dragon's brow, was a man in a mask. It was me. The silence became absolute. To defeat a flood dragon is one thing, but to make it submit so completely that it lets you stand on its head? That requires a level of power that shouldn't exist in someone under 100 years old. And in this realm, everyone was supposed to be young. Li Luoyi was the first to break into a smile. She recognized me. I had saved her once before, and though I hadn't given her my name, she knew I wasn't with the men in black. The fear of death vanished, replaced by an intense curiosity. She stared at my mask, desperate to know who was behind it. Yi Qingxian stared at me too. She felt a strange sense of familiarity, a nagging feeling that she knew my silhouette, but she couldn't place it. When she saw the look of relief on Li Luoyi's face, she realized her friend knew exactly who I was. I looked down at the field. I saw the bodies. I saw the silver robes of the divine sky sword sect stained red. I didn't know all their names, but they were my kin. My anger began to simmer. I am the eldest senior brother of the divine sky sword sect. Without this sect, there would be no Sumu Bai. Without Sumu Bai, there would be no me. This sect had sheltered me for 20 years, giving me the peace I needed to grow strong. Anyone who touched them was my enemy. I couldn't bring the dead back, but I could certainly make their killers pay. I let my voice carry across the clearing, cold and sharp. Everyone, listen up. You have 1 minute. Gather with your own sect members. Anyone still standing alone after that dies. The effect was instantaneous. People scrambled. Nobody wanted to find out if I was joking. Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi helped each other up, limping toward the gathering point. Sister Qingxian, we're saved, Li Luoyi whispered, her voice shaking with excitement. You know him? Yi Qingxian asked, stunned. I've seen him. He saved me from a group of black robes earlier. He's incredibly strong. He killed them all in a single strike. Yi Qingxian looked back at me, then at the dragon beneath my feet. Strong felt like an understatement. Did you get a name? No, Li Luoyi pouted slightly. He wouldn't tell me. It was probably the first time in her life a man had ever ignored her. But right now, my name didn't matter. What mattered was what I was about to do to the men in black. I saw the look on Li Luoyi's face. She had been ignored, and for a girl like her, that was a new experience. Yi Qingxian watched me closely, her eyes narrowing as if she were trying to place my silhouette. She felt like she knew me, but the memory remained just out of reach. I didn't have time for nostalgia. I had organized the survivors into 5 distinct groups: the Divine Sky Sword Sect, the Qingyan Sect, the Wuji Demon Sect, the 7 Kills Sect, and the Mysterious Men in Black. I did this for one reason. I didn't want my dragon, Little White, to accidentally eat my own people or our allies. I stood on the dragon's head and pointed a finger at the men in black. My voice was flat. Who are you? Which power do you belong to? The dozens of black-robed figures stiffened. They stayed silent. I knew why. The 7 Kills sect was secretly breeding the god of killing race. And if that secret got out, the consequences would be catastrophic. But staying silent in front of me wasn't a safer bet. Nothing to say? I asked again, my tone lighter this time. Still, no one spoke. I figured as much. These were death warriors, trained to die before they talked. Their mission in the 9 Nether Realm was clearly to wipe out the Divine Sky, Sword, and Qingyan sects. I didn't need their confession. Little White, I called out. The dragon let out a low, rumbling growl in response. "They're yours," I said, jumping down from his head. Little White didn't hesitate. He whipped his tail and opened his massive, blood-red maw. The men in black tried to scatter, but a terrifying suction force locked onto them. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. I watched as they were pulled through the air, screaming, straight into the dragon's throat. In seconds, dozens of elite killers were nothing more than a snack. The survivors gasped. The strength of this beast was horrifying. The Divine Sky Sword and Qingyun disciples, who had been pushed to the brink of death by these very men, watched in stunned silence as their tormentors vanished. Little White, still hungry, I asked casually. He let out another growl. He wasn't full yet. "Then eat them too," I said, pointing toward the Seven Kills sect. Panic exploded. Miao Kuan, a top disciple of the Seven Kills sect, stepped forward. His legs were shaking so hard he could barely stand. "Senior." "Wait, we are from the Seven Kills sect. I am Miao Kuan, the third disciple of the sect leader. Please, give my master some face and let us live. Our sect will be forever grateful." I didn't even blink. Little White opened his mouth again. "Senior, you can't," Miao Kuan screamed, his voice cracking with terror. "If you kill me, my master will never let you go." The suction force returned. The Seven Kills disciples were weaker than the men in black. They didn't even stand a chance. They flew into the air like a line of puppets. "You monster! You'll die for this!" Miao Kuan cursed as he was dragged toward the abyss of the dragon's throat. "The Seven Kills sect will hunt you down. We'll wait for you in hell." Then, silence. The Seven Kills sect was gone. The remaining three groups, Wuji Demon sect, Divine Sky Sword sect, and Qingyun sect, were all trembling. They realized I wasn't asking questions anymore. To them, I was a cold-blooded demon who killed without blinking. Only Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi felt a strange sense of safety, though even they were shaken. I turned my gaze toward the Wuji Demon sect. Dozens of them collapsed just from the pressure of my stare. I saved them for last on purpose. I wanted them to feel the slow, agonizing crawl of approaching death. These were the people who had crippled my master, Sumubai. Today, I was just collecting a small portion of the interest on that debt. "Run! Run for your lives," someone from the Wuji sect screamed. "The monster is going to kill us all." The Wuji disciples broke formation, running in every direction. Even some of the Divine Sky and Qingyun disciples started to panic, thinking they were next. "Divine Sky Sword sect, stay where you are. Don't move," Yi Qingxian shouted, her voice commanding. "Qingyun sect, stand fast," Li Luoyi added. "Anyone who moves will be expelled from the sect." Their leadership worked. The two allied sects calmed down, but the Wuji disciples were still sprinting for the trees. I wasn't going to let them go. I released a ripple of my aura, and the weight of it slammed them into the dirt. They couldn't even lift their heads. Little White took to the air, vacuuming them up one by one. Within minutes, the Wuji demon sect's presence in the clearing was erased. Little White had eaten hundreds of people today. It would help his growth, but I knew the road ahead was hard. For a flood dragon to become a true dragon, the odds were 1 in 1,000. He had stayed in this realm for 10,000 years because he knew he couldn't do it alone. He followed me because he sensed my power. He knew I was his only shot at evolution. The main threats were gone. The small stragglers left in the realm wouldn't be a problem for the survivors. I climbed back onto Little White's head, ready to leave before anyone recognized me. "Benefactor, do you remember me?" It was Li Luoyi. She had summoned every ounce of her courage to shout at my back. I stopped and looked down. She was standing there, looking small and incredibly nervous. "I am Li Luoyi of the Qingyun sect," she continued. "Thank you for saving me a second time. I don't know how to repay you. Please, tell me your name. I want to remember it forever." I looked at her, my expression hidden behind my mask. "Miss Li, I told you before. Saving you is just a matter of convenience. It was true then, and it's true now. Don't take it to heart." I saw her shoulders slump. She looked devastated. For the second time, the golden girl of the Qingyun sect had been brushed off like she was nobody. I didn't wait for a response. I gave Little White the signal, and we soared into the clouds, leaving the stunned survivors behind. I saw the disappointment in Li Luoyi's eyes, but I didn't linger. Just as I prepared to leave, Another voice rang out. It was Yi Qingxian. She was the primary disciple of Lung Han's Huang, the master of the Jade Maiden Peak. I am Yi Qingxian of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, she shouted, her voice trembling but firm. On behalf of all my fellow disciples here, I thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Behind her, the rest of the Divine Sky disciples joined in, their voices echoing across the clearing. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. I paused. There is no need for such formality, I replied calmly. I have some history with the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Since I encountered you in trouble, I wasn't going to stand by and watch. Regardless of your reasons, the fact remains that you saved us, Yi Qingxian insisted. It is only right that we show our gratitude. I accept your thanks, I said. I reached into my spatial ring and pulled out a massive heap of spiritual herbs and medicines I had gathered earlier in the realm. I divided them into 2 piles and sent them floating toward the 2 groups. Take these. Use them to treat the wounded. I hope they help. I made sure the pile going to the Divine Sky Sword Sect was significantly larger. As their senior brother, it was only natural for me to favor my own people. Thank you, Senior, both Yi Qingxian and Li Luai called out in unison. All right, I'm leaving, I said, looking down at them one last time. But I have a word of advice. This trip to the 9 Serene Realm is different from previous years. For your own safety, your 2 sects should stay together. The Wuji Demon Sect and the Rakshasa Sect are gone, but the men in black robes are a far greater threat. Be careful. The unknown is always the most dangerous. I knew that whoever could train an army of suicide warriors had to be incredibly powerful. They weren't to be underestimated. We understand, they replied together. Good. I hope you all make it out alive. Goodbye. I patted Little White, and we soared into the sky. We vanished into the clouds within seconds. Flying in this realm was usually suicide because the high-tier spirit beasts were extremely territorial. Any intruder was seen as a challenge. But Little White was an apex predator here. No beast dared to pick a fight with a flood dragon. As we flew away, Li Luai bit her lip, feeling a strange sense of grievance. She couldn't understand why this powerful man was so cold to her. Yi Qingxian, however, was deep in thought. She was certain she had met this person before. Giving away such precious herbs was one thing, but the way he favored the Divine Sky Sword Sect was a massive clue. He was young, under 100 years old, and possessed unfathomable power. Someone like that couldn't be a nobody. She racked her brain, desperate to pin a name to the mask. Meanwhile, I was enjoying the wind on Little White's back. Little White, I asked, are there any other beasts in this realm as strong as you? Let's go find some treasure. There was still a month before the realm closed. I didn't want to go back to my real identity and join the main group yet. It would be too boring. I might as well spend the time looting. The stronger the beast, the better the treasures they guarded. Little White let out a low roar of confirmation. If they exist, then let's go, I laughed. A day later, we arrived at the mouth of a hidden valley. Little White let out a majestic, commanding cry. Almost immediately, a furious roar answered from within. A massive creature with purple scales and wings erupted from the valley. It was a purple crystal demonic wolf. This beast was on par with a flood dragon. Apparently, it and Little White had fought before, ending in a stalemate. This time, Little White had brought me along to settle the score. When the wolf saw me standing on Little White's head, its rage instantly turned to wariness. It wasn't the smartest creature, but it knew that anyone who could ride a flood dragon had to be a monster. I didn't feel like wasting time. I reached out my right hand and made a gripping motion. A massive surge of invisible power slammed into the wolf, pinning it in midair. It howled, struggling with everything it had, but it was useless. The gap between us was like an adult holding down a newborn baby. It wasn't easy for you to reach this level of cultivation, I said quietly. Behave, and I won't kill you. Truthfully, every part of that wolf was a fortune, its core, its fur, its blood. But I had my principles. I didn't kill sentient beings without a reason. The wolf seemed to understand. It nodded its head frantically. I released the pressure and let Little White lead me into the valley to scavenge. The wolf just stood there, shivering, too terrified to even follow us in. While I was busy looting, the real crisis was unfolding at the center of the 9 Serene Realm. There was a massive lake there where all the rivers in the realm eventually met. A group of over 100 black-robed men had surrounded the water. They were the same group that had been hunting my master's friend, Huang. They quickly set up a massive formation, trapping the entire lake under a glowing red barrier. Huang, I told you that you couldn't run, the leader of the black robes shouted at the water. This is a beautiful place to die. Come out. Silence. The water remained still. If you won't come out, I'll bring you out, the leader growled. Attack. The formation pulsed, firing a massive sphere of red energy into the lake. The explosion was deafening. Huge waves surged, and countless lake creatures, giant fish, crabs the size of cars, and massive octopuses, were blown to bits. Then, a high-pitched screech echoed from the depths. A massive mound slowly rose from the center of the lake. The black-robed men gasped. It wasn't a mound. It was a turtle so large it looked like a floating island. The leader frowned. He knew Huang was down there, but he hadn't expected to wake up an ancient guardian. A beast this old had a massive territory. It shouldn't have let Huang anywhere near its resting place. The giant turtle was furious. Its roar shook the very foundations of their formation. Filthy beast, you want to die? The leader screamed. The turtle roared louder. The sound wave was so intense that over a dozen black-robed men, already wounded from their previous fight with Huang, collapsed and spat out blood. The leader realized he had to kill the turtle to get to his target. Focus your fire. Aim for the head and the limbs. The formation glowed again, firing streaks of energy at the turtle's soft spots. The first blast hit the turtle square in the face. It let out a pained cry and immediately pulled its head and limbs inside its indestructible shell. Now, the attackers had no target left but a mountain of impenetrable bone. The energy spheres from the formation either missed entirely or slammed harmlessly against the massive turtle's shell. Every time the barrage stopped, the beast would peek its head and limbs out, only to tuck them back inside the moment the light intensified. It was a stalemate, until a few stray blasts managed to slip into the gaps where its limbs retracted. The energy exploded inside the turtle's body. It let out a blood-curdling howl of agony. To protect its soft vitals, the beast began to spin its massive body like a top, creating a centrifugal shield that kept the energy spheres from entering its shell again. After several rounds of this, the turtle had barely taken any real damage. I realized then that a spirit beast with awakened intelligence was a completely different animal than a common monster. It didn't just rely on brute strength. It knew how to play to its advantages. The turtle knew its defense was impenetrable, so it was playing a game of attrition. It was waiting for the black-robed men to exhaust their energy before it launched a counterattack. The leader of the black-robed men frowned, his patience wearing thin. He couldn't afford to waste any more time or energy on a turtle. If he went into the fight against Huang drained, things could go sideways. Nobody in their right mind underestimated a holder of one of the Divine Sky's 7 swords, even a wounded one. "In this now," he barked. He reached into his storage bag and pulled out a bow. The weapon was a deep, blood-red color, carved with dense, pulsing runes. The moment it appeared, a wave of suffocating killing intent flooded the area. This was the God-slaying bow, a weapon designed specifically to channel the God-slaying art. He gripped the bow with his left hand and pulled the string back with his right. As he aimed at the turtle in the lake, his internal energy surged. A translucent arrow made of pure, condensed killing intent materialized on the string. "Kill," he roared. He released the string. The arrow hissed through the air. As it approached the formation's barrier, a small hole opened up perfectly to let it pass. Once inside, the arrow didn't strike immediately. It hovered in the air, soaking up the gathered energy of the entire formation until it became semi-transparent and radiated at terrifying pressure. The giant turtle sensed its end. It didn't dare rely on its shell this time and tried to dive deep into the lake. But the arrow was faster. It streaked through the water, reaching the very bottom of the lake and slamming into the turtle's back. The turtle let out one final, pathetic scream. The shell it took such pride in was shattered like glass. The arrow tore through its body, obliterating its internal organs. The impact sent a massive tidal wave, tens of meters high, crashing against the shores. When the water finally settled, a large portion of the lake was stained crimson. The massive corpse of the turtle floated to the surface, surrounded by thousands of dead fish and lake creatures. A single arrow had bypassed the ultimate defense. That was the power of the god-slaying art. Despite the victory, the black-robed men didn't stop their formation. Their true target wasn't the beast. It was Lung Hans Huang, the master of the Ice Soul Sword. They knew she was down there. During the battle in the valley, she had been tainted by their killing intent. As long as that energy remained in her body, they could track her like a beacon. Deep beneath the lake, buried under layers of silt, sat a block of ice the size of a small house. Inside was a woman with her eyes tightly shut, her face pale and twisted in pain. It was Lung Hans Huang. She had been heavily wounded in the valley and fled here to hide. As a cultivator of extreme Yin energy, the water-rich environment helped her heal faster. She had hoped the giant turtle would act as a natural deterrent, but she hadn't expected the enemy to be this relentless. She had encased herself in ice to hide from the turtle's senses, sinking to the darkest depths to mend her broken meridians. Inside the ice, Lung Hans Huang slowly opened her eyes. The pain was gone, replaced by a bitter sense of helplessness. She needed quiet to heal, but the battle above had made that impossible. She was out of time. If she'd had 7 more days, she could have purged the killing intent and recovered 80% of her power. At 80%, she wouldn't have feared these men, even if they had a formation ready. She sighed to herself. She had been too arrogant. She thought her status as one of the 7 swords made her invincible in this secret realm. She never expected the 7 Kills sect to defy the world by practicing the forbidden god-slaying art, let alone sending the god-slaying clan, a group that had terrorized the region 1,000 years ago, into the realm. She had fallen into their trap because she was worried about her disciple, Yi Qingxian. She had rushed in blindly, thinking no one could threaten her. Now, she was down to 30% of her strength, her body riddled with corrosive energy. She felt a rare flash of despair. She hadn't even found the equinox flower for her senior brother, Su Mubai, yet. At this rate, she wouldn't even live to see the realm open again. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the lake bed. The silt was blown away, exposing the massive ice sculpture. The leader and a dozen men dived into the water, surrounding her. Lung Hans Huang, you think hiding in a block of ice will save you? The leader sneered, his voice muffled by the water. As long as my killing intent is in your veins, I can find you at the ends of the earth. The 7 Kills sect is practicing the forbidden arts. Lung Han Huang's voice echoed from within the ice, cold and sharp. You will become the enemy of the entire world. The world. The leader laughed. Once we wipe out the Divine Sky Sword sect and the Qingyan sect, who will be left to complain? Those who follow us prosper. Those who oppose us turn to dust. You think my sect is that easy to destroy? She countered. We'll see. But you won't be around to watch. Today is the day you die. Is that so? Lung Hans Huang replied. Try breaking through my seal first. The ice surrounding her wasn't normal ice. It was condensed from the 10,000-year chilling essence of the Ice Soul Sword. It was her final line of defense. If this broke, she would have to fight to the death with whatever strength she had left. The leader threw a casual strike at the ice. A dull thud echoed, but not even a scratch appeared on the surface. He narrowed his eyes. Strong defense. Men, drag this ice block to the surface. As the black-robed men approached, the ice sculpture suddenly surged upward on its own. It slammed into the men, knocking them aside, and shot toward the surface like a rocket. It hit the overhead barrier with a violent crack and was bounced back down. Lung Hans Huang could move the ice, but without her full strength, she didn't have the power to break the formation from the inside. I watched from within my frozen prison as the black-robed leader returned to the lake's surface. He looked down at me and let out a dark, mocking laugh. He was trying to get under my skin, taunting me with threats of a shameful death. He told me I couldn't run and that I should just surrender. He even made disgusting comments about my body, saying that if I didn't give up, I'd suffer before I died. I remained unmoved. I told him if he wanted me dead, he'd have to break my seal first. He didn't think it would be a problem. He ordered his men to attack. The formation above began to glow, condensing spheres of raw energy that rained down on my ice sculpture like a meteor shower. Explosions rocked the lake. The sound was deafening, a nonstop barrage of thunder. But when the smoke cleared, my ice was untouched. Not a single scratch. This defense was even tougher than the shell of the giant turtle they had just killed. The black-robed men started to look worried. I didn't miss the chance to insult them. I told them their attacks felt like nothing more than a light scratch for an itch. That pushed the leader over the edge. He screamed for them to give it everything they had. I noticed he didn't pull out that strange bow he used to kill the turtle. I realized he couldn't. A weapon that powerful must put a massive strain on the body. He probably needed a month to recover between shots, and using it again so soon would cause a violent backlash. But as the energy balls continued to pour down like rain, I started to feel anxious. This couldn't go on forever. Eventually, he would get desperate enough to take that risk. Meanwhile, far across the hidden realm, I was standing on the head of the flood dragon, Xiaobai. I asked him if there were any stronger beasts around. We had spent the last few days traveling and looting treasures, but most of the beasts we found were weak. I was getting bored. Xiaobai let out a low cry. He told me about the true overlord of this place, a 10,000-year-old turtle that lived in the richest part of the realm. I told him to lead the way. I wasn't afraid. I told him if the turtle resisted, I'd turn it into his next meal. Xiaobai gave a happy roar and accelerated, turning into a blur of motion. We were heading straight for the central lake, unaware that our target was already a corpse. Back at the lake, the assault on my ice seal continued. The black-robed men were slowing down, their energy draining with every strike. The leader was losing his patience. He knew that if I made it out of this realm alive, the secret of their sect's forbidden arts would be out. The entire world would hunt them down. Even their allies, the Wuji demon sect, might turn on them to save themselves. You forced my hand, the leader hissed. I felt a chill run through me. He was reaching into his storage bag. He was pulling out the god-slaying bow. He knew the backlash would be severe, but he was out of time. There were only 2 weeks left before the realm opened. He couldn't risk me recovering my strength. He gripped the bow with a trembling hand. As he pulled the string, his entire body began to shake with agony. I shouted at him to stop. I told him his body couldn't take it and promised I wouldn't reveal their secrets if he let me go. He didn't even look at me. The killing intent locked onto me. It was suffocating. I tried to move the ice sculpture, darting around within the barrier to break his aim, but it was useless. That arrow was a predator that wouldn't stop until it hit its mark. He released the string. The arrow shot out, instantly draining the energy from the surrounding formation. The leader collapsed, his body looking withered and thin, gasping for breath on the ground. The 100 men maintaining the barrier fell over, completely exhausted. This strike was even more terrifying than the one that killed the beast. I flew as high as I could, desperate to escape, but the arrow followed my every move. There was nowhere to run. I watched, helpless, as the glowing streak of death closed the distance. Then, there was a sound, a sharp, piercing shriek of metal on ice that forced everyone nearby to cover their ears. The god-slaying arrow slammed into the ice sculpture. This was the same ice that had withstood countless attacks from the men in black without a single scratch. But now, I heard a sickening crack. The sound echoed across the clearing. A tiny fracture appeared, then it spread like a spiderweb, crawling across the frozen surface. With a final, explosive shatter, the 10,000-year ice from the soul ice sword disintegrated into shards of glass. It wasn't over. The arrow didn't vanish. It kept moving, streaking straight toward Lung Hanshuang's chest. Without the protection of her ice, and with her strength suppressed to barely 30%, she was defenseless. I saw her eyes flutter shut. She had given up. In her peak state, she might have had a chance to fight back, but now, she was just waiting for death. In that split second before the strike, I moved. I didn't think. I just acted. I appeared in front of her, my back turned to the incoming projectile. We were inches apart, face to face. If I had been even a fraction of a second slower, the arrow would have pierced both of us, ending our lives right there. The impact hit my spine. I braced for the sensation of cold steel tearing through my lungs, but it never came. Some invisible force within me held the line. Still, the sheer momentum of the strike was massive. It shoved us forward several feet. As we moved, I wrapped my arms tightly around Long Han's Huang, pulling her into my chest to shield her from the shockwave. I took the full brunt of the energy so she wouldn't feel a thing. Long Han's Huang had been ready to die. Instead, she felt a pair of strong arms wrap around her. She opened her eyes, dazed. She was safe. But how? We were inside the Nine Nether Realm. Who could possibly have the power to block that killing blow with their bare body? Because we were pressed so closely together, her head was resting against my shoulder. Her eyes drifted to the side of my neck, and suddenly, I felt her entire body stiffen. She saw it. In an instant, her mind raced back 20 years. She remembered the day my master, Sumubai, came to her. He was leaving on a journey and handed her a tiny infant wrapped in blankets. He told her he'd found the baby on the road and asked her to name him. That night, while she was giving the baby a bath, she noticed a birthmark on the right side of his neck. It looked exactly like the character for Lin. "Your neck has a Lin on it," she had whispered to the baby, smiling. "So, I'll call you Lin Yuan. How about that?" She knew that mark better than anyone. It was me. I hadn't planned on this. I had been riding the flood dragon, Xiaobai, toward the center of the realm when I felt the overwhelming killing intent in the air. I'd never felt anything so suffocating. I left Xiaobai behind and rushed forward, only to see Aunt Lung in the sky, facing down that glowing arrow. In the Divine Sky Sword sect, Su Mubai and my sister Su Xiao were the most important people in my life. But Aunt Lung was third. She was the one who practically raised me. She was the one who gave me my name. Even after I started hiding my cultivation and we grew distant, I never forgot her kindness. I saw the pity in her eyes every time she looked at me, thinking I was a failure. I didn't care. Anyone who dared to touch her would have to answer to me. I felt the energy of the arrow finally dissipate against my back. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I made it. If I had been a second later, I would have lived with the guilt of her death forever. I knew why she was here. She was risking her life in this dangerous realm just to find the equinox flower for my master. I looked down at the 100 men in black. They were staring at us, their jaws dropping. They had poured their collective strength into that strike, and a random stranger had blocked it with his physical body. It was impossible. It defied every law of the Nine Nether Realm. The leader of the group was gasping for air, his face pale. He looked like he thought he was hallucinating. "You all die," I hissed through gritted teeth. An explosion of aura erupted from my body. I was beyond furious. If I hadn't made it, the woman who fed me and bathed me as a child would be gone. The pressure I released was like a physical weight. The men in black didn't even have time to scream. They clutched their chests as their ribs snapped and their internal organs ruptured. They were slammed into the dirt, forced into a kneeling position, coughing up blood and fragments of their own lungs. They didn't stay conscious for long. The sky turned black. Thunder roared and lightning tore through the clouds as if the world itself was ending. Xiaobai watched from a distance, trembling. Even the dragon realized I had reached a new, terrifying level of power. After a moment, I forced myself to calm down. The storm vanished. I was still holding Long Han's Huang. She was wearing thin silk, and I could feel the warmth of her body against mine, but my mind was clear of any impure thoughts. I was just relieved. "Xiaobai," I called out. The dragon hurried over. "Clean this up." Xiaobai knew exactly what to do. He opened his massive maw and began inhaling the unconscious men, swallowing them whole. They would never wake up again. Everything happened so fast that Long Han's Huang was still in a daze. I gently lowered her to the ground and let go. I wanted to say something, but I remembered I was supposed to be a mysterious stranger. I turned to leave. "Lin Yuan," she suddenly shouted. I froze for a fraction of a second. My heart hammered against my ribs. I didn't look back. I just kept walking, wondering how on earth she had figured it out so fast. I wasn't ready to drop the act. I decided to play dumb and deny everything. I kept walking, my back turned to her, pretending I hadn't heard a word. "Lin Yuan," she called out again, her voice sharper this time. "If you dare walk away, I'll tell the sect master everything that happened here today. Your secret will be out." That stopped me cold. I sighed, the weight of the situation sinking in. I slowly turned around, rubbing the back of my neck. "Elder Long," I said, my voice full of helplessness. How did you recognize me? Her eyes widened. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. It really is you, she whispered, her face a mask of pure disbelief. She explained that she had spotted a birthmark on my neck while I was holding her. It was a shape and position she knew by heart. She had been guessing, but my reaction confirmed her suspicions. I didn't see any point in lying anymore. I reached up and pulled off my mask, revealing my face with a bitter smile. It's me, I admitted. I still couldn't believe such a tiny detail had given me away. Lunghanswang stared at me, speechless. She looked at me like she was trying to peer through my skin and see into my soul. To the rest of the Divine Sky Sword sect, I was a useless loser. I was the trash, first disciple everyone gossiped about. Yet, I had just blocked the god-slaying sword without a scratch, something even she couldn't do at her peak. She had watched me grow up. She was the one who gave me my name. To her, I was a smart kid, but I'd never shown any world-shaking talent. She wondered if I'd found some miracle in the Nine Serenity realm, but she immediately shook the thought away. No miracle could bridge that kind of power gap without making a person's body explode. The truth hit her hard. I had been hiding my strength the entire time. Most young men are arrogant. They want the world to see them, to respect them, to fear them. But I had stayed in the shadows, calmly accepting every insult and every piece of slander the sect threw at me. It took a level of restraint that even thousand-year-old monsters didn't possess. To her, I was a total mystery. Lin Yuan, she sighed, her voice full of wonder. You've been hiding very deep. I had no choice, Elder, I replied respectfully. I couldn't be anything less than polite to her. This was the woman who had bathed me and fed me when I was a baby. No choice? Fine, tell me. Why did you have to hide? I thought about it for a moment. I started a long time ago. I don't even remember the exact day. My master used to tell me stories about his glory days. He was the most talented of the 7 swords, but then his foundation was accidentally ruined. I never believed it was an accident. I felt someone had done it on purpose. I looked her in the eye. I didn't want to follow in his footsteps. I decided to be mediocre. If I was a trash disciple, no one would bother to target me. I just wanted to survive. Lung Hanswang nodded slowly. It made sense. My master had been too high profile, a once-in-a-century genius that rival sects were terrified of. If I had shown that same talent as a child, someone would have tried to break me too. But the sheer willpower it took to endure 20 years of ridicule was terrifying. She looked at me differently now. She was glad I was on her side. If I were an enemy, the entire Divine Sky Sword sect would be in grave danger. There's one more reason, I added. If I was too good, the sect would have moved me off Gutsuan Peak. I didn't want to leave my master. I wanted to stay by his side, so I kept him in the dark too. She seemed touched by my loyalty. I believe you, she said softly. Thanks, Elder. But how did you really know it was me? Just from a birthmark. She smiled. When your master first found you, he left you in my care for a while. I bathed you every single day. I saw that birthmark more times than I can count. You were too small to remember, obviously. I nodded, pretending to agree, but inside, I was cringing. I remembered everything. I remembered her bathing me, and I remembered her teasing me while I was in the tub. Back then, I could only protest by crying and throwing a tantrum. Imagine having the soul of a grown man trapped in a baby's body while a top-tier beauty in a thin silk dress, which became see-through when wet, played with you in the bath. I had been a scientist in my past life, never even had a girlfriend. That experience nearly drove me insane. I see, I said, cutting off the memory before I turned red. No wonder you were so sure. Things were different now. I wasn't that helpless baby anymore. I was a grown man, full of energy. After that accidental touch with Lung Hanswang, I felt the heat rising in my face. I needed to change the subject, and fast. Lin Yuan, she said, her voice snapping me back to reality. To be honest, even though I suspected it was you, hearing you admit it is still a shock. You're only in your 20s, yet your strength has already surpassed your master's. It's incredible. Please, Elder, don't overpraise me, I said, trying to stay humble. I'm still young. I have a lot to learn from all of you. She shook her head. With your power, there's no reason to hide anymore. You don't need to endure this. No, Elder, I insisted. I've grown used to this life. I don't want to be the center of attention, and I definitely don't want people looking at me like I'm some kind of freak. Please, keep my secret. I would be eternally grateful. I bowed deeply, my hands clasped in respect. My philosophy hadn't changed. The lower the profile, the longer the life. She sighed but eventually nodded. Fine. Since you're so insistent, I'll keep your secret. I won't tell a soul. She seemed to realize that having a genius like me hidden in the shadows might actually be better for the Divine Sky Sword sect. If the Wuji Demon sect or the Seven Kills sect found out about me, they'd stop at nothing to kill me before I fully matured. I was strong, but those ancient sects had old monsters lurking in their depths. If they came out, even I might be in trouble. Thank you, Elder, I said, relieved. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. I'll do whatever it takes. You said it, she smirked. No backing out. Never, I promised. I looked at her more closely and noticed her pale complexion. I could feel a lingering, violent energy inside her. It was that same murderous intent from the arrow that hit her earlier. It was eating away at her body. Elder, let me help you push that killing intent out, I offered. If we leave it, it'll cause permanent damage. All right, she didn't argue. She had watched me grow up from a baby. There was no point in being formal now. Besides, she knew that killing intent was too stubborn for her to clear alone. Close your eyes and bear with me, I warned. It might hurt a bit. Just do it, she said. I can handle it. I pressed my index and middle fingers against her forehead. I carefully guided my mid-level arrow intent into her body, using it to hunt down and swallow the killing intent bit by bit. Even with my control, the two energies clashed inside her. It was a brutal struggle. Lung Hanshuang's teeth clenched, and her body trembled slightly. But my intent was far superior. Before long, I had consumed every drop of that hostile energy and forced it out of her system. I let out a long breath and said, done. Doing this in a normal fight was easy, but doing it inside someone's body required the precision of a surgeon. Lung Hanshuang didn't open her eyes immediately. She needed a moment to stabilize. I stood guard, making sure nothing disturbed her. An hour later, she finally opened her eyes. How do you feel? I asked. Thank you, Lin Yuan. I'm completely recovered, she replied, looking much stronger. That god-slaying technique is truly terrifying. Without you, I would have been struggling with that poison for months. Don't thank me, Elder. It's the least I could do. But what is this god-slaying technique? She explained that it was a forbidden, brutal art from the Seven Kills sect. 1,000 years ago, they nearly conquered the entire region with it. She also shared her theory. The Wuji Demon sect and the Seven Kills sect had definitely joined forces. Their goal was to wipe out our sect's elite, the Seven Swords. From my master's injury to the ambush here in the Nine Abyss realm, it was all a coordinated strike. Then, she looked me straight in the eye. Lin Yuan, that masked man. The one who destroyed the Rakshasa sect and walked away from the Wuji Grand Elder, Qiandao Xiong. That was you, wasn't it? It was me, I admitted. There was no point in lying to her now. She wasn't even surprised this time. What level is your sword intent? Mid-level, I said. I'm close to reaching a sword domain, but I've hit a bottleneck. I think I need a specific opportunity to break through. I heard this sword seed back at the sect might help, but I don't have access to it. Lung Hanshuang stared at me, completely stunned. Mid-level sword intent. Our sect leader, the strongest of the Seven Swords, had only reached great success. She herself was only at small success. And here I was, in my 20s, touching the threshold of a sword domain. My master, Su Mubai, was called a once-in-a-century genius. But me? I was a once-in-10,000 years monster. If the old ancestors of our sect found out about me, they'd probably come out of their death seclusion just to celebrate. I can't believe I never noticed, she muttered, looking a bit defeated. You were always so quiet and sensible. I never imagined you were growing into this. She suddenly poked me. And why didn't you ever show this talent during the sect competitions? You let everyone call you trash for years. I gave her a wry smile. I just don't like being the center of attention, Elder. It makes me uncomfortable. Fine, she sighed. When we get out of here, I'll handle the sword seed. I'll make sure you get in. I want to see if you can actually manifest a domain. Thank you, Elder. I was genuinely excited. Come on, she said, standing up. Our 3 months are almost up. We need to find the equinox flower. Your master won't last until the next time the realm opens. Actually, Elder, I already found it. I reached into my storage bag and pulled out the glowing flower I had taken from the white tiger's nest. I handed it to her. Since I'm staying undercover, it's better if you bring this back and give it to the sect leader. She took the flower, her expression numb. After everything else she had seen today, finding the legendary flower seemed almost ordinary. Well, she said, tucking it away, I guess our mission here is officially over. We need to go find Yi Qingxian, Elder Lunghan's Huang said, her brow furrowing with worry. I'm not sure if they've run into trouble. The Seven Killers sect and the Wuji Demon sect came prepared this time. They even sent out their god-slaying squad. I'm worried. The Divine Sky Sword sect had sent 4 true disciples into this realm. Zhu Jia was confirmed dead. Ling Feng was standing right in front of me. And even if he wasn't, no one here could touch him anyway. That only left Yi Qingxian and Yang Fan. Elder, you don't need to worry about senior sister, I said calmly. I just came from her location. She turned to me, her eyes wide with urgency. You saw her? How are they? I saw them. They're safe, I replied. I sat her down and explained everything. I told her how the Wuji Demon sect, the Seven Killers sect, and the men in black robes had cornered our people and the Qingyan sect. I described the moment Yi Qingxian was forced to self-destruct her life-bond sword. So you're saying, she started, trying to process it all, that they were surrounded, she was pushed to the brink, and you just happened to be nearby? You heard the commotion, rushed over, and killed every last person from the enemy sects. I nodded simply. That's about it. She stared at me for a long time, speechless. If you hadn't entered the 9 Nether Realm this time, our entire sect would have been wiped out. You shouldn't say that, Elder, I said, keeping my voice steady. I'm a member of the Divine Sky Sword sect. I couldn't just stand by and watch them die. She kept looking at me, her silence heavy. She realized the truth. Without me, the losses would have been catastrophic. 4 true disciples and a wielder of the Ice Soul sword would be dead. Probably less than 1/10 of our disciples would have made it out alive. The sect hadn't realized how dire the situation was. Even she thought finding the flower would be a straightforward mission. Lin Yuan, she said, her voice turning serious. You say you're part of the sect, and that's true. But I still have to say thank you. Without you, we'd all be dead, and the sect would never have uncovered the conspiracy. We would have been walking into a trap for years. Elder, please. You don't need to be so formal, I said. This part came from the heart. If anyone should be giving thanks, it's me. My master saved my life, and you helped raise me. No matter how strong I become, I'll never forget that. A man shouldn't forget his roots. She looked touched, but I could see a flash of guilt in her eyes. I knew what she was thinking. When I was younger, she had been so good to me. She was one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sky, the master of Jade Maiden Peak, yet she used to wash me with her own hands when I was a child. But as I grew up and showed no talent, and even less effort, we drifted apart. She had tried to talk to me, tried to motivate me, but I just kept slacking off. I preferred fishing, setting traps for small animals, and roasting bird eggs. She had eventually given up on me, thinking I was a lost cause. You've grown up, she whispered, looking relieved. Your mind is so mature, so calculated. If I hadn't watched you grow up myself, I'd swear you were some old monster who practiced a rejuvenation technique. Anyway, let's stop reminiscing. We need to find your senior sister. Right. Let's go. I whistled. Xiao Bai. The dragon immediately flew over and crouched obediently at my feet. This is my pet, I introduced. She's the one who gave me the equinox flower. A dragon that has successfully transformed, she noted, impressed. Not bad. She might even become a true dragon one day. I hopped onto Xiao Bai's head, and Elder Lung followed. We took to the skies. It didn't take long to find the survivors. The Divine Sky and Qingyun disciples had merged into one large group. They had finished burying their dead and were waiting in a clearing for the realm to open so they could leave. Elder, let's land here, I said as we approached. I need to change back. Please, remember our deal. Keep my secret. Don't worry, she promised. I keep my word. We touched down out of sight. I swapped my clothes back for my standard true disciple uniform, returning to my identity as the sect's trash eldest brother. Xiao Bai shrank down into a tiny white snake and slid into my sleeve. When Elder Lung led me into the camp, the reaction was immediate. Yi Qingxian was shocked to see her master. She had no idea Elder Lung had even entered the realm. Seeing me trailing behind the elder, she assumed the elder had simply found me wandering around and picked me up. With one of the 7 swords present, the atmosphere changed instantly. The fear of the black-robed killers vanished. People felt safe. I, meanwhile, slunk into a corner, hiding my fame and my power. No one cared about the useless eldest brother anyway. Over the next few days, the disciples grew bold. They formed small teams to scout for treasures nearby, knowing Elder Lung was there to protect them. I stayed in the camp, doing what I do best, roasting meat. I spent my days cooking wild game over a fire. The aroma was incredible. Soon, the wounded disciples started drifting over. I didn't mind. I shared the meat freely. My cooking skills were the one thing everyone actually respected me for, and soon I was the unofficial chef for over 100 people. My only rule was simple. If you want to eat, you bring the meat. I wasn't hunting for them. High up in a massive tree nearby, Yi Qingxian was meditating to heal her injuries. Elder Lung sat beside her, keeping watch. The backlash from destroying her own sword had been severe, but not permanent. Elder Lung looked down at me, watching me laugh and flip meat for the younger disciples. I looked nothing like the cold-blooded killer who had decimated a sect. If only they knew, she murmured to herself. The man cooking their dinner is someone they'll be bragging about knowing for the rest of their lives. Yi Qingxian opened her eyes, feeling much better. Thank you, Master. I wouldn't have recovered this quickly without your help. Don't be polite with me, Elder Lung said, turning to her. But be careful in the future. Self-destructing your life-bond sword is a last resort. Do it too often, and the damage to your foundation will be irreversible. Understood? I understand, Yi Qingxian replied, her gaze drifting toward the campfire below. I had no choice but to do what I did back there. After a moment of silence between them, Elder Lung suddenly called out to her disciple. Qingxian, she said. Yi Qingxian turned her head, looking a bit confused. Yes, Master. What is it? In the future, you should spend more time with Lin Yuan, Elder Lung advised. Qingxian blinked. She looked completely lost. Her master had never suggested such a thing before. In fact, she'd usually told her to stay away from distractions. Elder Lung sighed, trying to sound convincing. Lin Yuan isn't just the great senior brother's disciple. I've watched him grow up since he was a child. Now that his master is unconscious and badly injured, he's all alone on Gutsuan Peak. It's a lonely, pitiful life. If you have some free time, go visit him. Chat with him. Help him clear his head. She looked at her disciple, thinking to herself, my dear girl, this is all I can do for you. Whether you can grab this golden opportunity depends entirely on you. Oh, okay, Master, Qingxian replied. I'll go when I have time. Elder Lung shook her head slightly. She could tell Qingxian was just being polite. To the rest of the world, Lin Yuan was a famous piece of trash. Why would a genius like Qingxian want to associate with him? I had made Elder Lung promise to keep my secret, so she couldn't just tell her the truth. She could only drop hints and hope the girl had the fortune to understand. Based on the talent I had shown, there was no one in the history of the entire Lizhou region who could even compare to me. I wasn't just powerful, I was deep. My potential had no ceiling. Master, I didn't hear anything about you entering the secret realm before we left, Qingxian said, quickly changing the subject. She clearly didn't want to talk about me. Why did you come in so suddenly? I came in looking for a specific spirit medicine, Elder Lung replied. Did you find it? I did. That's why I came to find you all, so we can wait for the exit to open together. Qingxian sighed, her expression turning serious. Master, you have no idea. This trip to the Juyo secret realm was way more dangerous than usual. You almost didn't see me again. Oh, what happened? Tell me, Elder Lung said, feigning surprise. Qingxian started explaining everything. She told her about the initial dangers, and then the hopeless moment when the Wuji demon sect, the 7 Kills sect, and those mysterious men in black surrounded them. She described the moment she self-destructed her sword and waited for death. When she got to the part about the masked man who appeared out of nowhere, a tiny, almost unnoticeable smile played on her lips. Her eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and interest. Elder Lung watched her, feeling completely speechless. Asterisk, you silly girl. The man you're talking about is right there roasting meat for you. I've tried my best to give you a hint, but you're ignoring it completely. Asterisk. By the way, Master, Qing Xian added with a look of anticipation. He said he has a connection with our Divine Sky Sword sect. He even gave us a bigger share of the spirit medicines. Do you have any idea who he could be? Elder Lung looked at me, then back at her disciple. The person is right before your eyes. He's the trash you don't want to talk about. Of course he has a connection to the sect. But she held her tongue. She had given me her word. Even if the sect leader himself asked, she wouldn't say a thing. Keeping my secret was the best way to protect me for now. I didn't see him, so how would I know? Elder Lung shook her head. But from what you've said, I'm quite interested in him too. His actions prove he's a friend to the sect. He wouldn't risk offending two major sects to save you otherwise. Qing Xian looked disappointed. That's what I thought. It's a shame he left. If you saw him, you might recognize him. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He felt so familiar, but I just can't place it. If he feels familiar, then think harder, Elder Lung suggested. Maybe you'll figure it out. I've tried. I still can't remember, Qing Xian said helplessly. Elder Lung sighed inwardly. She couldn't give any more hints without breaking her promise. Days turned into weeks. With the main forces of our enemies wiped out, the survivors were scattered and no longer a threat. Half a month later, the day finally arrived for the Jiuyo secret realm to reopen. Just as everyone was preparing to be transported out, the entire realm began to shake violently. Suddenly, a pillar of golden light erupted in the distance, connecting the earth to the sky. Everyone in the realm was drawn to it. Disciples scrambled up into the treetops to see what was happening. What's going on? Elder Lung frowned. She had studied the records and talked to people who entered 100 years ago. Nothing like this had ever happened before. She instinctively looked over at me. I was just as confused as everyone else. Whenever something went wrong, she found herself looking to me for answers. She forgot that, despite my power, I was still just a young man with limited experience. Then, a majestic voice boomed through the air, vibrating in everyone's ears. The Jiuyo Palace has appeared. You may enter to face the trials and seek your own great fortune. The palace holds many inheritances. Obtaining even one is enough to change your destiny forever. The opening of the secret realm exit will be delayed by 1 month. Do not miss this chance. Good luck. Jiuyo Palace? A great fortune? The disciples went wild. They came here to find the one opportunity that would let them soar to the top. Now, it was right in front of them. In that moment, everyone felt like they were the main character of their own story. Why else would the palace appear now, after 100 years of silence? They felt chosen. The people closest to the light were so excited they nearly fainted. But while everyone else was celebrating, my face was grim. I didn't care about great fortunes. I wanted to get out and save my master. Compared to his life, some random inheritance meant nothing to me. A month's delay might not ruin my timeline, but who could guarantee nothing else would go wrong? Master, what is the Jiuyo Palace? Qing Xian asked. I don't know, Elder Lung replied, shaking her head. It's not in the records. This seems to be the first time it's ever appeared. She had a nagging feeling that this had something to do with me. Are we going? Qing Xian asked. If there's a chance for a great fortune, why wouldn't we? As soon as the voice faded, countless figures blurred toward the golden light. People pushed their speed to the absolute limit, terrified that someone else might get there first. The Qingyun sect moved first, followed immediately by our own disciples. I watched them race past me, feeling completely unimpressed. Was it really necessary? If something is meant to be yours, it will be. If it isn't, no amount of struggling will change that. Maybe I was biased. As someone with God-tier talent who never hit a bottleneck, I underestimated how desperate the weak were to become strong. In the Lizho cultivation world, power was everything. Power bought you status, wealth, respect, and the right to decide who lived or died. To them, that golden light wasn't just a palace. It was a chance to finally be someone. Nobody wants to stay weak forever. I was standing there, staring at the golden light of the Jiuyo Palace, when Elder Lung Hanshuang walked up to my side. She looked at the palace, then at me, her eyes full of suspicion. Lin Yuan, she said softly. What do you make of this? This has never happened in all the years the Jiyo Grotto has existed. Could it be a trap? I immediately scanned the area, looking left and right like a paranoid thief. Only after confirming that everyone else had already rushed toward the light did I let out a long sigh of relief. Auntie, please, I whispered, feeling helpless. If someone hears you talking to me like this, even a fool will realize something is wrong. You're supposed to be the elder here. She scoffed, crossing her arms. I should be asking you that. Look at how cowardly you're acting. Can't you show just a little bit of the dominance a true powerhouse should have? It's not about being brave or cowardly, I argued. I just don't want to be exposed yet. You promised to help me keep my secret, didn't you? Fine, fine. I only came over because everyone else is gone anyway, she said, her tone softening. Tell me what you think. The Jiyo Grotto has been around for ages, and the sects of Lizho have gained plenty of benefits from it. A trap seems unlikely, don't you think? I thought about it for a moment. Probably not a trap. Do you think the palace appeared because of you? She asked, her gaze piercing. I gave her a dry look. Auntie, don't overpraise me. I don't have that kind of influence over the world. She shook her head, looking at the distant figures disappearing into the light. You know, right now, every single person in this secret realm thinks they are the protagonist of their own story. They believe the Jiyo Palace appeared specifically for them. They're all dreaming of soaring to the heavens after getting some legendary inheritance. Only you want nothing to do with it. She paused, her expression becoming thoughtful. I always felt this was strange. I remember reading an ancient record about this place. It said the Jiyo Grotto was created by a supreme powerhouse to find a successor. That's why there's an age limit of 100 years. But the requirements were so high that for thousands of years, nobody qualified. I didn't take it seriously until I saw that palace today. She looked at me again. Lin Yuan, your talent is the highest I've ever seen. In the entire history of the Divine Sky Sword sect, you are a unique existence. If there really is a supreme inheritance in there, you are the only choice. If even you aren't qualified, then no one is. I looked at the horizon, watching the desperate scramble. Annie, so many people are fighting for this chance, but only a handful will actually get anything. Why are they so obsessed? Why risk their lives for such a slim hope? Because of hope itself, she answered seriously. In this world, no one wants to be mediocre. Mediocrity is a sin. Even if there's only a tiny shred of hope, no one will give up. Is that how it is? I muttered. Lin Yuan, you're still young, she said gently. Your master brought you back and protected you. The worst you've dealt with is some disciples mocking you behind your back. You haven't seen how cruel the outside world really is. One day, you'll understand why they do it. I nodded slowly. All right, I think I get it. Let's go then. We might as well see what's so special about this palace. Wait, I added quickly as she started to move. Can we walk separately? She shot me a sharp look, clearly annoyed by my persistence in hiding, and stepped forward, vanishing into the distance. I waited for a while before I started walking at a leisurely pace. My goal wasn't some grand inheritance anyway. I had already found the equinox flower for my master, and I was satisfied with that. I didn't feel the need to snatch things from others. Deep within the grotto, a massive beam of golden light, hundreds of meters wide, connected the earth to the sky. Anyone who stepped into the light was teleported inside the Jiyo Palace to face a trial. When I arrived, I didn't rush in. Instead, I found a comfortable spot to sit down and watch the show. People were pouring in from every corner of the realm, disciples from the four top sects, rogue cultivators, and even a good number of those mysterious men in black robes. For a moment, all grudges were forgotten. Everyone only had eyes for the treasure. After watching for half a day, I started to get bored. I stood up, walked to the edge of the light, hesitated for a second, and then stepped in. The world blurred. When my vision cleared, I was standing in a massive, silent hall. It was magnificent. Everything was plated in gold, far more luxurious than any palace I had ever imagined back on Earth. Golden statues of humans and strange beasts lined the walls, and 8 massive pillars were carved with lifelike 5-clawed dragons. For a split second, I could have sworn one of the dragons moved. I looked around, confused. I was completely alone. Thousands of people had entered the light. Where did they go? It was impossible for everyone to have their own hall, unless this palace was infinitely large. Welcome to the Jiyo Palace. A voice boomed, echoing through the chamber. I am the Jiyo Holy Lord. I jumped, spinning around. A faint, shimmering phantom was sitting on the main throne at the end of the hall. Even though he was just a projection, the pressure radiating from him was immense, stronger than anything I had ever felt. This man had been a monster when he was alive. I am Lin Yuan, I said, cupping my hands respectfully. Greetings, senior. The phantom didn't speak at first. He just stared at me, his eyes scanning me up and down. Finally, he spoke. Excellent. After all these years, someone worth looking at has finally arrived. Your name is Lin Yuan. Yes, senior. Lin Yuan, do you know how long I have waited for you? 10,000 years. And my time is almost up. I blinked, totally lost. Waiting for me? For 10,000 years? Senior, I've only been in this world for 20-some years. There must be a mistake. Let me explain, the phantom said. 10,000 years ago, I was heavily injured and fled to Lizho. Knowing my days were numbered, I created the Jiyo Grotto and left behind this palace to find a disciple to inherit my legacy. But the talent in Lizho was too pathetic. I waited for millennia. Finally, just as I am about to fade away forever, you appeared. You didn't make me wait in vain. I pointed at myself. So, you're saying I'm the one you want to inherit your power? Exactly, he said, sounding pleased. I scratched my head, feeling a bit awkward. Senior? Can I refuse? The phantom froze. What? Say that again. I asked if I could decline the inheritance. I said clearly. There are plenty of other people who came in today. You can pick any of them. I'm just not that bright. I'd hate to disappoint you. You. The phantom pointed a trembling finger at me, his voice shaking with rage. Do you have any idea what you're saying? He was the Jiyo Holy Lord. If he had announced he wanted a disciple back in his prime, the greatest geniuses in the world would have broken down his door to get a spot. Now, he was being rejected by a kid in a backwater province. It was insulting. Senior, I know exactly what I'm saying. I don't want to be your successor. Please, just let me out. We can pretend I was never here. Kid, do you even know who I am? You just told me. You're the Jiyo Holy Lord, and you still dare to refuse me? You have some nerve. A great figure like you shouldn't be so narrow-minded, right? Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against a junior like me? The phantom took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Do you realize what you're missing? The inheritance of a holy lord. Even in the Central Plains, geniuses would kill each other for this chance. With one word, I could have picked any prodigy in the world. I grumbled inwardly. If this guy was really that powerful and had so many geniuses begging to be his disciple, why was he making things difficult for me? Of course, I didn't dare say that out loud. Even if he had been dead for 10,000 years, a holy lord was on a level far beyond any old monster in the Lizho province. He probably had some life-saving trump cards left behind. If I pushed him too far and he decided to slap me into oblivion, I'd be dying a very senseless death. The reason I kept refusing was simple. I didn't want the pressure. He'd already admitted he fled here after being gravely injured. That meant his enemies were even stronger than a holy lord. If I took the inheritance, wouldn't I have to seek revenge? I'd have to leave Lizho and hunt down beings more powerful than a god. The mere thought was terrifying. One wrong move and my soul would be extinguished forever. Having experienced death once already, I valued my life more than anything. It was the whole reason I hid my talent and played the role of the useless senior brother. Some people might take the inheritance now and worry about the revenge later, but that wasn't me. If I gave my word, I'd feel obligated to follow through. That was my principle. Senior, you were clearly a legendary figure who ruled the world in your time, I said. Naturally, the phantom replied, nodding. He seemed to think I was finally coming to my senses, but my next words nearly made him explode. So, senior, please find someone else. I'm not worthy of inheriting your legacy or being your disciple. You are absolutely hopeless. I stayed silent. I'd made my position clear. Talking more would only make him angrier. The atmosphere in the hall turned icy as the phantom stared me down. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He was a holy lord. He'd waited 10,000 years in this backwater province to find a suitable successor, only to be rejected without a second thought. Back when he arrived, The strongest cultivators in Lizho were only at the 8th realm. Had the world changed that much? No, that was impossible. If it had, he wouldn't have waited 10 millennia for a single qualified candidate to walk through his door. Kid, the phantom sighed, sounding defeated. Tell me, why are you so unwilling to take my power? Senior, I'll be honest with you, I said. I'm a man who's content with what he has. I don't want the stress. You say I'm a once-in-a-10,000-year genius, but to the outside world, I'm a joke. I've always believed that the tallest tree is the first to be blown down by the wind. I hide everything because I won't expose myself until I have absolute power. What does that have to do with being my disciple? He asked, genuinely confused. You said you were hunted down, I countered. If I take your legacy, I'm taking on your blood feud. If you couldn't beat them, how can I? Besides, I never planned on leaving Lizho anyway. I never said you had to avenge me, the phantom argued. And even if I did, couldn't you just take the power first? Whether you actually go through with it is up to you. I'm dead. I can't exactly stop you. No, Senior. If I accept, you become my master. A disciple who doesn't avenge his master is no disciple at all. I have principles. If I agree, I do it right. I don't do half measures. The phantom looked at me differently then. He seemed to find me interesting, a stark contrast to the greedy vultures who only wanted benefits without sacrifice. Since you put it that way, he said, I want you to be my disciple even more now. I was stunned. I thought I'd explained it perfectly, but he was doubling down. Senior, did you not hear a word I said? Kid, you're just afraid of the danger, he said seriously. I can see you're someone who wants to control his own fate. Listen closely. What I'm about to tell you involves the deepest secrets of the 9 provinces. Hear me out before you decide. If you still refuse after that, I won't force you. Everyone has their own path. Fine, I agreed. I'm listening. In my head, I'd already made up my mind. No matter what silver-tongued lies he told, I wasn't biting. This was clearly a war between gods beyond the 12th realm. Why would I jump into that meat grinder? My talent was good for Lizho, but this guy had waited 10,000 years to find someone who barely met his criteria. That meant I was likely at the bottom of the barrel compared to the geniuses of the Central Plains. I wasn't going to get myself erased like I did back on Earth. To most people, this was a golden ticket. To me, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If a meat pie falls from the sky, it's usually a trap. I'd rather go back to the Divine Sky Sword sect, enter the Sword Seed, and master the 3rd or 4th level of the Sword Realm. A pure sword cultivator is plenty strong on their own. Lin Yuan, the phantom began. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to be a chess piece, or the one playing the game? The player, obviously, I answered, then paused. Wait, what's the difference? A huge difference. If you want to be a piece, I'll send you out right now. If you want to be the player, we keep talking. But let me be clear, this is your only chance. Miss it, and you will be a pawn forever. You'll be used and discarded whenever the real players feel like it. I fell silent. It wasn't much of a choice. Nobody wants their fate controlled by others. But his meaning was clear. To be a player, I had to take his inheritance. You can't have the power without the price. After a long moment, I looked up. Senior, I want to be the one playing the game. The phantom smiled. I knew you weren't the type to settle for being a pawn. While I was locked in this heavy conversation, the thousands of other cultivators who had entered the Juyo Palace were gathered in a massive hall. It was dozens of times larger than the room I was in, easily holding 10,000 people. Surrounding them were 108 doors, each representing a different legacy. They were all sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, trapped in illusions. They were undergoing the palace's trials. If they passed, a voice would guide them to a specific door. If they failed, they'd be teleported out, their chance at greatness gone forever. None of them realized that the true prize was being offered to a guy who was trying his best to say no. New faces kept flooding into the hall, eyes bright with hope. Just as quickly, others would snap awake, faces falling in defeat before being teleported out instantly. The failure rate was brutal. Out of thousands, only 3 had managed to pass so far. Yi Qingxian from our Divine Sky Sword sect, Li Luoi from the Qingyun sect, and Zhuge Qingyun from the Medicine King Valley were the only ones who made it. Even high-ranking disciples like Yang Fan and Su Wei had failed. It showed just how impossible this trial really was. The doors were numbered, and the lower the number, the greater the legacy inside. Yi Qingxian had entered door 32, which was the best result yet. Li Luai went into door 98, and Zhuge Qingyun took door 74. Then, Lung Hanshuang opened her eyes. She had broken through the illusion. A voice echoed in her mind, telling her she had passed and directing her to door 3. She scanned the room for any sign of me, but I was nowhere to be found. She didn't wait. She headed straight for the third door. She wanted to see what kind of power was hidden behind a single-digit number. Our sect focused on the sword, but we weren't forbidden from seeking other paths. More skills meant more ways to survive. Lung Hanshuang pushed open the door, walked down a long corridor, and entered a stone chamber. Inside stood a statue of a woman in full armor, gripping a longsword. She looked like a fierce general who had survived 100 battles. Next to the statue, an inscription caught Lung Hanshuang's eye. It read, Fan Yuejiao, ranked 3rd among the 108 generals of the 9 Netherlord, master of the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Once used a single strike at the peak of the 11th realm to slay a powerhouse of the 12th realm. Lung Hanshuang felt the air leave her lungs. The 9 Netherlord was a being beyond the 12th realm. This entire secret realm was just a playground left behind by someone of that caliber. And Fan Yuejiao, a mere general under him, could kill across realms. If word of this got out, the entire Lizhou province would explode. Every major power would do anything to get their hands on these legacies. Lung Hanshuang realized she had just inherited the power of an 11th or 12th realm master. With a technique like that, she could kill enemies far stronger than her. Usually, sword cultivators could only punch above their weight against ordinary practitioners, but this was different. This was a trump card that could rival even the Wuji demon sect. As she prepared to accept the inheritance, a thought crossed her mind. If she was at door 3, where was I? Was I at door 1? Or had I found the 9 Netherlord himself? A month passed. Deep within the secret realm, the golden light that pierced the sky suddenly vanished. Everyone stared in shock. The 9 Nether Palace was gone. The great opportunity had vanished. Some people started howling in grief. Over the last month, those who failed the trial had been allowed to try again and again. As long as the palace was there, they had hope. They thought they were the chosen ones, the protagonists of their own stories. Now, their dreams were shattered. My palace. Where is my legacy? One cultivator screamed, his eyes going wild. I am the chosen one. I am destined to rule Lizhou. Those who follow me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall die. He had lost his mind. He wasn't the only one. Many wandered around with hollow eyes, their spirits broken. If the palace had never appeared, they would have been happy just to survive the black-robed attackers. But seeing the ultimate prize and then losing it was too much for their hearts to bear. I watched them from the shadows, finally understanding the desperate hunger of cultivators. In the end, I had accepted the 9 Netherlord's inheritance. His words had hit me hard. I refused to be a pawn. Back on Earth, I was a top scientist, decades ahead of my time. Here, under Su Mubai's wing, I was a genius among geniuses. I didn't care when the other disciples mocked me. I had strength, so their words didn't matter. If I were truly weak, I would have been desperate. But because I had power, I could avenge my master and find the equinox flower. I was proud, even if I hid it well. The majestic voice boomed through the sky one last time. The month is up. The 9 Nether Palace is closed. Congratulations to those who obtained a legacy. May you carry it well. The realm will open in 12 hours. Farewell. Silence fell. Most people felt like their lives were over. They wished the palace had never appeared at all. None of them knew that a tiny image of a palace was now etched into the palm of my hand. I was the disciple of the 9 Netherlord. I didn't just get a legacy, I owned the palace itself. This realm was a pocket dimension held together by the palace. Without it, the realm would never open again unless someone strong enough to tear through space arrived. This was the final time anyone would ever enter the 9 Nether secret realm. I wasn't planning on telling anyone. Let the great sects wait 100 years for the next opening. They were going to be very disappointed. While everyone else was drowning in loss and grief, a few people were quietly celebrating. Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of Medicine King Valley, was one of them. He had secured a legacy from the 78th general under the 9 Netherlord. It wasn't the highest rank, But the man had been a peak stone realm powerhouse with terrifying combat power. Zhuge Qingyun wasn't the type to settle for the status quo. His sect usually survived by playing all sides, trying not to offend anyone. But in Lizhou, being a neutral healer wasn't enough to feel safe. He had always dreamed of changing that. Now, with this inheritance, he was confident. Give him a little time, and he'd lead Medicine King Valley to become the fifth great power of Lizhou. He wouldn't have to bow to anyone ever again. Divine Sky Sword Sect, follow me, Long Hans Huang called out. I watched as our disciples gathered behind her. We needed a place to rest and recover while we waited the 12 hours for the realm to open. Li Luai led the Qingyun sect away as well. She had also succeeded, claiming the legacy of the 98th general. Despite the setbacks, the trip was a success for her. Medicine King Valley followed suit, leaving with minimal losses and plenty of treasure. Small sects and rogue cultivators began to drift away next. Eventually, only the Wuji Demon sect, the Seven Sands sect, and a group of masked men in black remained. They looked at each other in stunned silence. A month ago, this place was crowded. Now, only a fifth of their people were left. The elite disciples were gone. The mission had been simple: ambush and kill everyone from the Divine Sky Sword sect and the Qingyun sect. Not only had they failed, but they had also been decimated. They started whispering, trying to come up with an excuse for their masters. They decided to pin everything on Long Hans Huang. She was one of the Divine Sky Seven, the master of the Ice Soul Sword. It made sense. If she was protecting the group, a failed ambush was expected. They were just lucky to be alive. The men in black were the most shaken. They saw Long Hans Huang standing there, perfectly fine. Their leader and the rest of the God of Killers squad were nowhere to be found. The conclusion was obvious. Their leader was dead, and the mission was a total disaster. I kept my head down, playing the part of the bystander. Long Hans Huang wasn't hiding her identity anymore. She was intentionally drawing all the attention and heat onto herself to protect me. If you looked at the results, the Divine Sky Sword sect was the biggest winner of this trip. We found the Equinox Flower. 3 of us had obtained legacies. Yi Qingxian entered the 32nd door, and Long Hans Huang entered the 3rd. As for me, I didn't even have to take a test. I was sent straight to the main hall and handed the inheritance of the 9 Nether Lord himself, a being far beyond the 12th realm. I even owned the palace now. I could give the remaining 100+ legacies to anyone I wanted. But the greater the gift, the heavier the pressure. If I had a choice, I would have skipped it all. I just wanted to go back to being the useless, eldest disciple. But some secrets are too big to ignore. While Long Hans Huang and Yi Qingxian found quiet spots to meditate on their new knowledge, Yang Fan stood apart, looking miserable. He was furious. He knew Yi Qingxian had gained something big, and the fact that he got nothing felt like a personal insult. He blamed the 9 Nether Lord for being blind. He didn't realize the palace tested character, not just talent. A coward like him never stood a chance. An inner sect disciple, trying to suck up to him, walked over with a grin. Senior brother Yang Fan, with your talent, you must have grabbed a massive treasure. You'll probably leave the other core disciples in the dust soon. Don't forget about us. Yang Fan let out a cold, sharp snort and stomped away without a word. The disciple stood there, face turning red from embarrassment. He realized then that Yang Fan had failed. It actually made him feel a bit better. If even a core disciple couldn't pass, his own failure didn't seem so bad. I found a thick tree branch and leaned back, closing my eyes. I couldn't stop thinking about the 9 Netherlord's warning. This world held a massive secret. If I wanted to be a player instead of a pawn, I had to surpass the 12th realm. That was a mountain I wasn't sure I could climb. What are you thinking about, Lin Yuan? I opened one eye to see Long Hans Huang standing right next to me. Auntie, could you not sneak up on me? You'll give me a heart attack, I muttered with a wry smile. And remember, I'm back to being the trash disciple now. If people see you hanging around me, they'll get suspicious. Suspicious of what? She asked, completely unbothered. I'm your elder. I even looked after you for a while when you were a kid. I sighed. Since she found out how strong I actually was, she'd been hovering. Fine. Just ask what you want to ask. You entered the palace, didn't you? I didn't see a point in lying to her. Yes. Whose legacy did you get? Was it the one behind the first door? Or was it the 9 Netherlord? I looked at her and dodged the question. Who did you get, Auntie? Fan Yuejiao, she said immediately. There was a new sense of trust between us. Ever since I pulled her back from the brink of death, she looked at me differently. She was ranked third among the 108 generals. Fan Yuejiao. I searched my memory. So, you learned the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Her eyes widened. How do you know that? It was her signature move, I said. I know all their techniques. That one is incredible. They say she once used it to kill a 12th realm expert while she was only at the peak of the 11th. Would you like the summary of the next segment? So, she whispered, her eyes widening until they looked like they might pop out of her head. You really got it. You have the legacy of the 9 Netherlord. I didn't say a word, but my silence was an answer. Only someone who had inherited the lords could possibly know the secret techniques of the 108 generals. I could see the gears turning in her mind. She had suspected it, but hearing it confirmed was a different story. The 9 Netherlord was a being who had surpassed the 12th realm, a level of power that felt like a myth to people like us. If I had her recognition, it meant I had the potential to climb higher than anyone in the history of the Lizhou region. Long Hanshuang looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw her shock fade into a strange kind of acceptance. I was a freak of nature. There was no other way to explain it. Lin Yuan, she said, her voice dropping to a deadly serious tone. This can never leave this room. Not a word. Not a hint. If the world finds out, even the Divine Sky Sword sect won't be able to protect you. You have to bury this in your heart until the day you're strong enough to sweep across the entire continent. I gave her a lazy smile. Auntie, you know me. Do I look like the kind of guy who goes looking for trouble? I hated trouble. Even if I were the strongest man alive, I wouldn't go around shouting about my secrets. It was much easier to let people think I was useless. That's true, she admitted, looking relieved. I won't tell a soul. I promise. I know, I said. I wouldn't have told you if I didn't trust you. That simple sentence made her eyes soften. She looked genuinely touched, maybe even a little proud to be the only person in the world who knew the truth about me. When we get out of here, you keep playing the part of the trash senior brother, she planned, her mind working fast. I'll talk to the Qingyun sect and make sure they stay quiet. I'll take all the credit for whatever happened in the 9 Nether realm. No one will ever suspect a disciple like you. Thanks, Auntie. I owe you one. No, she shook her head. I'm the one who owes you. If it wasn't for you, the 7 Kill Sect's Godslayers would have finished me off. She left my side then and went to find Yi Qingxian. When she learned that the girl had also passed a high-level trial in Door 32, her mood brightened even more. It looked like the Divine Sky Sword sect was going to come out of this as the biggest winner. I could only imagine how furious the Wuji Demon sect and the 7 Kill sect would be when they found out. Meanwhile, outside the 9 Nether Valley, the atmosphere was thick with tension. For months had passed. Usually, the realm opened after 3, but the gates remained sealed. The leaders of the great sects were pacing the edges of the valley like caged tigers. Gu Mingzhou, our sect's elder, had sent word back to the main office a month ago. The only reply he got was a single word: wait. There was no other choice. This had never happened in thousands of years. Every sect was frantically digging through ancient scrolls, trying to find a reason for the delay. Brother Gu, Wang Chuan from the Qingyun sect asked, his face pale. Any luck with your records? Gu Mingzhou sighed, looking older than he had a few months ago. Nothing. We've flipped through every scroll we own. It's like the realm just decided to change the rules. It's been 10,000 years, Wang Chuan muttered. Why now? Is it a blessing or a curse? At least the soul lamps for our disciples are still burning, Gu Mingzhou said, trying to find a silver lining. We've lost people, but it's within acceptable limits. What about your side? Same here. We're holding on. But I heard the Wuji Demon sect and the 7 Kill sect aren't so lucky. Their soul lamps are flickering out like candles in a storm. I heard only 1/10 of them are still alive. Gu Mingzhou let out a cold, sharp laugh. Good. Let the bastards rot. The world is better off without them. I'm just worried about Qiandao Xiong, Wang Chuan whispered, glancing toward the demon sect's camp. If he snaps, we're in trouble. He won't dare start a full-scale war yet, Gu Mingzhou replied, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. If he wanted to kill us all, he would have moved by now. Ever since Qiandao Xiong attacked us 4 months ago, the Qingyun and Divine Sky sects had huddled together for protection. Qiandao Xiong was a monster. He hadn't shown his face in decades, and his heavenly demon art was terrifying. Only by standing together did we have even a ghost of a chance. Over in the Wuji demon sect camp, the mood was even darker. Qiandao Xiong sat with Liao Jun from the 7-Kill sect. They were both fuming. Losing 90% of their disciples was a humiliation they couldn't swallow. For the 7-Kill sect, it was even worse. They had sent in their secret Godslayer clan members to assassinate Lung Hanshuang and steal her Frost Soul sword. Not only had they failed, but their secret weapon was now at risk of being exposed to the whole world. Your Godslayers are useless, Qiandao Xiong spat, his voice like grinding stones. They couldn't even handle one woman. Pathetic. Liao Jun winced, but didn't dare talk back. Don't blame us, Elder. Lung Hanshuang is a genius, second only to Su Mubai. And with the age restriction on the realm, we couldn't send our heavy hitters. No one could have predicted this. Qiandao Xiong's eyes burned with a dark light. Su Mubai is a cripple now because of me. Lung Hanshuang will be no different. When she steps out of that valley, I'll deal with her myself. He wasn't just angry about the lives lost. He was angry about the optics. Word was already spreading that the Divine Sky and Qingyun disciples were faring much better. If the realm opened and confirmed it, the Wuji demon sect's reputation would take a massive hit. Elder, Liao Jun said, trying to change the subject. You've lived a long time. Why is the gate still closed? Qiandao Xiong went quiet for a long moment. There is a legend, he said slowly. Some ancient texts say the 9 Nether realm was created by a being beyond the 12th realm. They say there is a legacy hidden inside, but the requirements to trigger it are so high that no one has ever managed it. Liao Jun's jaw dropped. You mean, someone actually triggered it? Someone got a legacy from beyond the 12th realm? It's the only explanation for the delay, Qiandao Xiong muttered. And if my suspicion is right, we stay here. We don't leave until we see who comes out. Who do you think it is? Could it be Lung Hanshuang? Qiandao Xiong's face darkened. If she had obtained that kind of power, everything changed. If she has it, then the day that gate opens is the day we declare total war. We kill them all before they can grow. Liao Jun swallowed hard. What do you need us to do? I watched Qiandao Xiong closely. I knew exactly what he was thinking. If he confirmed the 9 Nether realm held a legacy and that Lung Hanshuang had taken it, he would strike immediately. He wouldn't let anyone from the Divine Sky Sword sect walk away with that kind of power. If she grew too strong, no one could stop her. He wanted to crush the threat while it was still in the cradle. Don't do anything yet, Qiandao Xiong told his subordinates. Everyone is watching each other. If you move, the Divine Sky and Qingyun sects will call for backup. Things will get messy. We wait. When the time is right, I'll show them the true power of my heaven-swallowing demon art. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. 2 hours passed. Suddenly, the sky above the 9 Nether Valley erupted. Thunder rolled, and lightning tore through the clouds. The major powers gathered their strength. They knew the gate was opening. Usually, the realm stayed open for 3 months, but this time, it had been 4. Everyone wanted to know what had changed. Qiandao Xiong stared at the valley, his body tense. He didn't care how many disciples the Wuji demon sect had lost. Even if they all died, he wouldn't blink. He only cared about one thing, the legacy. If someone had it, they would either hand it over or die. I could sense a massacre brewing. The air above the valley swirled with white mist. A massive bolt of lightning struck, warping the very fabric of space. A huge tunnel formed. After 4 long months, the 9 Nether realms spat everyone out at once. The valley became a sea of people. Lung Hanshuang emerged with over 1,000 surviving disciples. She immediately met up with Elder Gu Mingzhou and 20 other elders who had been waiting outside. Elder Gu, she said, her voice urgent. I know you have questions, but we don't have time. We need to leave for the sect right now. I'll explain everything later. Fine, Gu Mingzhou replied. He didn't hesitate. If she was this worried, there was a good reason. The Divine Sky Sword sect prepared to move, and the Qingyun sect followed suit. They knew the Wuji demon sect and the 7 Kills sect had taken massive losses. With a monster like Qiandao Xiong standing there, staying was suicide. Gu Mingzhou and the Qingyun leader, Wang Chuan, didn't even care about their betting prizes anymore. Getting out alive was the only priority. Meanwhile, Qiandao Xiong grabbed a surviving Wuji disciple. Why was the opening delayed by a month? He demanded. Elder, you have to avenge us, the disciple wailed, sticking to the story they had rehearsed. We had them cornered, but Lung Han's Huang went on a rampage. We couldn't stop her. They hoped to shift his anger toward her, fearing his unpredictable temper. They were right to be afraid. Slap. Qiandao Xiong reduced the disciple to a bloody pulp with a single palm strike. I asked why it was delayed, he growled, turning to the others. What did you experience this past month? If anyone else wastes my time, you die. The disciples trembled. In a demon sect, there are no rules, only the strong eating the weak. To an elder, a disciple's life is worth less than an ant's. It wasn't like the Divine Sky Sword sect, where disciples were protected by laws. Here, death was the only constant. You. Qiandao Xiong pointed at another disciple. Speak. The man stepped forward, his voice shaking. A month ago, a golden light appeared. It connected to the sky. A voice announced that the 9 Nether Palace had appeared. It told us to face the trials for a chance at a legacy. That's why the exit was delayed. Qiandao Xiong's excitement spiked. The legends were true. A legacy existed, and someone had claimed it. Just as the Divine Sky and Qingyun's sects were about to flee, the sky turned dark. Qiandao Xiong's voice boomed across the entire valley. Nobody leaves today. He rose into the air, his silhouette framed by the dark energy of his demon art. Lung Hanchuang's face paled. She had tried to move fast, but it wasn't fast enough. She knew the truth about the 9 Nether Lord and his 108 generals. If Qiandao Xiong suspected they had that kind of power, he would never let them go. And with so many disciples in tow, they couldn't outrun him. Qiandao Xiong, what are you doing? Lung Hanchuang shouted. Do you really plan to hold everyone here? She was trying to rally the smaller sects and rogue cultivators to her side. Gu Mingzhou stepped up beside her. Qiandao Xiong, you slaughtered 1 million people in a single city years ago. The Wuji demon sect still hasn't answered for that. Do you want to start another massacre? The world won't stand for it. The younger cultivators gasped. 1 million people? Even in a world of violence, a slaughter on that scale was rare. Wang Chuan from the Qingyun sect moved into a combat stance, ready to fight alongside Lung Hanchuang and Gu Mingzhou. Qiandao Xiong just laughed. Don't try to turn the crowd against me. I don't care. Listen well. Anyone who tries to leave will die, and I will pull your entire sect out by the roots. He didn't care who had the legacy. Even if the chance of a rogue cultivator having it was slim, he would kill 1,000 innocents rather than let one person escape. You're just one man, Wang Chuan countered. You think you can take us all? Try me, Qiandao Xiong sneered. Let's see if my heaven-swallowing art can't swallow every last one of you. A representative from the Demon King Valley stepped forward, bowing low. Senior Qiandao, our sects have always been friendly. We didn't kill anyone in the realm. He didn't get to finish. The storm was already here. Senior Qiandao, please give the Demon King Valley some face and let us leave. The speaker was Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Demon King Valley. He was in a desperate hurry to get back and cultivate. Inside the 9 Serenity Palace, he had obtained something left behind by a peak 10th realm expert. If he could break through to that level, no one in Lizhou would be his match. His sect would instantly become the dominant power in the region. Normally, Qiandao Xiong would have let them go. But he saw right through Zhuge Qingyun. He knew the kid had incredible talent and likely carried a legacy from the secret realm. To a man like Qiandao Xiong, the Demon King Valley was nothing compared to a legacy that could surpass the 12th realm. Even if their sect leader himself showed up, it wouldn't change a thing. I said it already, Qiandao Xiong growled, giving no face at all. No one leaves. Zhuge Qingyun was choked with frustration. He looked at the old woman standing beside him, but she just shook her head. The message was clear, don't provoke this devil. Do what he says. A heavy silence fell over the valley. If even the Demon King Valley didn't dare to talk back, the smaller sects and rogue cultivators stood no chance. They stayed quiet, terrified of drawing the monster's attention. I was huddled within the ranks of the Divine Sky Sword sect, and I didn't like the look of this. I kept praying to myself, asterisk, please don't start a fight. Please don't start a fight, asterisk. I knew how strong Qiandao Xiong was. His heaven-swallowing art was enough to suppress everyone here. If a real battle broke out, Lung Hans Huang and Gu Mingzhou wouldn't be able to stop him. Even with the Qingyun sect helping, it would be a bloodbath. I couldn't step in yet without exposing everything, but I also couldn't watch my sect get wiped out in front of me. I needed a way to slip away from the group, just in case. I glanced at Yi Qingxian and the other disciples. Their eyes were glued to the sky, staring at the threat above. While everyone was distracted, I started backing away, step by quiet step. To them, I was just a useless waste, an unimportant figure who only held the title of eldest senior brother by name. Nobody noticed me leaving. Qiandao, you're keeping us here. What do you actually want? Lung Hans Huang demanded again. What do I want? To settle the score, Qiandao Xiong sneered. Let's start with your sect. You killed so many of my Wuji demon sect members. That was you, wasn't it? His eyes locked onto her. He suspected she was the one who had taken the ultimate legacy. His plan was simple. Capture her first, then force the secrets out of her. So what if I did? Lung Hans Huang admitted it directly. Is your sect the only one allowed to kill? Are we supposed to just stand there and die? She was trying to draw all the heat onto herself to protect the others. Huh, you're exactly right, Qiandao Xiong laughed. My sect can kill anyone we want. But you? You don't get to touch my people. You're so arrogant, she countered. Aren't you afraid of becoming an enemy to the entire world? Afraid? Don't make me laugh. I've been the world's enemy before. Look at me now. I'm doing just fine. Lung Hans Huang was speechless. Give yourself up, Lung Hans Huang, he commanded coldly. In your dreams. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qiandao Xiong rotated his energy, activating the heaven-swallowing art. A massive, terrifying demonic claw began to materialize in the clouds. Form the array. Meet the enemy. Gu Mingzhou roared. Over 20 elders from our sect summoned their life-bound flying swords. Thousands of disciples followed suit, though many had destroyed their primary swords inside the realm and had to settle for ordinary blades. The power difference was massive. The demonic claw finished forming and slammed down toward our camp. Hundreds of flying swords shot up to meet it. A series of deafening crashes echoed through the valley. The swords slowed the claw down, but they couldn't break it. Gu Mingzhou poured everything into his life-bound sword, driving it against the center of the palm. The claw stopped. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. But Qiandao Xiong just stood there with his arms crossed, a mocking smirk on his face. Gu Mingzhou and the elders were sweating, pouring every ounce of strength into maintaining the defense. If they relaxed for even a second, the claw would crush them all. Anyone could see that Qiandao Xiong held the absolute upper hand. Twin cold swords, 10,000 miles of ice. Lung Hans Huang didn't hold back. She unleashed her signature move, knowing she couldn't hide her strength against a monster like this. Her ice soul sword surged forward, carrying a frost that felt 10,000 years old. As it touched the demonic claw, the black energy began to freeze. Within seconds, the entire massive hand was turned into a jagged ice sculpture. The pressure vanished. Gu Mingzhou and the others exhaled, their faces pale. Lung Hans Huang glared at Qiandao Xiong. She cursed her luck. She had only just started learning the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. If she had mastered it, she might have been able to wound him with a single strike. You don't care about revenge, you devil, she shouted, her voice carrying across the valley. You just want the legacies from the 9 Serenity realm. Everyone listen. Once he's done with us, he'll force all of you to hand over what you found. If you don't, he'll kill you. She laid his cards on the table. She knew our sect couldn't win alone. She had to drag everyone who had a stake in this into the fight. Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Demon King Valley, felt a jolt of fear. He finally understood why he wasn't allowed to leave. He whispered to the old woman beside him, admitting he had the legacy of a peak 10th realm expert. The woman's eyes lit up with surprise and greed. This was their sect's chance to rise. They couldn't let it go. She began gathering her strength, ready to join forces with the Divine Sky Sword sect. In the Qingyun sect camp, Li Luai told Wang Chuan about her own gains. Even among the smaller sects, 2 hidden geniuses who had claimed the final legacies of the 108 generals were shaking in their boots. They didn't have powerful backgrounds. Their only hope was that the Divine Sky Sword sect could hold the line. So what if I want the legacies? Qiandao Xiong laughed, finally dropping the act. Do you kids really think you're worthy of such power? Hand them over now, and I might let you live. Refuse, and see how cruel I can be. He was confident. He didn't care if he had to fight everyone at once. In fact, his heaven-swallowing art thrived in group battles. Most people lose energy the longer they fight, but he was different. The art absorbed the essence of anyone who died nearby. The more people he killed, the stronger he became. Did you hear him? Lung Hanshuang called out, trying to rally the crowd. We have to stand together. Her expression grew grim. She had expected him to deny it, but his blatant honesty was more terrifying. It meant he had a plan to deal with everyone. She quickly glanced back at the Divine Sky Sword sect disciples, searching for a familiar face. I was gone. Lin Yuan had completely vanished from the group. I felt the weight lift off my chest. I knew Ling Feng wouldn't stay idle forever. Qiandao Xiong, stop this madness before it's too late. Wang Chuan shouted, his voice tight with desperation. He didn't want this fight. Even with our sects joining forces, the odds were grim. Qiandao Xiong's reputation was a shadow that had loomed over the Lizho cultivation world for decades. People used to tremble just hearing his name. In the Wuji demon sect, his word carried more weight than the sect leaders. He was a monster with hands soaked in the blood of thousands. Qiandao Xiong, let my Medicine King Valley leave. We won't interfere, an old woman standing beside Zhuge Qinyan pleaded. They wanted out, but Qiandao Xiong wasn't giving anyone an exit. He let out a cold snort. You talk too much. High above, the frozen demonic claws began to crack and twitch. Wang Chuan and the old woman from Medicine King Valley shared a look of resignation. If a fight was inevitable, so be it. They soared into the sky, their strongest cultivators following close behind. Attack with everything you have, Gu Ming shouted. The elders of the Divine Sky Sword sect unleashed their life-bound flying swords again. 3 different powers collided with the frozen claws in the sky. A series of deafening explosions rocked the valley until the demonic limbs finally shattered into nothingness. Since you're all so eager to die, I'll oblige, Qiandao Xiong said with a sinister grin. He knew words were useless now. To get the legacies, he had to break our spirits. He had to beat everyone into submission or kill them where they stood. Demonic art, rise. Demon god, appear. The sky filled with hideous, fanged demonic faces. A chorus of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls echoed through the 9 Serenity Valley. The sound alone made my heart race. Some of the weaker disciples began to shake, their faces turning pale. Those demonic faces in the sky looked like incarnations of pure evil, their mouths gaping wide, as if they wanted to swallow every living soul in sight. Watch out. This sound attacks the soul. Lung Hanshuang's voice rang out. Guard your hearts. Stay focused. Her warning didn't help much. Those strong enough to resist already knew what to do, and the rest were already losing themselves. I saw people's eyes go dull, their expressions turning vacant. Cover your ears. Lung Hanshuang yelled again. A few people snapped out of it and pressed their hands to their heads, but it was useless. The sound bypassed the ears and vibrated directly inside their brains. One of the demonic faces swooped down and swallowed a dazed man whole. Then another plunged into the crowd, and another. It is your honor to fuel my demonic art, Qiandao Xiong's voice boomed. We have to break the heaven-swallowing art now, the old woman from Medicine King Valley screamed. The more he consumes, the stronger he gets. We won't survive this. Form the array. Break the demon art. Gu Ming led the charge. The Divine Sky Sword sect elders spat essence blood onto their flying swords. Over 20 blood-red blades merged into a single, 1,000-foot-long giant sword that pierced toward the heavens. It sliced through every ghost and demonic face in its path. Lung Hanshuang didn't hesitate. She sent her ice soul sword into the array, coating the giant blade in a layer of eternal frost. It looked like a pillar of white mist charging to tear a hole in the sky. Qingyun sect and Medicine King Valley threw their strongest techniques behind the strike, desperate to end it. Clang! The giant sword hit an invisible wall and stopped dead. Ha! You think it's that easy? Qiandao Xiong laughed maniacally. I'll show you the true power of the heaven-swallowing art. Don't hold back. Lung Hanshuang urged the crowd. If we fail here, Nobody leaves alive. This man once slaughtered 1,000,000 people. He won't blink at killing us all. Just as everyone prepared for a final, desperate gamble, a streak of light cut through the air. It was so fast it was almost invisible. Before anyone could react, the light flashed past Qiandao Xiong, slicing him clean in half. The battlefield went dead silent. Was he dead? Just like that? It felt impossible. A monster who had ruled Lizhou for centuries couldn't fall that easily. Then I realized something was wrong. If the caster was dead, why hadn't the demon art vanished? Sure enough, as Qiandao Xiong's two halves fell, two demonic faces rushed forward and swallowed them. The faces merged, reshaping themselves back into the form of Qiandao Xiong. He looked shaken, his arrogance replaced by a sharp, biting anger. He glared at the sky and hissed. "It's you." "It's me," I said. I had changed my clothes and put on the mask I used when I wiped out the Rakshasa sect. I floated there, standing tall against him. The masked man had returned. The rumors of the mysterious figure who destroyed a sect and forced Qiandao Xiong to retreat months ago flooded everyone's minds. The entire Lizhou cultivation world had been trying to guess my identity, but I hadn't left a single clue. Qiandao Xiong's rage was boiling over. Last time, he had retreated because he was caught off guard, and the rumors had stained his reputation. People said he was afraid. Now, I was interfering with the Wuji demon sect's plans again. New grudges piled onto old ones. I could see it in his eyes. He was willing to pay any price to kill me today. I felt a bit helpless. I really wanted to just be the useless senior brother and stay out of trouble. But watching Aunt Lung and Elder Goose struggle against this monster, I couldn't just stand by. I couldn't let them get hurt or die. Trouble just seemed to follow me lately. I hadn't even processed everything that happened inside the Nine Serenity Palace yet. I sighed inwardly. It was going to be a long day. Aunt Lung seemed to relax a little when she saw me. She didn't know if I was stronger than Qiandao Xiong, but she knew I was close. With all the other experts here, we had a real fighting chance. Down in the crowd, Yi Qingxian and Li Luai stared at me. I knew what they were thinking. They had met another masked man inside the secret realm, one who had treated them like dogs. Now, another masked man appears? It was too much of a coincidence. They were probably wondering if there was an entire secret organization of masked experts running around Lizhou. I looked at Lung Hanshuang and gripped my sword. "Aunt Lung," I said, my voice disguised. "Watch closely." I targeted the Wuji demon sect and the Seven Sands sect specifically. Of course, Yi Qingxian and Li Luai never imagined that the masked man who saved them in the secret realm was the same ghost mask standing before them now. The Nine Serenity realm had a strict age limit of 100 years. Since I was currently going toe-to-toe with the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect, they assumed I had to be centuries old. In their minds, if someone under 100 had this kind of power, they wouldn't just be a genius, they would be a god. Nothing like that had ever happened in the history of Lizhou. It was too far-fetched to even consider. "Who exactly are you?" Qiandao Xiong growled, unable to hide his confusion. "Why are you interfering in the business of my Wuji demon sect?" "The Wuji demon sect has committed countless atrocities," I replied, my voice cold. "You treat human lives like grass. I was sent by the heavens to punish you." Qiandao Xiong burst into mocking laughter. "What a joke. Atrocities? Grass? I don't understand any of that. I only know one thing. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. The weak are meant to be eliminated. Only the strong have the right to survive." "Is that so?" I asked. "Why don't we let the people judge who is right?" "You want these ants to judge me?" he sneered. "Do they even have the right? The rules are written by the strong. The weak either follow those rules and crawl through life, or they die." I shook my head. I was someone who had traveled here from Earth. I grew up with the idea that everyone was equal. Deep down, I couldn't accept his worldview, but I had to admit he was describing the reality of this world. Might made right. The strong set the rules. That was exactly why I wanted to be the one setting them. I wanted to be the chess player the Nine Serenity Lord spoke of, not just another piece on the board. "Qiandao Xiong, you might be right about how things are, but I don't agree with you," I said. "One day, I'll set new rules. Everyone will be equal. No one will be allowed to slaughter the innocent at will." "Ha ha, equality for all. How childish." Qiandao Xiong laughed hysterically. He wasn't the only one. Everyone watching thought I was insane. Why would anyone work so hard to cultivate, if not to stand above others? If everyone were equal, what would be the point of trying? Even Aunt Lung looked at me like I was being naive. She probably thought that despite my talent, I was still just a 20-year-old kid with no life experience. But I didn't care. I wasn't from this world, so I didn't have to follow its rules. Qiandao Xiong, you have your beliefs, and I have mine, I said, reaching into my storage bag. Let's see if the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon Sect is actually worth his title. I pulled out the Howren sword. The news that I had destroyed the Rakshasa sect and reclaimed my master's sword had already spread, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. Having a powerful, familiar blade in my hand increased my combat strength significantly. Qiandao Xiong didn't waste another word. He pressed his palms together and roared, God-Devil Fusion. In the sky, countless ghostly faces merged instantly, forming a massive, terrifying demonic face over 1,000 feet wide. It bared its fangs and lunged at me, opening its mouth to swallow me whole. I gripped the Howren sword as a hurricane-force wind whipped through the darkened sky. Slash! I yelled. A sword light hundreds of feet long erupted from the blade, colliding with the demonic face in a deafening explosion. The sound was so violent that the weaker observers on the ground clutched their ears in agony, some even screaming as their eardrums burst. Aunt Lung was stunned. I was only in my 20s, yet my probing strike was equal to a monster who had lived for hundreds of years. She felt a surge of hope. The Divine Sky Sword sect was destined to rise again. As the smoke cleared, the demonic face remained, though it had shrunk considerably. My sword light had vanished. I didn't hesitate and swung again. With another boom, the ghostly face finally shattered into nothingness. Qiandao Xiong gave a sinister grin. He clapped his hands again, but this time, he didn't summon one face. He summoned 3. I stopped holding back. I unleashed my ultimate sword intent. Every person nearby who carried a blade felt their weapon tremble uncontrollably, as if the swords were trying to leap from their sheaths to bow to me. This strike was fundamentally different from the last 2. The power gap was massive. I had reached the pinnacle of sword intent, and when I swung, the 3 massive demonic faces were wiped out instantly. However, even more faces began to manifest in the clouds, larger and more numerous than before. You think you're impressive? Qiandao Xiong laughed. Keep swinging. Let's see how many more strikes you have in you. Within my heaven-devouring demonic art, I am invincible. You can't touch me until you kill every last one of these spirits. Break the technique first, Aunt Lung shouted, trying to warn me. I ignored her. I looked at Qiandao Xiong and said calmly, Is that so? Then I'll just have to see if I can hurt you. I'm standing right here, he taunted. Try me. Aunt Lung started to speak again, but my voice rang out directly in her mind. Aunt Lung, don't blink. Watch closely. This strike will be of great help to you. She froze, her eyes locked on me. My aura was climbing, reaching a peak I hadn't touched before. My breathing seemed to sync with the world itself. Aunt Lung's eyes widened, her mind buzzing with realization. She recognized the stance. It was the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. She had received the inheritance in the 9 Serenity Palace, but even with her talent, she had barely scratched the surface of the technique. She couldn't believe I was about to use it. It had been less than a month since we left the palace. This was the signature move of a 12th Realm expert, a move that had allowed the 9 Serenity Lord to kill a 12th Realm master while he was still only at the peak of the 11th. It wasn't something you just learned in a few weeks. She realized then that my master, Su Mubai, hadn't just picked up a disciple years ago. He had brought home a monster. It was almost funny thinking about how the other elders mocked me behind my back. She couldn't wait to see their faces when they realized who I really was. Those old fossils always put sect interests above everything else, showing no mercy to my master after he was crippled for their sake. If not for the sect leader, Luoyan Tian, holding them back, my master would have lost his home and his sword long ago. But I was here now, and as long as I was around, I knew my master would have his day of revenge. Even if his talent didn't match mine, he was still the greatest genius the sect had seen in centuries. My strike was about to change everything. I stood high in the air, a figure that commanded the attention of everyone below. After the initial shock, Aunt Lung's gaze was locked onto me. I had chosen the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique for a reason. It wasn't just about power. I wanted to help her. By letting her witness the true essence of this move, I knew she could finally grasp its core. The technique required a perfect union of spirit, energy, and soul. You had to focus every ounce of power into a single point and let it explode. It sounded simple. In practice, it was a nightmare. Those without peak talent could spend a century and still fail to master it. Qiandao Xiong watched me floating there, silent and motionless. He probably thought I was paralyzed by his demonic pressure. He started laughing again. His heaven-devouring demonic technique was his pride. It had allowed him to dominate Liz Ho for centuries. In a group fight, he was invincible because he could just swallow his enemies to replenish his own strength. "Since you won't move, I will," he roared. He activated the divine demon box once more. Thousands of ghostly faces swirled and merged in the sky. Within seconds, they formed a single, colossal demonic face that blotted out the sun. It covered the entire 9 Serenity Valley like a dark shroud. "Swallow!" Qiandao Xiong screamed. The giant face opened its mouth. It was a pitch-black void, a literal black hole. A terrifying suction force began pulling everything off the ground. It was leagues beyond anything my pet dragon, Xiaobai, could do. The independent cultivators below didn't stand a chance. They were swept into the air instantly. The larger sects managed to hold on with their defensive arrays, but even they were buckling. Everyone looked at me. I was their only hope. If they were swallowed by that demonic maw, they were dead. 1,000,000 people had died exactly like that years ago. I locked my aura onto Qiandao Xiong. My lips moved, exhaling a single word. Slash. A flash of white light erupted. In that split second, everyone, including Qiandao Xiong, went blind. It wasn't just their sight. Their senses, their perception of the world, everything vanished into that white void. Then, just as quickly, it was over. The world looked the same. Nothing seemed to have changed. The crowd stood there, dazed. They wondered if the white light had been an illusion. It felt too real to be fake. Then, they realized the suction force was gone. Qiandao Xiong stared at me, his eyes widening with pure terror. He had never seen a strike like that. It was too fast, too strong. If he hadn't spent centuries honing his combat instincts to dodge at the last millisecond, he would have been erased. The crowd watched in disbelief as Qiandao Xiong's left arm slid off his shoulder. He caught it with his right hand, blood spraying. Then, a massive crack appeared right down the middle of the giant demonic face in the sky. It shattered. Even the clouds, which had been choked by demonic energy, were sliced in two. Sunlight poured through the gap. One strike. The demonic technique was broken, and Qiandao Xiong was crippled. Aunt Lung was trembling with excitement. This was the power of a 12th realm expert's signature move. It was incredible. Qiandao Xiong wasn't some random thug. He was the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon Sect. In our entire Divine Sky Sword sect, maybe only the old ancestors hidden in the Forbidden Grounds could match this. She knew that if she mastered this, her power would skyrocket. But she had only scratched the surface. She made a silent vow right then. When we got back to the sect, she would visit Gutsuan Peak every single day. She would ask me for guidance. She didn't care about her status as an elder anymore. In the world of the sword, the master is the one who leads the way. If she had to call me senior to learn this, she would. Nearby, Yi Qingxian was staring at me. She looked confused. Between the masked man she met in the secret realm and the ghost-masked man standing before her now, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. The valley fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to breathe. That single strike was burned into their memories forever. What is that sword technique called? Qiandao Xiong finally broke the silence. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, I replied. Good, a fine technique, he spat, clutching his severed arm. You are the first person to ever break my demonic art. I acknowledge you. It seems there is always a higher heaven.